All the Weyrs of Pern by McCaffrey. Read by Mark Rolston. The AIVAS felt its sensors responding to a renewal of power from the solar panels on the roof above it. The wind must have become strong enough to blow the clogging dust and volcanic ash away from the panels. There had been enough of these incidents over the past 2,525 years so that AIVAS had been able to maintain function, even if only at a very low maintenance level. Running through the main operating circuits, AIVAS found no malfunctions. Exterior optics were still obstructed, but once again the AIVAS was aware of some activity in its vicinity. Was it possible that humans had returned to the landing facility? It had not as yet completed its priority assignment, to discover a means to destroy the organism that had been termed Thread by the captains. It had received no significant input to allow it to complete that task, but the priority had not been cancelled. Perhaps with the return of the humans, that assignment could at last be completed. Power began to swell its resources as the panels were uncovered. The removal was not haphazard as would be caused by wind and weather, but was consistent with a workmanlike activity. As more of the panels were cleared, solar energy recharged the long unused power collectors. The AIVAS responded by distributing the revitalizing energy through its systems, running rapid function checks through circuits long dormant. AIVAS had been efficiently designed, and as power continued to be available, it found itself in full running order by the time the exterior sensors had also been uncovered. Humans had returned to landing. Many of them. Once again, humankind had triumphed over tremendous odds. AIVAS duly noticed through its adjustable optical elements that they were still accompanied by the creatures called fire dragons. Noise, too, was now filtering through the audio channels. Human voices speaking in unusual word patterns. A lingual shift? In 2,525 years, that was entirely likely. AIVAS listened and interpreted, measuring the altered vowels and slurred consonants against the speech patterns that had been programmed into it. It organized the new sounds into groups and checked them with its semantics program. Within its vision came an immense white creature. The descendant of the bioengineer's first production? AIVAS did a rapid extrapolation from the biolab's files and reached the inescapable conclusion that the so-called dragons had also matured and prospered. It searched for, but did not find, white in the parameters of the engineered species. Not only had humankind survived the incursion of Thread for 2,525 years of threadfall, but it had flourished. The species had the tenacity to survive where others succumbed. If humans had been able to return from the northern continent, had they also managed to destroy the organism? That would be well done. What must AIVAS then do if its priority was superseded? Humans, with their insatiable curiosity and restlessness, would undoubtedly have new tasks which an artificial intelligence voice address system could undertake. They were not, AIVAS knew from its memory banks, a complacent species. Soon those who worked to clear the debris of centuries would uncover the entire building and reach its position. It must, of course, react as its program ordained. The AIVAS waited. By the time the AIVAS had finished its recital of the first 9 years of the colonization of Pern, the sun Rukbat had set with an unusually fine display. Not that many of the reverent listeners of the history that the artificial intelligence voice address system narrated were aware of such externals. During the hours that the AIVAS resonant tones had filled the chamber and penetrated to the hallway beyond, more people had crowded in to hear what it said, jostling each other to get an occasional look at the incredible moving pictures with which AIVAS illustrated its narrative. Those lord-holders and craft-masters, hastily summoned by fire-lizard messengers, willingly crowded into the stuffy inner room. Lord Jackson of Ruatha had asked his white dragon Ruth to summon the Bendon Weir leaders, so they were the first to join the Master Harper Robinson and Master Smith Fandarel. Lessa and Flar slid onto the stools that Jackson and Journeyman Harper Pymer vacated for them. Pymer frowned at his mate, Master Smith Jancis, when she started to get down and gestured to Bridie, standing gawking in the doorway, to bring more seating. When Fënor, the Bendon Wing leader, came, he sat on the floor, where he had to crane his neck to see the screen, though he quickly became too engrossed in the history to notice any discomfort. Room was made in the small, crowded chamber for the Lord Holders, Grog of Fort, Assignar of Lemos, and Larad of Telgar. By then, Jackson had been pushed back to the doorway and politely but firmly refused entry to anyone else. Suddenly, the AIVAS increased its volume so that the tale was audible to all those in the corridor. No one seemed to mind the stifling closeness of the room and corridor, though matters improved when someone considerately passed around water and red fruit juice and later meat rolls. Someone also had the foresight to open as many of the windows in the building as possible, thus circulating some air down the corridor, though little enough reached the AIVAS chamber. The final message received by this facility from Captain Caroon was to confirm that Fort Hold was operational. This message was logged in at 1700, 4th day of the 10th month, 11th year after landing. When the AIVAS ceased speaking, there was a profound and awed silence, finally broken by small scufflings as people shifted almost apologetically from long-held positions. A few polite coughs were quickly muffled. Feeling it incumbent on him to make some response to these historic and unexpected revelations, the Master Harper cleared his throat. "We are deeply indebted to you, AIVAS, for this amazing tale." Robinson spoke with deep humility and respect. A murmur of agreement circulated the room and corridor. "We have lost so much of our early history, it has been reduced to myth and legend in many cases. You have clarified much that puzzled us. But why does it end so abruptly?" There was no further input from the authorized operators. "Why not?" No explanation was given. Failing prior instructions, this facility continued observations until the solar panels became clogged and power was reduced to the minimum needed to retain core integrity. "Those panels are the source of your power?" Vanderell asked, his bass voice rumbling with eagerness. "Yes." "Those pictures, how did you do that?" Vanderell's usual reserved manner was discarded in his excitement. "You no longer have recording devices?" "No." Vanderell shook his head in disgust. "Among many of the other marvels you mentioned in passing, can you teach us what we have forgotten?" His eyes glowed in anticipation. The memory banks contain planetary engineering and colonizing data, and the multicultural and historical files considered relevant by the colony administrators. Before Vanderell could organize another question, Flar held up one hand. "With respect, Master Vanderell, we all have questions to ask AIVAS." He turned around to signal Master Eslin and the ubiquitous Bridie to come to the door. "I want this corridor cleared, Master Eslin. This room is not to be entered without express permission from one of us present now. Do I make myself plain?" He looked sternly from one to the other. "Indeed, Weirleader, perfectly plain," Bridie said in his manner as obsequious as ever. "Of course, Weirleader. Certainly, Weirleader," Master Eslin said, bowing with each use of Flar's title. "Bridie, make sure you report today's event to Lord Torek," Flar added, knowing perfectly well that Bridie would do just that without permission. "Eslin, bring enough glow baskets to light the hall and adjacent rooms. Bring a few cots or pallets as well, and blankets, some food." "And wine. Don't forget wine, Flar," Robinson called. "Bend in wine, if you please, Eslin, and make that 2 wineskins. This could be very thirsty work," he added in a conversational tone, grinning at Lessa. "Well, you're not going to drink up 2 skinsful, Robinson," Lessa said at her sternest, "talking yourself hoarse with AIVAS, which I can see is what you have in mind. I'd say you already had quite enough excitement for one day. It's certainly more than I can believe in one day." "Be assured, Madame Lessa," AIVAS said in a placatory voice, "that every word you have heard is factual." Lessa turned toward the screen that had displayed marvels to her, images of people who had turned to dust centuries before and objects totally foreign to her eyes. "I don't doubt you, AIVAS. I doubt my ability to absorb half the wonders you have described and shown us." "Be assured that you have achieved wonders of your own," AIVAS replied, "to survive the menace that nearly overwhelmed the settlers. Are those immense and magnificent creatures ranged on the slopes outside the descendants of the dragons which Madame Kitty Ping-Yung created? Yes, they are, Lesser replied with proprietary pride. The Golden Queen is Ramoth. The largest dragon on all Pern, the Master Harper said in a sly tone, his eyes twinkling. Lesser started to glare at him, but instead burst out laughing. Well, she is. The bronze who is probably resting beside her is Nementh, and I am his rider, Flar said, grinning at his mate's discomfort. How do you know what is outside? Vanderel blurted out. The exterior sensors of this facility are now operational. Exterior sensors? Vanderel subsided into silent amazement. And the white one, AIVAS went on. He, Jackson said firmly, but without rancor, is Ruth, and I am his rider. Remarkable. The bioengineering report indicated that there were to be 5 variations, imitating the genetic material of the fire dragons. Ruth is a sport, Jackson replied. He had long since stopped being defensive about his dragon. Ruth had his own special abilities. A part of our history, Robinson said soothingly. Which, Lesser said with another stern glare at the Harper, will wait until some of us have rested. Curiosity will be contained, madam. Lesser darted a suspicious look at the dim screen panel. You have curiosity, and... what is this, madam? Gathering information is not restricted to humans. Madam is a title of respect. Les's respectful title is Werewoman, AIVAS, Flar said with another grin, or Ramoth's rider. And yours, sir? Weirleader, or Nementh's rider. You have already met Master Harper Robinson, Harper Journeyman Pymure, Master Smith Jancis, and Lord Jackson of Roath the Hold, but let me make known to you the Master Smith Vanderel, Lord Grog of Fort Hold, which we have always known was the first to be founded. Flar hid a grin at Lord Grog's suddenly modest demeanor, though certainly not why. Lord of Telgar Larad, and Lord of Lemos Assignar. Lemos, indeed. But before the listeners could react to the mild surprise in AIVA's tone, it continued. It is good to know that the name Telgar survived. We have lost the knowledge of the naming, Larad murmured, and are prouder to know that the sacrifices of Salah and Tarvi are remembered so lastingly. AIVAS, Flar said, standing squarely in front of the screen, you said that you were attempting to discover where Thread came from and how to exterminate it. Did you come to any conclusion? Several. The organism known as Thread is somehow attracted to the eccentric planet which, at aphelion, pierces the Oort cloud. As it approaches perihelion, it drags matter with it into this sector of space. This trailing cloud disgorged a little of its burden into the skies of this planet. Calculations at the time indicated that this would continue for approximately 50 years, at which time the material in Pern's orbit would be exhausted. Calculations also indicated that there would be recurrences of the phenomenon at intervals of 250 years, give or take a decade either way. Flar glanced about to see if anyone had understood what the AIVAS was saying. With due respect, AIVAS, we do not understand your explanation, the Harper said wryly. A great deal of time has passed since Admiral Bendon and Governor Bowl led the settlers north. We are currently in the 17th turn, what you call year, I think, of the 9th pass of the Red Star. Noted. It has always been assumed, Flar said, that Thread came from the Red Star. It is not a star. The most reasonable explanation is that it is a stray planet, probably drawn out of its native system by some odd event, traveling through space until it was attracted by Rookbat's gravitational pull and became trapped in this system. The matter you call Thread does not come from its surface. It originates in the Oort cloud of this system. And just what is an Oort cloud? Master Vanderel asked, ingenuously. According to the Dutch astronomer, Jan Oort, The eponymous cloud is composed of material orbiting a sun far beyond the orbit of its outermost planet. Cometary material leaks from the cloud into the inner part of the system. In the particular case of Rukbat, some of the material is hard-shelled ovoids that change in a peculiar manner, losing their outer layers and attenuating on contact with the upper atmosphere, falling to the surface as what has been termed thread. This resembles a voracious organism that devours carbon-based organic material. Fanderel blinked in his attempt to digest the information. "Well, you did ask, Master Fanderel," Paimon remarked with a mischievous expression. "Your explanations only confuse us, AIVAS, for none of us have the learning to understand them," Flar said, lifting a hand to indicate that he was not to be interrupted. "But if you knew, and presumably our ancestors knew, what thread was and where it came from, why didn't they destroy its source?" By the time this facility reached those conclusions, Weir Leader, your ancestors had removed to the northern continent and did not return to receive the report. A depressed and defeated silence prevailed over the room. "But here we are now," Robinson said, straightening up on his stool, "and we can receive your report." "If we can understand it," Flar said drolly. This facility has educational programs that can supply remedial teaching in all branches of science. The prime directive given this unit by Captains Keroon and Tillich, as well as Admiral Bendon and Governor Bull, was to gather information and formulate a course of action that would end the threat posed by these incursions. "Then it is possible to remove the thread of thread?" Flar asked, carefully schooling his expression to reveal none of the hope that he was feeling. "The possibility exists, Weir Leader." "What?" was the incredulous response of everyone in the room. "The possibility exists, Weir Leader, but will require tremendous effort from you and quite likely the majority of your population. First, you must be able to understand scientific language and learn to work with advanced technology. In addition, access to the main banks of the Yokohama must be obtained to add to relevant data on asteroid positions. Then a course of action can be initiated that could probably result in the cessation of these incursions." "Possibility? Probably result, but the possibility exists?" Flar strode to the screen and put a hand on each side of its subtly glowing blankness. "I would do anything to rid Pern of thread." "If you are prepared to relearn lost skills and perfect them, the possibility does exist." "And you would help us?" "The end of these incursions remains the first priority of this facility." "Not half as much as it is of ours," Flar replied. Fnor fervently seconded him. The Lord Holders exchanged quick glances, hope warring with surprise. The destruction of all thread was what Flar had promised them 19 turns before, when he had become leader of Pern's then single weir. Bendon's wings of brave dragons and riders had been all that stood between the certain reduction of humankind on Pern to hunters and gatherers by the totally unexpected resumption of threadfall after a lapse of 400 turns. In their extremity, the Lord Holders had promised support of all his emergency measures. Struggling with the exigencies of the pass, they had quite forgotten his vow. But all three were quick to perceive the advantages to them if they could also see the disadvantages to the Dragonriders to be quit of their ancient responsibilities. Jackson, as both rider and holder, regarded Flar with consternation. Yet there was no doubt. The Bendon Weir Leader meant exactly what he said, that he would do all he could to rid Pern of thread forever. "Then there is much to be done," AIVAS said in a brisk tone. Almost, Master Robinson thought, as if the thing was relieved to have employment after so long a recess. "Your records, Master Robinson and Fanderel, would be of immense value in assessing your history and potential. and what knowledge of science you currently possess. Certainly, a synopsis of your own history would assist in evaluation of the educational programs required to achieve your goal. The Harper Hall has assiduously kept accounts, the Harper said eagerly, though the oldest of them have become illegible over hundreds of turns which have passed. I think the more recent records of the 17 turns of this current pass would inform you adequately. Jackson, could you and Ruth possibly go to the Harper Hall and collect them? The young Lord Holder immediately rose. If you wouldn't mind, bring Sebel and Meneley, Robinson added, glancing at Flar, who nodded emphatically. Bring them back with you. The records of my craft hall, Vanderel began, inching forward on his stool, wringing his huge hands together in an uncharacteristic gesture of tension, are missing so many words and explanations, perhaps even one about this Oort cloud. Generally, what's missing is just where we cannot possibly figure out from the context what was meant. If you were able to tell us what words were missing or corrupted, you would be granting the most invaluable assistance to our efforts at self-improvement. He was about to continue when Robinson's hand on his shoulder stopped him. They all heard Master Estlin come bustling down the corridor, directing those who carried food, cups, and wineskins to hand them over to Jancis and Pymur. He peremptorily gestured those carrying pallets and blankets to the smaller adjacent rooms. At a nod from Flar, he hurried back down the corridor out of earshot. "A moment, dear friend," Robinson said when Fanderal was about to continue with his request for help. "Ivas, you may have all the information the colonists consider relevant, but I don't really think we should dispense it without due consideration." "Exactly what I was about to say," Flar added. "Discretion is a built-in feature of this IVAS model, Master Harper Weirleader. You should discuss among you who is to have access to this facility, and exactly what ways it may be of use to you." The Master Harper groaned, holding his head in both hands, and was immediately surrounded by Lessa, Pymur, and Jackson. I'm all right, he said testily, waving them off. "Have you all realized just what this source of knowledge can mean to us?" His voice was rough with emotion. "I've only now begun to absorb how profoundly this discovery could change our lives." "I've been struggling to absorb that myself," Flar said with a grim smile. "If this Ivas knows something about Thread and the Red Star that would help us—" Flar halted, his hope too precious to express aloud. Then he smiled wryly and held up his hand. "First, I believe it is extremely important to decide the question of who should be permitted into this room. As you pointed out, Robinson, IVAS cannot be accessible to everyone." "Definitely," Master Robinson said. He took a long swig of wine he had poured for himself. "Definitely. Considering that crowd in the hall, there's no way we can censor the discovery of IVAS, nor," he added, holding up his hand at the protests, "do I think we should. However," he grinned, "we can't just have anyone who wants to popping up here and monopolizing this facility," Pymur put in, his expression genuinely thoughtful. "When word of IVAS gets about, there'll be any number of people who want to talk to IVAS just to say that they had because they don't grasp its significance." "For once, I agree with you, Pymur," Lessa said. She looked around her. "I think there's enough in this room right now with the real need to talk to IVAS, and the common sense and courtesy to know when to stop." She paused to cast a stern eye on Master Robinson, who grinned back amiably. "Certainly, we are representative of the planet. We're leaders, masters, and lord holders, so no one can say IVAS is being monopolized by one group. Or is that too many, IVAS?" "No." For some reason, this easy acceptance made the Master Harper grin. IVAS went on. "The authority may be expanded or contracted as may be deemed necessary. To recapitulate, it is permitted for you." And all those in the room were named, in pleasant, baritone tones. "And Jackson," Pymur added quickly, since Jackson had gone on Robinson's errand, and someone needed to speak up for the third party to the original discovery of IVAS. "And Lord Jackson of Ruatha Hold," IVAS amended, "to command my services. Is that correct? Very good. The necessary voice prints have been registered, including Lord Jackson's, whose voice I registered earlier, and this facility will respond to no others, or in the presence of others, until further notice. As an added precaution, Master Robinson said, to change that roster there must be one of the Weir leaders, one master, and one lord holder present in this room. He glanced about to see if that precaution was acceptable. Just then, Estlin bustled down the corridor to ask if there were any further orders for the night. "Yes, Estlin. Assign the most responsible and least curious of your men to guard the building's entrance. Only Lord Jackson and those who accompany him are to be permitted to enter this building tonight." By the time Estlin had assured Flor of his total cooperation, a rather tense discussion had started between Fanderel and Larad as to which craft hall should have precedence in learning from AIVAS. "If I may interject a suggestion," AIVAS said loudly, startling them all. "It is a relatively simple matter to expand this facility to accommodate many requirements." When the silence lengthened, AIVAS added in a milder, almost apologetic tone, "That is, if the contents of the Catherine Caves are still intact and undamaged." "Do you mean the caves at the southern side of the grid?" Pymore asked. "Those would be the ones." To the bewilderment of the watchers, images of a variety of items appeared on the screen. "And these are the objects required to supply additional stations." "Your beaded panels, Pymore," Jancis said, clutching at his sleeve with one hand and pointing excitedly with the other. "You're right," Pymore said. "What are they, AIVAS? We seem to have boxes and boxes of them, all different sorts." "Those are computer cards." To the listeners, it sounded as if AIVAS' measured tone betrayed a discreet excitement. Were there also any of these objects? And boxes were displayed with screens that were smaller replicas of the screen facing them, along with rectangles resembling what AIVAS had identified as a touch panel. "Yes," Master Robinson said with surprise. "I couldn't think what they might be when I saw them, swathed in that thick film." "If there are sufficient parts in good working order, then there need be no contention for access to this facility. These were the remainder of the ordinary processors. All other voice-activated units were packaged for shipment to the north, and, it seems, lost. But these elementary models will admirably suit the current need. With sufficient power, up to 12 stations can be accommodated without affecting response time." Once again, the audience lapsed into numb silence. "Do I understand you correctly?" Fanderel began, after clearing his throat. "You can divide yourself into 12 segments." "That is correct." "How can you do that?" Fanderel demanded, spreading his arms wide in disbelief. "Surely, Master Smith, you do not limit yourself to one hearth, or anvil, or forge, one hammer, one fire." "Of course not, but I have many men." "This facility is not a single hearth, or fire, or hammer, but many, and each work as diligently as the others." "This I find very hard to understand," Fanderel admitted, scratching his balding pate and shaking his head. "Before you is a machine, Master Smith, which can be segmented, and each discrete part can function as a separate tool." "I don't begin to understand how you can do that, AIVAS, but if you can, it would certainly solve the problems of priorities," Master Robinson said, grinning from ear to ear. "Oh, the questions of past paradoxes that could now be answered by this marvelous creature." He took a large pull of his wine. "To create these separate tools," AIVAS went on, "will, in itself, provide the first of many lessons that must be understood before you will be ready to attack your primary objective, the annihilation of thread." "By all means, let us begin, then," Flor said, rubbing his hands together, infused with the first stirrings of real hope he had felt during the last few grueling turns of the current pass. There isn't enough space in here for a dozen of us all talking with a dozen of you AIVAS, Lord Larad of Telgar said reasonably. There are other rooms in this building that can be utilized. Indeed, it would be wise to have separate offices and perhaps one larger room where many could observe and learn. It is best to begin at the beginning, AIVAS said, and suddenly sheets began to roll out of a slot to one side of the main screen. These are the items that will be needed in the morning, the tools that will be required to construct the additional stations, and a diagram of how to redesign this building to accommodate them. Being nearest, Paimur caught the sheets as they were spewed out. Jancis came to his aid. More material will soon be needed for the printer, AIVAS went on. Rolls should be stored in the Catherine Caves with the other supplies. Paper would be an acceptable substitute. Paper? Larad exclaimed. Wood pulp paper? If nothing else is available, that will do. It would seem, Asignar, Flar said with a chuckle, that the skills of Master Benderick were not developed a turn too soon. You have lost the skill of extruding plastic from silicates? AIVAS asked. Master Robinson thought he had heard a note of surprise in its voice. Silicates? Master Fanderel asked. But one of the many skills we have lost, Robinson said ruefully. We will make diligent pupils. The flow of sheets stopped, and as Paimur and Jancis sorted them, they realized that there were 6 copies of each page. When they had assembled the sheets, they looked around expectantly at those in the room. Not tonight, Lessa said firmly. You'd break your neck stumbling about those caves in the dark. We've waited this long, we can wait until morning, and I think that we all should. She swung around to pinion the Master Harper with a stern eye. Either seek a bed for the night, or go back where we belong. My dear Weir-woman, Robinson began, pulling himself erect. Nothing, absolutely nothing, including your direst threat, would compel me. And suddenly he seemed to wilt and fold in on himself. Paimur caught the cup before it fell from the Harper's hand. As he supported his master's limp body, he had a smug smile on his face. Except, of course, the Fellis juice I put in his last cup of wine, he said by way of explanation. So, let's get him to bed. Flar and the Rad immediately started forward, but Fanderel held up one huge hand. Picking up the long Harper in his arms, he nodded to Jancis to show him where to put the sleeping Robinson to bed. Paimur, you haven't changed, have you? Lessa accused with a mock scowl that turned into a grin. Then, because she wondered at what the machine would think of what it had seen, she added, AIVAS, Master Harper Robinson often lets his enthusiasm get the better of his well-being. This facility is able to monitor for physical stress, AIVAS said. The Master Harper emanated considerable excitement, but nothing harmful. You are a healer as well? Flar exclaimed. No, Weir Leader, but this facility is equipped to monitor the vital signs of those in this room. However, the medical information stored in files was updated to state-of-the-art at the time the expedition departed for this system. Your medics may wish to avail themselves of this information. Flar's groan was audible. Master Oldive must come here as soon as possible. Half the planet must come as soon as possible, Lessa said tartly. She gave a gusty sigh. I doubt 12 of AIVAS will be half enough. Then let us organize ourselves, Fanderel said, returning from his errand. We must contain our excitement and direct our energies in the most efficient way. There were chuckles at the Mastersmith's use of his favorite word. You may laugh, but you know it is only sensible and time-saving to work efficiently, and we are each going in several directions at once tonight. We cannot but be stimulated by this sudden gift from our ancestors, but we should do nothing hasty. I will go back to Telgar Crafthold now, if Fnor and Canth will be so kind. I shall make suitable arrangements and draft the services of those who can help us delve into the caves to find the required materials and to find people to understand the diagrams AIVAS has given. But tomorrow is soon enough. Fëanor?" And raising his hairy eyebrows at the brown rider, Fandorel nodded to one and all, bowed courteously to the screen, and took his leave. "A moment, Fëanor," Lorad said, "for I should return to Telgar. Asignar, do you join us?" Asignar looked about him and smiled ruefully. "I think I'd better leave now. My mind is seething with questions to put to AIVAS, yet I don't think I could actually come out with a sensible query. I'll bring Benderek with me in the morning." Lord Grog, who had said very little but looked exceedingly thoughtful, asked N'Ton to return him to Fort Hold. "Jancis and I will stay here in case Master Robinson wakes," Pymir told Lessa and Flar. Then his mischievous grin surfaced. "And I won't ask my 8,532 burning questions all in one breath, either." "Then I think we all bid you good night now, AIVAS," Flar said, turning toward the dark screen. "Good night." The lights of the room dimmed to a faint glow. One pulsing green light remained at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. 2 hours later, Jackson and Ruth arrived with both Harper Masters, Sebel, and Menly. The white dragon was festooned with sacks. By considerably reducing the level of claw in the beakers Eslin had provided, Pymir had managed to stay awake while Jancis got a nap. "One of us has to be alert tomorrow to organize people," she had told the young journeyman Harper. "I am better at that than you are, love." She had given him a kiss to sweeten the comment. Pymir had no quarrel with that. With a mock paternal kiss, he settled her on a pallet in the room behind Master Robinson's. Despite his joke about not asking questions, when Pymir returned to the AIVAS room, he found that he couldn't immediately formulate a single intelligent query. Instead, with the cup in hand and the beaker beside him, Pymir sat, bereft of words, in the semi-gloom of the chamber. "AIVAS," he began tentatively. "Yes, Journeyman Pymir." The room brightened enough for Pymir to see clearly. "How do you do that?" Pymir asked, startled. "The panels that you and Journeyman Jancis exposed yesterday are capable of drawing energy from the sun. It is called solar power. When all the panels are exposed, an hour's bright illumination will power this unit for 12 hours. "You're not going to have ordinary usage from now on," Pymir said with a snort. "A query. You apparently utilize the luminescent organism in hand lights, but do you not have some sort of power generation, perhaps hydroelectric power?" "Hydroelectric?" Pymir's quick ear allowed him to repeat the unfamiliar words accurately. "The production of electric current by the energy of moving water." "Master Fandorel uses water wheels in Telgar Smithcraft Hold to drive big hammers and the forge bellows, but electric is an unfamiliar word, unless that's what Fandorel does with those acid tanks of his." "Acid tanks? Batteries?" Pymir shrugged. "I don't know what he calls them. I'm a Harper. Whatever electric is, so long as it's efficient, Master Fandorel will love it." "Would Master Fandorel's equipment resemble this structure?" The screen suddenly lit up with a diagram of a water wheel. "That's it. How did you know?" "This is the most frequent primitive application. Have you explored the landing site, Journeyman Pymir?" "I don't need my title all the time, AIVAS. Pymir is enough." "No disrespect would be construed?" "Not from me, AIVAS. Some of the Lord Holders get a bit touchy, but Jackson doesn't, nor Larad or Asignar. Lessa can be sticky, but not Flar, or Fëanor, or N'Ton. And yes, I've explored the landing site. What should I be looking for?" The screen displayed a complex mechanism set at the base of the river hill. Nothing like that there now, Pymor said, shaking his head. As Master Smith Vanderell already uses water wheels, a new installation can be erected so that this facility is not dependent on the solar panels, which will be inadequate for the projected demands just discussed. They didn't store away any of your panels in the caves? No. How can you be sure? Pymor found such didacticism irritating. It would be totally unfair if this intelligence was always right. The list of items in the Catherine Caves is available data and does not include spare panels. It must be nice to know everything, he said. Accuracy is required of an AIVAS system, and a very large database what you would call knowledge. You must not believe that the database can contain everything, but sufficient to realize the priorities of the programming. A harper has to be accurate too, Pymor said sourly. Master Vanderell's search for efficiency had always had for Pymor its humorous side. He wasn't sure if he could be as tolerant of AIVAS's rectitude. A harper? One who plays a harp? An instrument? AIVAS asked. I do that too, Pymor replied, his capricious humor revived as he realized that AIVAS did not know very much at all about present-day Pern. The primary function of the Harper Hall is, however, to teach, to communicate, and at need to arbitrate. Not to entertain? We do that, too. It's a good way to teach as well, and there are many who only do that, but the more skilled of us have multiple duties. It would be presumptuous of me to usurp Master Robinton's right to enlighten you on that account, although in actual fact he is no longer the Master Harper of Pern. Sebel is, because Master Robinton had a nearly fatal heart attack and was made to retire from active service to the Harper Hall. Not that he has retired, despite being in Cove Hold now, because of all that has happened since Jackson discovered landing in the ship meadow and then the caves. Pymor halted, realizing that he was rattling on. It was just like him to want to impress AIVAS with his knowledge. More than that, Pymor was experiencing an intense need to anchor his personal values in the presence of this superior intelligence. Sebel, who is now Master Harper of all Pern, is on his way with the records, he went on. And mentally, they may look young to you, but they're the most important people in the Harper Hall. Then he added deferentially, but you should know that Master Robinton is the most honored and respected man on Pern. The dragons kept him from dying. That's how important he is. The dragons then have been a successful experiment, AIVAS asked. Experiment? Pymor was indignant, and then subsided with a rueful chuckle. I wouldn't let the Weir leaders hear you calling their dragons experiments. The advice is appreciated. Pymor eyed the screen for a moment. You mean that, don't you? Yes. The culture and societies of your present-day Pern have evolved and altered considerably from the early days of the colony. It is incumbent on this facility to learn the new protocol and thus avoid giving unnecessary offense. The dragons have therefore become important above and beyond their initial role in the aerial defense of the planet. They are the most important creatures on the planet. We couldn't survive without them. Pymor's voice rang with pride and gratitude. Without intending any offense, is it currently acceptable to maintain the sports of the breed? Pymor snorted. You mean Ruth? He and Jackson were exceptions to a lot of rules. He is a lord holder and shouldn't ever have impressed a dragon. But he did, and because they thought Ruth wouldn't survive long, he was allowed to be raised. That is contradictory. I know, but Ruth's special. He always knows when he is in time. The resultant pause did much to assuage Pymor's feelings of inferiority. He had stumped the AIVAS. Your remark is unclear. You did know that dragons can move instantaneously between one place and another. That was the basic ability of the fire dragon from whose genetic material the dragons were originally bioengineered. It was similar to the teleportation ability demonstrated by some species on several other planets. Well, dragons can also move between one time and another. Lessa did, and Jackson. Pymor grinned, being one of the few people to know exactly when and why Jackson had moved between one time and another. But it's an exceedingly dangerous ability, and severely discouraged. Very few dragons have Ruth's sense of time and space, so if a dragon rider times it without his weir leader's express permission, he gets royally reamed, if he hasn't come to grief messing around with his timing, that is. Would you be good enough to explain in what circumstances timing is permissible? Pymor had already berated himself for mentioning Jackson's little excursion. He should have kept it to Lessa's adventure, which was already part of the fabric of recent history. So he switched to a less sensitive subject, and told Ivas in detail the tale of Lessa's heroic ride on Ramoth, how she had brought the 5 lost Weyrs of Pern forward in time to save those in the present past from annihilation. Even if he said so himself, Pymor thought he recited it with considerable flair. Though Ivas made no comment throughout, Pymor sensed that his unusual audience heard and remembered every word. A spectacularly brave and daring exploit, clearly of epic proportions despite the considerable risk she ran in losing both herself and the Queen Ramoth. The results clearly justified the journey, Ivas stated. It was more praise than Pymor had expected. He grinned with satisfaction that he had managed to impress the thing. You mentioned that the long interval caused the decline of the Weir's authority and its prominence in your society, Ivas said. Do you know how many times the cycle has been similarly altered? The cycle? Yes. How many times has the orbit of what you call the Red Star failed to bring Thread to Pern? Oh, you mean how many long intervals? There have been 2 recorded in our history. We were told that long intervals would occur, but I don't know who knew that. That's why so many people were so certain, right up to the time we had our first fall from this past, that Thread had actually disappeared forever. From her favorite spot, wrapped loosely about Pymor's neck, his golden fire lizard roused and gave a warning cheep. Sensors register that the lump on your shoulder is actually a creature clinging to you. Oh, that's only Farley, my queen fire lizard. The creatures have remained in contact with you? Yes and no. Pymor did not think there would be time to give Ivas the recent history of the fire lizard. She just told me that Ruth and Jackson have returned with the records and Sebel and Menely. Pymor stood up, draining the last of the claw from his cup. Then you'll know all that's happened this pass, which hasn't been dull at all, but you sort of cap it. Pymor could hear the exchange of low-voiced conversations down the hallway, and he started to the entrance in case Eslin's guards were being officious. He had taken no more than a few steps when Jackson, Sebel, and Menely, bowed under the weight of the sacks they were carrying, came striding down the hall. Menely, her dark hair still tangled from her flying cap, reached Pymor first. "Where's Master Robinson?" Menely asked, looking about, her narrow, elegant features reflecting her perpetual anxiety for her mentor. "In there, Menely," Pymor said, pointing, as if we'd risk him. End of side 1. She thrust her heavy sack at him and ducked into the room to reassure herself while Pymor smiled tolerantly. "And they left you to mind Ivas all on your own?" Jackson asked in a whisper. "Learned all the secrets of the universe yet?" Pymor gave a snort. "As it turned out, I answered its questions, but it was interesting all the same," Pymor said, "and I gave him a few tips to the wise." He laid his finger along his nose, grinning, which is a Harper function. Sebel, looking browner than ever in the dimly lit corridor, gave Pymor the slow smile that added considerable charm to the handsome, intelligent face of the tall Master Harper. "According to Jackson, this Ivas of yours is a tale-spinner to shame the best of us, with knowledge of all that we were and what we can be." "Well, I suspect Ivas might well create more problems than he solves," Pymor said, "but I guarantee you it will be exciting." He helped Jackson remove the records carefully from the sacks. "Ivas is right interested in you and Ruth, too." "What have you been telling him?" Jackson asked in what Pymur privately called his Lord Holder attitude. "Me? Nothing you'd object to, friend," Pymur hastily reassured him. Jackson could still be touchy about other people discussing Ruth. "I spent more time reciting Lessa's ride, which he said was of epic proportions." He grinned broadly. As Pymur talked, Sebel had been taking in the details of the room, studying the strange wall furnishings. Sebel rarely rushed in the way Pymur did. "And this AIVAS has preserved itself from our first days on Pern?" Sebel let out a long, soft whistle. He tapped one of the clear panels and looked around the room. "Where does it store its records?" Jackson said it displayed amazing pictures of our past as well. "AIVAS, speak for yourself," Pymur suggested cockily, wanting to see how Sebel or Menely, who just entered then, handled the entity. "AIVAS," he prompted. "This is Sebel, Master Harper of Pern, Master Robinton's successor, and Master Menely, Pern's ablest composer." When there was still no response from AIVAS, Pymur felt his irritation rising. "They've brought the records for you to read." AIVAS remained silent. "Maybe it's used up the power stored in the sun panels," he said, forcing himself to keep his tone light as he wondered how the AIVAS could be forced into answering. He scowled at the unresponsive screen and the green pulse winking in the corner. The feckless thing was awake, so it had to be listening. "I don't understand," he said to the others, disgusted by the inactivity. "He was talking up a storm to me just before you came. Oh, shards!" He slapped his forehead dramatically with one palm. "Neither you nor Menely are on his list yet." "His list?" Jackson asked, frowning with irritation. "Yes, his list," Pymur said. He sighed wearily and sagged onto the nearest stool. "The people he is authorized to speak to. Master Robinton and the others decided to limit those who have access to AIVAS." "But I was here," Jackson exclaimed. "Oh, he'll probably talk to you once Sebel and Menely leave. It got set up so that it takes a Weir leader, a lord, and a Master Harper for AIVAS to add someone to the privileged list." "Well, I'm Lord Holder of Ruatha," Jackson began. "Pymur's not a master yet, and there are no Weir leaders present," Menely said with a little laugh. "AIVAS is doing as he was told, which is more than you always do, Pymur." She grinned at him. "Yes, but now would be the best time for AIVAS to catch up on our history while there's peace and quiet, and before Fandarel returns to monopolize him," Pymur said, scrubbing at his face. The effects of a very exciting day were catching up with him. "I'm on the list, though, am I not?" Jackson asked with a touch of asperity in his voice. "Yes, you, me, Jancis, Master Robinton, all of us who were here in the room when AIVAS woke up. And he talked to you when you were alone," Jackson said. "Maybe if Sebel and Menely leave, sorry about that, he'll talk to me and I can feed the records to him." "Our feelings won't be hurt," Menely said, glancing up at Sebel to see him nod in agreement. Sebel's good sense and equable nature were two of the many reasons she loved and respected him. "There are other empty pallets, Pymur. You look to be out on your feet. You and Sebel go sleep in with Master Robinton, and I'll join Jancis. If this AIVAS has waited—" "How many terms did you say, Jackson? 2,500? She gave a little shudder for such a long span. "We can wait until tomorrow." "I shouldn't leave it all to Jackson," Pymur said, definitely tempted by the thought of lying horizontal for a while. That last cup of claw had made no dent in his fatigue. Menely took him by the hand. "I'll even tuck you in the way I would Robsy." She grinned at his disgusted snort. "You're no better than Master Robinton in taking care of yourself. Come, get some sleep now. You too, Sebel. Tomorrow— no, it's already today here, isn't it? Well, I suspect everyone is going to rush about like headless wearies, so it'll behoove us to stay cool and calm." When the doors had closed quietly behind them, Jackson turned to the AIVAS. "There's just me here now, AIVAS." "That is obvious." "You were obeying your orders then, weren't you?" "That is my function." "All right. Then it's my function to show you the records of our history as Master Robinton wanted." "Please place the record face down on the lighted plate. Carefully. with full regard that Master Arno, the head archivist at Harper Hall, would have his guts for garters if he damaged a single one of the precious pages, Jackson opened the first record, Present Pass 1, and laid it on the green glowing panel. Next. What? I barely had time to place it, Jackson exclaimed. Scanning is instantaneous, Lord Jackson. This is going to be a long night, Jackson remarked, and obediently opened the record to a new page. Journeyman Pymore said your white dragon is an exceptional beast, IVAS said, with many unusual qualities. Compensation for him being small, white, and uninterested in mating. Jackson wondered what Pymore had said about Ruth, even though he knew the journeyman was devoted to both him and the white dragon. Was the journeyman correct in saying that Ruth always knows when he is, and that he has traveled in time? All the dragons can travel in time, at least backward, Jackson said, a trifle absently, his attention focused on turning the pages carefully as well as quickly. Timing is also prohibited? Timing is dangerous. Why? Jackson shrugged as he changed pages. A dragon has to know exactly the time when he is going to, or can come out of between at the same spot he's inhabiting at that earlier time. Too close, and it is thought that both dragon and rider will die. Equally, it's unwise to go any place you haven't already been, so you shouldn't go forward because you wouldn't know if you were there or not. Jackson paused to smooth some pages flat where the binding was particularly tight. Lessa made a particularly spectacular flight. So Journeyman Pymore told me. A brave feat, but apparently not without debilitating consequences. The method of teleporting was never fully explained, but judging by the journeyman's account, an abnormally long period spent in such travel causes sensory deprivations. You and your white dragon have also timed it? That is the term, Jackson said in a flat tone that he hoped would discourage further questions, but IVAS was not human, he realized, and might not perceive his reluctance from tone or words. The episode is not common knowledge. Understood, IVAS replied to Jackson's surprise. Would you object, Lord Jackson, to a discussion of the duties of the various social groups that have been mentioned in the record so far? For instance, what are the responsibilities and privileges of a Lord Holder, or a Weir Leader, a craftsmaster? Some terms are so well understood by the scribes that they are not defined. It is necessary to have a firm grasp of such terms to understand the current political and social structures. Jackson gave a little chuckle. You'd do better to ask one of the more experienced Lord Holders, Grog, for instance, or even Larat or Asignar. You are here, Lord Jackson. Yes, am I not? The quickness of the IVAS amused Jackson. So as talking would certainly relieve the tedium of turning pages, Jackson complied, and found it a very easy task indeed to talk to IVAS through the long night. Only later would he realize how skillfully he had been queried. He could not even guess how valuable his explanations would prove to be. Jackson had worked his way through 5 turns of the present pass when the muscles in his shoulders began to tense. He needed a break, so when he heard someone stirring, he called out softly, "Who's up?" "Jancis." "You came back. Oh!" She grinned as she entered the chamber. "Shall I take over? You look exhausted. Why didn't Sebel or Meneley do this?" "Because IVAS will have nothing to do with them until they've been formally introduced to him by a Lord Holder, a Master Harper, and a Weir Leader." Jance's expression was rueful. "Sometimes we outsmart ourselves. Here, I'll take over, Jackson. Get yourself some claw. It should still be good and hot." And taking the record from his hands, she spread the pages on the panel. Master Robinson and the others here, then, quite rightly decided it was wiser to limit who could talk to IVAS. Yes, there's no telling what people will ask IVAS, Jackson said, thinking of the way he had rattled on, although IVAS had done all the asking. By the time he had finished the claw, which was not as hot as he liked, but did stimulate him, Jancis had finished that volume. She started on another. How soon, Jackson wondered, could he get his lady, Shara, admitted to the roster? She had been so excited when he had told her about the medical knowledge AIVAS claimed to possess. She had 2 cot holders suffering intense pains that she was unable to alleviate with Felis. They were slowly wasting away. Master Oldive, whose advice had been sought, was also baffled by their declines. Then Jackson reminded himself that Oldive, being master healer, would have precedence with AIVAS. Jackson was careful about using his privileges as Lord Holder, and yet, in a case of life or death, could he not make an exception? "That will be all for now, Journeywoman Jancis," AIVAS said in a muted voice. "The energy supplies are nearly exhausted. An hour of good sunlight will be needed to restore power. If the remaining panels could be cleared, there would be more power available in the future." "Did I do something wrong?" Jancis asked Jackson in confusion. "No," Jackson said, chuckling. "It gets its power from those panels you and Pymore uncovered on the roof. Sun power. Sun's been down for hours now." He yawned hugely. "It's late. We should both get some sleep." Jancis considered the idea, then reached for the nearly empty claw beaker. "No, I'm awake now. I'll brew more claw. We need plenty of that when people start arriving," and she bustled off. Jackson liked Jancis. Not long ago they had shared lessons at the Master Smithcraft, and he remembered that she had worked a lot harder than he had, and that she clearly had a talent for smithing. She deserved her master status. He had been a bit surprised when she and Pymore had come to an understanding, though Shara had hardly approved. Wandering up and down the southern coastline had turned Pymore strange there for a time, she had said. What he needed to set him right was a sound relationship, and certainly the impudent young Harper would encourage Jancis to develop some needed assertiveness and maybe lose some of the inhibitions caused by growing up in the shadow of her awesome grandfather, Fanderel. Jackson knew just how capable a draftsman she was. Tired, but unwilling to settle down to sleep, Jackson wandered to the entrance, nodding to the 2 bored guards as he walked out into the cool night air and up the mound of excavated dirt to stand on its summit. Ruth rumbled affectionately at him from the next hillock, and Jackson sent the white dragon a caressing thought. Though Jackson hadn't even mentioned it to Shara, he felt oddly proprietorial about this plateau, which he and Ruth had originally discovered, and in particular about this AIVAS entity which they had dug out. Having heard AIVAS list the names of the first colonists, Jackson wondered who his ancestors had been. He had never been comfortable with having Fax as his sire, which was the main reason why he so rarely made use of many of a Lord Holder's traditional privileges. The Rod of Telgar was not a prideful man, but he must feel immensely proud of his heritage after hearing of his forebears, Sala Telgar Andiyar, and Tarvi Andiyar. Grog was a sensible man, but knowing that his direct ancestor had been a universal hero would make the Fort Lord Holder inordinately proud. But why hadn't Fort Hold been named after the valiant Admiral Bendon? Why was Bendon Hold in the east, and why hadn't AIVAS known more about the dragons? Fascinating. No doubt there would be more revelations. "I listened," Ruth said, gliding from his perch to the mound on which Jackson stood, "to what this AIVAS creature said. It is true that we were an experiment?" Ruth moved forward until he was close enough to touch Jackson, and then leaned his head down against his weirmate. "What is an experiment?" Jackson heard the indignation in Ruth's tone and stifled a chuckle at his friend's reaction. "A most felicitous happening, dear friend. Not that it matters a lead mark how you and the other dragons came to be," Jackson said stoutly. "Besides, you've always known better than anyone else on Pern that dragons are cousins to the fire lizards, so why should it bother you how you were created?" "I don't know," Ruth replied in a strangely subdued, uncertain tone. "Is this AIVAS thing good?" "I believe it is," Jackson answered briefly, considering his reply. "I think it will depend on us, the use to which we put the information the AIVAS can give us. If it rids Pern of thread—" "If it can, that means dragons won't be needed any more, doesn't it?" "Nonsense," Jackson said more sharply than he had intended. He threw his arm around his dragon's neck in quick reassurance, caressing Ruth's cheek and leaning into his shoulder. "Pern will always need dragons. You could do a lot more useful and much less dangerous things than sear thread out of the skies, believe you me. Don't you fret for a single moment about our future, my friend." Jackson wondered if Flar, Lessa, and Fënor had heard from their dragons on that score, but he knew that such a worry would not be the important issue to them. The Dragonriders were totally committed to ridding Pern of thread. Everyone knew that Flar had set that as his life's task. "No, Ruth, don't you worry your heart out over that. Threadless skies are, I fear, a long way off in Pern's future. AIVAS may know a great deal more than we do about Oort clouds and planets and things, but it's only a machine that speaks. Talk's cheap." Still soothing Ruth's cheek, Jackson looked out over the settlement that his ancestors had once inhabited. There were unsightly mounds in every direction where buildings had been greedily excavated only to prove disappointingly empty. How ironic that the real treasure should be nearly the last thing to be uncovered. Incredible that the treasure should prove to be the agency that unlocked the truth to their past. Would it be the key to their future? Despite his reassurances, Jackson harbored some of the same doubts that made Ruth fretful. Maybe it was wrong for Flar to wish an end to thread, if it inevitably meant an end to usefulness for dragons, and yet to see the last of thread in his own lifetime, more importantly, to be able to improve life on Pern with the vast store of knowledge AIVAS said it had, surely that was for the good of all. Just then he saw lights coming up in some of the buildings that the excavation teams were using as dormitories. It was not yet dawn, but obviously there were many others who, like Jackson, had slept little that night, restless with all the history and incredible moving images churning in their minds. And what if AIVAS promised to help? He, referring to this entity as an it seemed impolite. The masculine voice was so rich and lively, yet AIVAS called it himself a machine, the product of an advanced technological culture, and for all its knowledge, an inanimate device. Jackson felt more comfortable thinking of AIVAS as real as his own flesh and blood self. It was then that Jackson realized that he was going to have to revise many previously accepted concepts. That could be hard to do. The familiar was so comfortable. But the thought of the challenge brought a thrill to Jackson. The incredible excitement of a future he could not have imagined just 2 days before, when he and Ruth had helped Pymor and Jancis excavate this one building out of the hundreds here. He didn't feel tired. He felt exhilarated. "It's going to be exciting, Ruth. Think of it that way, as an exciting challenge." He rubbed Ruth's eye ridge with his knuckles. "We could both use a challenge, something new. Life's been getting dull." "You'd better not say that to Shara," Ruth advised. Jackson grinned. "She'll be challenged too, if I know my mate." "Ramoth, Nementh, Canth, Leoth, Galanth, and Monarth are coming," Ruth said, his tone brightening. "Reinforcements, huh?" Jackson gave the eye ridge one more stiff drubbing. "Company for you, certainly." "Ramoth is grumpy," Ruth said, his tone suddenly wary. "Canth said that lights were burning all night in Lessa's weir, and Ramoth had long conversations with all the other queens." He sounded anxious. "Don't worry, Ruth, please. It's going to work out. This is just a new beginning, just as our impression was, though nothing could ever be better than that day was for me." Ruth raised his head, his eyes altering from a murky shade to a happier blue-green. The incoming dragons were circling, their faceted eyes vivid green and blue points against the dawn-gray light. As they back-winged, their hind legs poised to take the impact of landing, Jackson was just able to discern that each dragon carried extra passengers. Some of the dragons waited only long enough to let their passengers dismount before they launched themselves again, disappearing between when they had gained sufficient height. The others settled down to wait while their riders and passengers headed for the administration building. Jackson sighed and gave Ruth an affectionate farewell slap before slipping back down the dusty slope to greet the new arrivals. When Fleur, Lessa, and Master Fanderel reached him in the doorway, Jackson informed them that AIVAS was resting. "Resting?" Lessa demanded, halting so abruptly in mid-stride that Fleur had to sidestep to avoid barging into his slender weirmate. "The solar panels run out of power," Jackson replied. Master Fanderel looked both aggrieved and incredulous. But AIVAS said that he could provide 12 different stations." "Lower your voice, please, Master Fanderel. Master Robinton's still asleep." Jackson kept his own voice low as a hint to the others. "I brought Sebel and Meneley and the records Master Robinton wanted AIVAS to see. Jancis and I got as far as the 6th turn before AIVAS turned off. He says he'll be all right again after a few hours of sunlight." "So we get here in the middle of the night, and it isn't working?" Lessa said, disgusted. "Now, there is much we can do while we await his revival," Fanderel said soothingly. "What?" Lessa demanded. "I don't want people bungling about in the dark caves, you know, and it's scarcely time to start reassembling this facility. Flora and I have questions for AIVAS. It's one thing to be promised a miracle, quite another to produce it. In courtesy, we should allow the other weir leaders to see and hear this AIVAS for themselves, for I assure you," she added at her drollest, "they didn't believe what had happened here, and if they come and there's nothing to see—" Her voice trailed off ominously. "I hardly believe it myself," Flora remarked with a wry grin at Jackson, "so I can't fault others." "There are more than enough glow baskets to illuminate the caves," Master Fanderel said in his approximation of a whisper. "And the dawn is not far away now. My craftsmen can begin to assemble the items AIVAS says it needs. Where are those sheets AIVAS made? Bendarek is fascinated by my description of printed sheets emerging from a wall. He's just coming up the hill now." Clearly Master Fanderel entertained no reservations about accepting the AIVAS offer to restore his records to legibility. "Where are Sebel and Meneley?" Lessa asked, peering down the corridor toward the AIVAS chamber. Jackson chuckled. "They're getting some rest. AIVAS wouldn't even talk in front of them." "Why not?" Lessa asked, surprised. "We told him they were coming." "But they're not on the list. And while I'm Lord Holder and Pymore's a harper, we had no weir leader present." Lessa frowned. "That's exactly what we stipulated, Lessa," Flora said. "I can trust someone that is scrupulous about obeying orders, particularly something as potent as this AIVAS." A bass rumble startled them, and it took a moment to realize that the noise was Fanderel's chuckle. "It is the function of a machine to do what it is designed to do. I approve." "You approve of anything that's efficient," Lessa said, "even if that isn't always sensible." "We've lived too long with dragons," Flora said, grinning down at his diminutive weir-mate, "who understand what we mean even when we haven't said it." Lessa replied in a testy mumble as she gave him a sour glance. "We will all have new things to learn, I think," Fanderel said, "and it is time. Jackson, I'll need those sheets AIVAS made so I can give them to Bendarek." Obediently, Jackson collected them from the flat worktop where Pymore and Jancis had left them. "Jancis went to make fresh claw," he told Lessa. "She should be back any time now." "Then off you go," Lessa said, flipping her hands at them in dismissal. "Jackson, if you're all determined to get a start on the caves, take Fanderel on Ruth, will you? That way he won't break his neck stumbling about in the dark. I'll wait for Jancis and AIVAS." By the time the sun had risen, many had come to view AIVAS. The tale had spread as fast as thread burrows. Curiosity and disbelief are mighty movers, so men and women had come from every hall, hold, and weir. To the disgust of some, most of the fervor was prompted not by AIVAS's vast store of new knowledge, but by the chance to glimpse the miraculous moving pictures that this marvel was purported to produce. Fanderel, supervising the acquisition of the material on AIVAS' list, was busy in the Catherine Caves. Bridie, overwhelmed with helpers, was making great strides in carefully clearing the ash and dirt from the roof to expose the remaining solar panels. Master Eslen was poring over AIVAS's redesign plans, though he railed that Bridie's men were not working fast enough for him to begin his job. Bridie retorted that he hadn't even dismantled the buildings that were to provide the material for the extension, so what was Eslen bleating about? Lesser, hearing the argument, told them to stop behaving like apprentices and to go about their duties. Then she, with Meneley and Jancis, found willing helpers among the women to do the drudge work of washing down the walls of long disused rooms and shoveling out the dirty ash that had seeped in around the windows and doors. The largest room, which the women decided must have originally been intended for conference, was prepared for that purpose again. Remembering what she had seen stored in the cave, Lessa sent for enough furnishings to make the room useful, tables, desks, and as many chairs as could be easily reached without getting in Fandorel's way. All these were washed down, revealing bright colors that made cheerful accents in the otherwise bare rooms. The room furthest from all the activity was turned into a private retreat for the master harper, complete with a comfortable bed, a well-cushioned chair, and a table. "The only problem will be in getting him to use it," Lessa said, giving the table a final swipe with her cleaning cloth. She had smudges on her cheeks, across her fine bridge nose, and on her strong chin. Her long black hair was coming loose from its braids. Meneley and Jancis exchanged glances to decide who would tell her how dirty her face was. Jancis thought that the werewoman's disarray, as well as her energetic cleaning, made her suddenly more accessible. The young smith-master had always been scared of the famous werewoman. "Somehow I never thought I'd see the werewoman of Pern working like a drudge," Jancis murmured to Meneley. "She does it with a vengeance." "She had practice," Meneley said with a wry chuckle, hiding herself away from facts in Rotherhold before impressing Ramoth. "But she looks as if she was enjoying this," Jancis said in faint surprise. Actually, she was, too. It gave her a sense of achievement to return a dirty room to cleanliness and order. The charts that Lessa had requisitioned from Eslen's archives arrived, and the werewoman had the girls hold them up on the various walls to decide the best position. "Is it really right to put such precious artifacts to such a—" Jancis struggled to find the appropriate word. "Mundane use?" Meneley asked with a grin. "Exactly." "They were initially used in this way," Lessa said, quirking her lips and shrugging her shoulders, "so why not put them back up?" Applying herself to the task had restored the werewoman's equilibrium. The discovery of AIVAS and its promise to help Flar achieve his deepest ambition had shaken her. She desperately wanted what was promised, almost as much as Flar did, but she was fearful of the consequences. The morning scrubbing attack had allowed her to expend some of her anxiety. Now she felt herself peculiarly revived. "Since the maps haven't deteriorated, amazing material the settlers used, I see no reason why we shouldn't use them for the purpose they were designed for," she went on briskly. She had decided that settlers was a less intimidating word than ancestors. She studied one of the maps. "The southern continent certainly does spread out, doesn't it?" And she smiled half to herself. "Lift your corner a trifle, Jancis. There, now it's straight." She smoothed the map of the southern continent against the wall. Then, with considerable satisfaction, she sighted a tack and hammered it in with a rectangular lump of rock she had found. Eslen had dithered so much about giving them 2 baskets and a shovel that she hadn't bothered to ask for a hammer. The rock did as well. She stood back with the girls to survey her handiwork. The lettering on the map still took her moments to decipher. It was familiar and yet different, and certainly larger. She wondered how AIVAS had fared reading the crab-tight script that Master Arnor had used in writing up the records. Poor Master Arnor. Not to mention poor Robinson, who had been so mortified to learn that there had been language shifts despite all the work that the Harper Hall had put into keeping it pure. Old Arnor's mind was notoriously inflexible, and the old fellow might have spasms when he heard that, which was yet another aspect of this discovery. Its knowledge and its obvious intelligence put AIVAS into the role of a master of masters in all disciplines, except, perhaps, the dragons. She might have been reading things into its tone, but had there been a note of excitement in that otherwise level voice when it mentioned the dragons? Yes, the maps are appropriate here, aren't they? Not merely decorative. She smiled at Jancis and Menely. Working with Parme's young woman had reassured her that the journeyman was well matched with Fandarel's granddaughter. Lessa had been dubious about including Jancis on AIVAS's roster, but she had lost her reservations this morning. Jancis had earned a place, and not simply because she had been instrumental in finding the room and was proving to be a willing worker. She had the right attitude toward AIVAS and the future. Jancis' eyes glowed as she studied the map. They produced so many wonderful things. Things that could last for centuries, materials impervious to thread, things that will enrich our lives, too. True enough. But how am I going to reduce this? Menely waved an arm in AIVAS's direction. Into a ballad that will explain these events to people. Lessa chuckled. A change from your usual subjects, isn't it? You'll manage, Menely, dear. You always do, and splendidly. And don't bother to explain. I doubt even Master Robinson could explain a phenomenon like AIVAS. Present him as a challenge to shake us all out of our mid-past doldrums. She pulled out a chair, absently gave it a flick of her rag, and sat down with a loud sigh. Then she cocked her head at the other two. I don't know about you two, but I could certainly use a nice hot cup of claw. Jancis sprang to her feet. And fruit and meat rolls. The cook was up before dawn, complaining about hordes to feed on short notice, but he was making enough food to feed a gather. I'll be right back. Menely turned to Lessa then, her expression serious. Lessa, is AIVAS going to be a good challenge? Jackson told us such incredible things. Some people are simply not going to accept them or even try to. She thought of her hidebound parents and others of similarly rigid minds. Lessa gave a resigned flick of one hand. It's been found. I don't want to deny it, even if its discovery means some painful reassessments. I found it fascinating to hear how the settlers got here. The pictures they had of Pern and the Black Heavens are truly awesome. I had no idea it could look like that, and it was thrilling to hear how bravely our ancestors struggled to destroy Thread. We've been used to it, even if some thought we had our last pass 400 turns ago. Her lips curled with remembered malice for those doubters. But what a terrible shock it must have been for them. With an apologetic expression, she touched Menely's hand lightly. You are one of those who truly deserve to hear that history, Menely, but we'd no idea what had been discovered when we were sent for. Maybe AIVAS wouldn't mind repeating it for you and the other Master Harpers, because that is something the Hall should circulate. It should be compulsory for children to learn our true origins. We'll need new teaching ballads, but that is for Sebel to decide, isn't it? Then her expression altered again, first to a look of awe, and then to a grimace. I can tell you that I had trouble believing my eyes and ears when AIVAS said that the settlers actually created, bioengineered was his word, our dragons. Her grin was tinged with rancor. I'm almost relieved that there are so few old-timers left alive. They'd have found that very hard indeed to accept. Do you find it hard to accept that dragons were engineered from fire lizards? Menely asked teasingly. Lessa had made her dislike of the small draconic cousins very plain over the turns, and Menely was always careful to keep hers out of the weirwoman's way. Lessa made another face, more reflective than angry. They are dreadful nuisances at times, Menely. Did you leave yours behind in the Harper Hall today? No. Menely's sideways glance challenged Lessa. Only Beauty, Rocky, and Diver came along this morning. They're keeping Ruth company. They've always adored him. Lessa looked thoughtful. AIVAS commented on Ruth, but he appeared to be quite surprised by Ramoth, Nementh, and Canth. I must ask him why when I get the chance. Well, at least we have something we can explain to AIVAS." She let out a gusty sigh. "And if he can help us end Thread forever, I only hope that he can." To Meneley's fine-tuned harper's ear, she thought that there was an undertone of desperation in Lessa's voice. The werewoman caught her expression and nodded slowly, her eyes sad. "At this point in a pass, Meneley, we do very much need a hope that there could be a way to clear our skies of Thread and get on with the sort of life the settlers had hoped to lead here. Jackson told us that AIVAS had said there was a possibility." "At least Jackson repeats things accurately," Lessa said at her driest. "You should have heard some of the rumors in the Weir this morning. The Weir Harper is going to see that those are suppressed and accurate information circulated. Hope is all very well, but it must be realistic." "But AIVAS did say it was possible." Lessa nodded. "Possible. But we'll have to work hard to achieve it. We'll have to learn a lot of new things." Even that could improve morale. Then Meneley added more briskly, "The wonder is that our ancestors managed to survive each new pass, losing so little of our culture. They had to, as we have had to, but we know that so much of our culture was lost. If that threat were removed, oh, what a wonderful future we could contemplate." Meneley caught Lessa's eye in a significant stare. "Wonderful for the dragons and the Weirs, too?" "Yes!" Lessa's explosive reply surprised the Harper Hallmaster. "Yes! It will be even better for dragons and Weirs." She took a deep breath and exhaled, jabbing her finger at the map. "We'll have a new world to explore again." She leaned forward, peering at the map. "I wonder what Honshu was." Just then Jancis returned, carrying a basket with a claw pitcher, cups, and food. She was also full of news. "You should see what they've done while we've been cleaning," she said, a broad smile on her face. "You should also see the mob waiting to gawk at AIVAS." When Lessa sprang to her feet, Jancis waved her back down. "Flar, Sebel, and Master Robinson are in control. We'll be the better for something to eat. Here, Lessa, fresh red fruit and nice hot rolls. If you'd pour the claw, Meneley," she said, passing around the fruit and rolls. "You are as efficient as your grandsire," Lessa remarked approvingly, settling back into her chair. The smell of warm bread and meat reminded her that it had been a long time since that hurried early morning porridge at Bendon Weir. "Meneley, as soon as you've eaten, I want you on AIVAS's roster." She turned to Jancis. "How long has AIVAS been—" she searched for the appropriate word— "available?" Jancis grinned over the rim of her cup. "Long enough to approve or discard what Grandfather brought out of the caves for inspection. Masters once are in Terrier attempting to follow a diagram on how to assemble the components." She hesitated briefly over the unfamiliar word. "They've sent for Master Glassman Norris because 2 of the screens were cracked. AIVAS wants to discover if we still have the skill, only he said technology to duplicate the material. He's very diplomatic, but he's certainly putting everyone on their mettle. Jancis shook her head, then appealed to Lessa. "What do we call the thing? AIVAS says it is a machine, but with that beautiful voice, he sounds very human." "Beautiful voice?" Meneley asked through a mouthful of red fruit, hastily stemming the juice from dripping down her chin. Lessa chuckled. "Yes," she said with a grin at Meneley's reaction. "A beautiful voice, almost as good as Master Robinson's." "Really?" Meneley's thick eyebrows rose at that comparison to her beloved master. "How clever of our ancestors," she added, not rising to Lessa's bait. Lessa grinned more broadly. "Yes, it's only fair to warn you. The thing is rather awesome." Meneley grinned back. "Too kind of you. I wonder if he knows anything about ancestral music forms." Lessa laughed. I could hear that question coming. "He said," Jancis put in, keeping her expression bland, "he had the planetary engineering and colonial kit in his memory banks, as well as what cultural and historical records were deemed relevant by the colonists. Surely music would be considered a cultural necessity." Lessa hid a smile, delighted by Jancis' subtle tease. "If it isn't, it should be." "It'll be my first question of this AIVAS," Meneley replied equably. She took a firm bite out of her meat roll. "AIVAS is a clever enough affair, but it's only got the one voice, however mellifluous," Lessa went on. "Only one voice to sing with, even if it does have ancient music in those formidable memory banks." Fleur appeared in the doorway, looking harassed as he pushed a wayward lock off his forehead. "There you are, Lessa. Meneley, Robinson wants you and Lessa, and we've got to discuss the length of that sharding roster. Everyone has questions that require answers from AIVAS. Pimer has the right of it, though. Most of them don't believe what they've been hearing." He perched on the table and broke off a piece of meat roll. "They probably won't believe even after they've seen AIVAS." "How can we fault them on that score?" Lessa asked. "But it's a waste of AIVAS's valuable time to humor skeptics, and ours. We must have a conference." Jancis jumped up, aware that her presence might be superfluous. "No, child, don't disappear. A conference is not that imminent." Lessa gave a droll snort. "Not with everyone rushing around every which way this morning. But do get more cups, claw, and food. Fleur, eat something." Fleur made a dismissive gesture. "I don't have the time right now. There's too much to be done." But he crammed another bite of meat roll into his mouth. "When did you intend to stop for food?" Lessa asked tartly. Rising, she pulled Fleur off the table and pushed him by the shoulders into the nearest chair. She put the rest of the meat roll in front of him and refilled her own cup for him, adding the amount of sweetener he preferred in his claw. "You didn't sleep last night, and if you don't eat, you'll be useless just when you're needed most. Now, who's importuning you? Do we have enough lord-holders, craft-masters, and weir-leaders to constitute a majority?" "Every single lord-holder we didn't cram in yesterday is here, and every master craftsman." Fleur flung up both hands in an extravagant gesture of impatience. "Surely you've explained." "We've all been explaining," Fleur said irritably. "I know we've got touchy prides among our ranking personalities, but you'd think each one had been personally insulted by not being summoned yesterday." He bit into the meat roll and washed it down with a gulp of claw, scowling as he swallowed. "The worst complainers are those who haven't paid much attention to what's being done here at Landing. Different tune right now, I can tell you." Lessa regarded him with astonishment. "How'd they all find out?" Fleur flashed an ironic grin at Meneley. "Guess." The harper groaned and hid her face in her arms. "Those dratted fire lizards again?" Lessa's scowl was fierce. She shook her head. "And I suppose they came a dragon back." Fleur grimaced as he pushed hair off his forehead again. "I never should have given Hall and Hold resident Dragonriders. They've taken to using the courtesy as if dragons were runner beasts." "Oh, well, we have to take the bad and the good, and the courtesy certainly improved relations with Hall and Hold. It's just awkward at the moment. Nevertheless, it is essential that the lords and craft masters experience AIVAS for themselves. There'll be some hidebounds who deny the evidence of their eyes and ears anyway, so if they're here, they might well have a chance at AIVAS." "Oh, they're here," Fleur said airily, waving his second meat roll. "Sebel lets them in a few at a time and interrupts the session whenever AIVAS is needed for the ongoing work. Most of them go away shaking their heads and trying not to look bewildered. Very few of them have understood the significance of AIVAS." He brought his fist down on the table. "When I think of what we once had, but once were, what we can be again with AIVAS' help." Lessa smiled at his intensity. According to AIVAS, even Landing wasn't built in one day. She began to knead the taut muscles about his neck and shoulders. "Eat, love. We've handled the skeptics before. We'll do it again in our own inimitable fashion." She leaned down and kissed his cheek. Fleur gave her a rueful grin. "And you're handling me as you usually do, aren't you?" Lessa gave him a look of mild indignation as she slipped back into her chair and picked up her half-eaten roll. "Reassuring you, dear heart." From Nementh, Lessa heard an incredulous mental snort. "Don't spoil the effect," she told the bronze dragon. "Not likely," Nementh replied sleepily. "The sun is exceedingly warm here in this landing place." Ramoth agreed. Sebel appeared in the doorway, nodding at the two weir-leaders as he beckoned to Meneley. "Master Robinson wants to have Meneley added to the roster. Ton's there as a weir-leader, and Fanderel snatched Jancis on her way to the kitchens. She's needed to do some drafting. Someone else is bringing more claw and food." Sebel helped himself to the remaining meat roll. "This'll make a good conference room." Then, draping one arm around Menelee's shoulders, he steered her out the door. Lessa shot an intimate look at her own mate, and he grinned as he chewed the last of his meat roll and reached for a red fruit. "Are you already on the list?" Menelee asked Sebel as they made their way down the corridor. He gave her a mischievous grin, hugging her against his side. They fell easily into step. As he often did, Sebel wondered at his great good fortune to have won Menelee as his mate. He could not mind that part of her heart which was Master Robinton's. Part of his was the harper's, too, along with his complete loyalty and respect, but Menelee was the joy of his life. "How long must we wait?" Otterel, Lord Holder of Tillich, demanded, scowling deeply as the two harpers passed him where he waited in the hallway. "The room is small, Lord Otterel, and there's a great deal to be done today," Sebel said placatingly. "Small or not, Vanderel and the other very minor craftsmen have been in there for hours, and now he has hauled his granddaughter in there too," Otterel complained peevishly. "If you were able to draw clear diagrams as she does, Lord Otterel," Menelee said, "you would doubtless be in there." She had disliked the testy old Lord of Tillich ever since he had spoken out so vehemently against her attaining her mastery. Otterel glared fiercely back at her. Beyond him, Lord Toronas of Bendenhold covered a grin with his hand. "You're impudent, young woman, far too impudent. You dishonor your hall." Sebel gave him a long, quelling look, and then pulled Menelee into the small room. It was hot and stuffy, with stools crammed so closely together that she wondered how Jancis, Pymure, Terry, and another smith she didn't recognize could draw at all. End of side 2. Vanderel was hovering over them when Anton leaned indolently against the far wall. Then she saw the screen and its display of unfamiliar objects as clearly defined as if the actual item had somehow gotten inside this AIVAS and had been magnified. Now, once the connections with the F322RH have been made, the rich, beautifully modulated voice made Menelee gasp in surprise. She glanced around and caught Sebel's grin at her reaction as she tried to locate the source of the voice. "The circuit will be completed. Add this board to those already installed, and come back to me for the next step." Obediently the four left, talking to one another in low tones. Ninton came forward then, and Vanderel cleared his throat. "We three, Weirleader Ninton, I, Craftmaster Vanderel, and Master Harper Sebel, request that you add Master Menelee of the Harper Hall to the roster." "Will Master Menelee please speak so that a voice print may be taken?" "A voice print?" Menelee asked, astonished. "Yes. A human's voice is a more effective means of identification than physical appearance, which could be duplicated. Your voice print cannot. Therefore, it is necessary for you to speak, so that a voice print ID can be registered to the roster file." Menelee, rendered uncharacteristically speechless by the unusual request and the glorious voice, looked helplessly at Sebel. He flicked his fingers encouragingly, grinning cheerfully, while Ninton mouthed words at her. "I'm Menelee, once of Half-Circle Seahold, and I'm better at singing than speaking," she said, stammering slightly in her confusion. Then she fretted that she was letting a stammer be registered. Master Vanderel made a tumbling gesture with his hands, which she took to mean that she could continue talking. "My rank is master in the Harper Hall. I compose music and write lyrics. Master Sebel here is my mate, and we have 3 children. Have you heard enough?" "That is sufficient for a voice with such a distinctive timbre," AIVAS said. "Are copies of the music you write available for the main files?" "You want my music?" Menelee exclaimed in surprise. "Music was very important to your ancestors." "You have some of their music?" She could barely contain her excitement. "There is an extensive file of music spanning over 2,000 years. But you're only one voice." There was a significant pause. It would be inappropriate to use more than one in conversational mode. This system is, however, adapted to reproduce music in its varied instrumental forms. "It is?" Menelee was aware of Sebel's chuckle and Ninton's grin. "We'll get our turn, lovey," Sebel said softly. "I promise you that. Master Robinson is eager as we are, but there are more urgent priorities." Menely gulped back disappointment and looked helplessly at Sebel. "I must leave now," Vanderel said. "We are going to see how to reconstruct that power station, AIVAS, and Dragonriders have gone to bring my nickel-cadmium batteries, as you call them." "Does Master Fassenden understand how to connect them to the auxiliary power point shown to him?" AIVAS asked. "Yes, I made certain of his comprehension. He will also construct a cage to keep the unwary from touching the fluid or the wires. Come, Ninton, if you'd be so good as to assign Dragonriders to take us up the river to the dam site." Vanderel wheeled about and strode down the corridor, Ninton beside him. Both ignored attempts by those waiting in the hall to stop and quiz them. Sebel gestured for Menely to take one of the stools before he called Lords Otterol, Sigomal, Toronus, and Warbret to enter. Otterol pushed his way in first, wearing a triumphant expression that faded as he looked about him in bewilderment. When all four were in the room, Sebel introduced them to AIVAS. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintances, my lords." AIVAS replied courteously. Menely noticed that his deep voice was subtly deferential. "Soon this facility will be enlarged so that larger audiences can be accommodated." Sebel caught Menely's eye and winked at her. Both appreciated AIVAS's smooth tact. "You can see us?" Otterol asked, still looking for something. Menely wagered that he could recognize his eyes. "The visual sensors are registering your individual presences. You will most certainly be recognized again whenever you return." Menely hastily covered her mouth. It wouldn't do for Otterol to see her grinning at his confusion. This AIVAS was half-harbour. How did it know just how to deal with the old boar? Had Sebel warned it? "You don't have any eyes," Otterol said querulously. "Optics are the eyes of a machine, Lord Otterol." "I understand that you knew our ancestors, AIVAS," Lord Sigomal said, while Otterol floundered over the implication that eyes were somehow inferior. "Can you tell me who mine were?" "Lord Sigomal," AIVAS replied, sounding genuinely apologetic. "No input has been received on such specific details. A list of the names of those settlers who removed to Fort Hold is being prepared and will be made available to anyone who requests a copy. Your own Hold records probably detail who established Bitra. However, you may be pleased to know that your province was named for one of the shuttle pilots, Avril Bitra." Menely wondered at the odd, clipped delivery of that information. AIVAS had an incredibly flexible voice, capable of amazing dynamics and nuances. Maybe Master Shonagar, the hall's eccentric voice teacher, could be pried out of his domain to hear such a wonder. "Lists of our ancestors are the best you can do. That isn't going to be of much use to us," Otterol exclaimed in keen dissatisfaction. "In your case, Lord Otterol, it is reasonable to assume that Tillich was either established by or named for Captain James Tillich, the captain of the Byrine, a man of considerable acumen and talent as a seaman and explorer." Otterol began to swell with importance. "Regretfully, Lords Toronus and Warbret, your holds were established long after input ceased. Would it be possible to add your records to the information files of this time period? That would further the understanding of the structure of a hold. There is so much that must be gathered before what you have created here on Pern can be fully appreciated." Just then, Master Wanser walked in, and mumbling over a page he was reading, stumbled into the seated Warbret. Profusely apologizing, he was confronted by a glaring Otterol, who accused him of barging in on lordholders. "I've only one small question, but it is extremely urgent," Wanser said in his gentle, contrite voice. He took a breath to deliver the question. "Master Wanser, you need only place the paper on the plate for it to be read and an answer given," AIVAS reminded him most courteously. Menely raised her eyebrows. Few people paid Master Wanser the consideration his true abilities deserved. "Oh, yes, I keep forgetting," Master Wanser said, excusing himself. He wove a path past the stools to the control board. A round, little, unpretentious elderly man, he had to bend over to see with his weak eyes where to place the paper. The panel glowed more brightly. "Ah, yes, there," and he patted the paper into position. "Lord Toronas, your hold was obviously named to honor the memory of Admiral Paul Bendon," IVAS said, while several lightning flashes on the panel suggested to Menely that Wansor's paper was being attended to simultaneously. Then, to the amazement of all, the main screen displayed the image of a fine-looking man, his face full of character. A man to trust, Menely decided. Then she was stunned by the realization that IVAS had known and talked to that man so long dead and so long remembered. "A fine man, Admiral Bendon," IVAS went on, "holding the settlers together, always encouraging, preserving them through considerable trials to establish a safer haven in the northern continent." "And I'm related to the Admiral?" Toronas asked, rather more humble in his request than aural. "Our earliest records are impossible to decipher." As the Lord Holders awaited IVAS's reply, Menely noticed Wansor's discreet departure. "It is entirely possible," IVAS said, "even likely, that you are a direct descendant. 4 children were recorded to the marriage of Paul Bendon and Ju Ajay. Perhaps if you bring in your records at some later date, they can be deciphered. A program is available that utilizes a special light which can often restore lost words and phrases." Enthralled, Menely listened as IVAS dealt with both Sigamal and Warbret, as cleverly and in as personal fashion catering to their self-images. Then Jancis, Pymor, and Benelek hovered uncertainly in the doorway, each clutching several sheets. Pymor rattled his to get Sebel's attention. The Master Harper deferentially told the Lord Holders that IVAS must be consulted again and politely gestured for them to leave. Otterl grumbled, but Sigamal rose readily enough and took the old Tillich lord by the arm. "It's stifling in here, Otterl, far too stuffy for comfort. I don't know about you, but I intend to search out those records and then see what this IVAS thing can tell me. Come along now." "He manipulates them like so many string dolls," Menely told her mate in an undertone after he'd escorted the Lord Holders into the hallway. "Master Robinson had advised that tact and flattery might be required," IVAS replied, "especially for those who cannot be accommodated with a lengthy interview." "How did you hear me?" Menely asked, dismayed that IVAS had overheard her whisper. "Master Menely, you are sitting beside a receptor. Whispers are clearly audible." She caught Sebel's amused glance. He might have warned her about that. "Don't distract IVAS, Menely," Pymor said, arranging his papers on the plate. "Master Menely is not a distraction," IVAS said mildly. "Next page, please, Pymor." "Could you really read those old, moldy records?" Menely asked. "The attempt should be made. The ink that was used to write the records you were kind enough to bring last night is of an indelible type that will yield to certain techniques available to this facility. Outside manual assistance will be needed, however, to prepare the documents before they can be scanned. That is a project which has been put on hold." "On hold?" Menely was delighted by the unusual but descriptive phrase. How explanatory! Then she heard the sounds of movement in the hall and saw a file of people laden with cartons striding purposefully toward her. She saw Flesan and Fenor among them. "I'd better leave," she said reluctantly. "Hang about," Sebel told her. "You seem to be bringing the cave here. Wouldn't it have been easier to move IVAS to the caves?" she asked. "Negatory," IVAS said in a sharp tone as Menely had yet heard him utter. "This installation must remain in its present position, or it cannot access Yokohama." "I was being facetious, IVAS," Menely said penitently, and rolled her eyes at Sebel. As the Dragonriders came in, Menely moved to Ninton's earlier position against the wall and watched as carton after carton was displayed to IVAS, to be either dismissed or sent into the rooms where the others were attempting to construct the device that would permit wider access to IVAS facilities. None of the Dragonriders seemed at all surprised to see her there, and Flesson's grin had lost nothing of its usual impudence in the presence of AIVAS. But then the son of Flar and Lessa took nothing very seriously except his dragon, Golanth. Miriam followed close on Tigellin's heels. The two from the eastern weir were never far apart since they had declared themselves weir-mates. Miriam had certainly bloomed and relaxed in the warmth of his preference, mentally reflected. "I didn't see you here earlier," Miriam said in an aside to Meneley while waiting for her burden to be assessed by AIVAS. "Oh, I arrived here last night with the records of this pass," Meneley replied. Then Lessa grabbed me for some drudgery. She extended her strong hands, her calloused fingers still showing water wrinkles. Miriam rolled her eyes. "I'm just as glad we got in on the fetch and carry end of things. Let's compare notes later, huh? I'd better go," she added with a smug grin. "Tigellin's waving at me." She hefted the carton over to AIVAS's screen. When AIVAS had delivered a verdict and the riders had left, Sebel gestured for the craftmasters to come in and be introduced. Again they were all courteously, if briefly, addressed, and AIVAS issued the request to see their craft records. When they had left, Meneley slipped over to Sebel. "How on earth will AIVAS find time to look at so many records?" she asked, whispering in his ear. "He doesn't need sleep, only power," Sebel replied. "If we can supply that when the solar panels falter, he'll go on all day and night." "You don't sleep, do you, AIVAS?" "This facility operates as long as it has sufficient power to do so. Sleep is a human requirement." Sebel winked at Meneley. "And have you none?" she demanded, jamming her fists into her belt as she faced the screen squarely. "This facility is programmed to give optimum use at human convenience." "Do I hear a tinge of apology in your tone, AIVAS?" she asked. "This facility is programmed not to give offense." Meneley had to chuckle. Later she realized that was when she began to accept AIVAS as an individual entity and not as an awesome relic of her ancestors' contrivance. "Meneley," the Master Harper called from the far end of the corridor, which was, for the first time, empty of importunate visitors. "Is Sebel there with you?" Sebel moved to where he could be seen. "Take over from him, will you, Meneley?" Robinson asked. "We've got enough here for a conference." Sebel put his hand on Meneley's upper arm, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "You saw how I conducted the encounters," he said. "If anyone else shows up, just introduce them." "That didn't work last night when Pymore tried it," Meneley said. Sebel grinned, squeezing her arm again. Master Robinson and Flar worked out a necessary alteration in the protocol. "Another new word?" "AIVAS's for convention or courtesy." He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. "You won't be missing anything in the conference, you know." "I do, and I'm relieved not to have to sit through another one," she called after him as he hurried down the hall to Master Robinson. Sebel knew how she hated formal ceremonies, or would they now be called protocols? She smiled to herself, then realized that she was alone with AIVAS. "AIVAS, would you be able to give me an example of ancestral music?" "Vocal, instrumental, or orchestral?" "Vocal," Meneley replied without hesitation, promising herself that she would hear the other categories too when there was a chance. "Classical, ancient, or modern, contemporary, folk, or popular, with or without instrumental accompaniment?" "Anything while we've got a free moment." "Anything is too vague a category. Specify." "Vocal, popular with instruments." This was recorded at the landing celebration, and suddenly the room was filled with music. Meneley immediately identified several of the instruments: a guitar, a fiddle, and something with a pipe-like sound, and then voices, untrained but enthusiastic and musical. The melody was hauntingly familiar to her. The words, though clearly sung, were not. The quality of sound, however, was incredible. These voices and instruments had not been heard for centuries, yet the sounds were as unblurred by time as if the musicians were present. When the song ended, she couldn't speak for the wonder of it. Was that not satisfactory, Master Meneley? She shook herself. "It was immensely and incredibly satisfying. I know that tune, too. What the—" Settlers, yes, she thought, less it was right to call them by that less intimidating noun. Call it Home on the Range. It is classified as American Western folk music. Several variations were included when the music library was installed in the memory banks. She would have asked for more, but Pymore came striding into the room carrying a strange contraption, a thin, wide ribbon of colored strings hanging from one side. The front of it resembled part of the AIVAS worktop, a series of depressions in 5 ordered ranks under a dark sheet of what looked to be more plastic. Kindly hold it over the view panel, Pymore. Level with your head, please. There was a long pause for assessment. It seems to be correctly assembled. A final check will be its installation and activation, but that must wait on a power source and connections to this board. How is Master Terry progressing with the wiring? I don't know. He's in another room. I'll just go and check for you. Here, mentally, hang on to this. I don't want to risk dropping it. With an encouraging grin, Pymore deposited his load in her arms and half ran down the corridor. Why do you have that? Jancis asked, arriving with a similar object in her hands. Mentally told her and watched while Jancis repeated Pymore's antics. Right behind her came Benelek, Lord Grogg's clever son, who was now a smith journeyman. Vanderel had found him so extremely inventive that Meneley was not at all surprised to see him taking an active part here. When AIVAS had approved their efforts, Benelek wanted to know when they could hook up. When there is power available. So, Journeyman Benelek, you may as well assemble another keyboard while you are waiting, AIVAS replied. 10 are possible with the parts in hand. 2 need replacement screens, if the glassmaster will oblige. I really do not understand how you would be able to handle 12 people at once, AIVAS, Meneley said. You play more than one instrument, do you not? That is, if this facility has properly understood the training practices of your hall. I do, but not all at once. There is in this facility many parts, each of which can operate separately and simultaneously. Silently, Meneley considered the concept, unsure of how to respond. Then, just when it would have begun to seem rude for it to remain quiet, Master Terry came trotting down the corridor, loops of material strung all over him. Down the hall in the refurbished conference room, 7 lord holders, 8 craft masters, 8 weir leaders, and 4 weir women were all assembled in an extraordinary meeting. Harper Journeyman, Tagatarl, had been brought in to take full notes of the proceedings. Flar stood up to take charge, though everyone could see that Master Robinson would have been happy to officiate. There were those who thought the Harper had not looked so animated and vigorous in many a turn, and assumed that the rumors of his decline must have been vastly exaggerated. Note was also taken that the weir leaders looked less haggard, almost cheerful, even optimistic. I believe you all have been introduced to AIVAS, Flar began. Lord Corman of Eigen snorted. Introduced? To a talking wall? It's much more than a talking wall, Robinson said tartly, glaring at Corman, who rolled his eyes at the Harper's unexpected vehemence and nudged Lord Bargain of High Reach's hold beside him. Considerably more than just a wall, Flar said. AIVAS is an intelligent entity, constructed by our ancestors who first settled this planet. It contains the information which our ancestors needed and used, valuable knowledge which can teach us how to improve hold, hall, and weir. He took a deep breath. And destroy thread completely. That I'll believe when I can see it, Corman replied with a disbelieving snort. I promised you that, Lord Corman, at the beginning of this pass, and now I can fulfill that promise. With a wall's help? Yes. With this wall's help, Robinson replied, his voice intense with conviction as he glared angrily at the holder. You wouldn't be so skeptical if you'd been here yesterday and heard AIVAS, Larrod said, jumping to his feet, his tone trembling with controlled anger. Corman recoiled in surprise. With all due respect, Flar, Robinson, Larrod, Warbret said appeasingly, we've been called down here so frequently to see these useless hulks, empty buildings and caves bulging with shards and artifacts that I personally didn't think anything could be that urgent this time. I do find it very odd in you, weir leader, to be taken in by talking walls spouting archaic legends. Robinson rose up out of his seat, bellowing such a protest that Warblet regarded him with amazement. "Gullible? Warblet, I, Robinson of Cove Hold, may be old, but I cannot be considered gullible." "Nor I," Fanderel added, also on his feet and looming over the incredulous holders. "This is not a wall, Lord Corman." The scorn in the usually equable Master Smith's manner made everyone stare at him. "This machine, this AIVAS, was so efficiently and beautifully crafted by our ancestors that it has survived centuries and still functions. That is more than the best any present craft hall can do." He jerked his big head to emphasize his respect. "Make no further insult on our intelligence or integrity, Lord Corman. You may not choose to believe in AIVAS, but most assuredly I," and he thumped his chest with his massive thumb, "Fanderel, Master Craftsman, do." Corman subsided in bewilderment. "So why have you called this session, then?" Warblet asked. "Out of courtesy. So you'd all be made aware of the importance of this find as soon as possible," Lessa snapped. "I'm not letting the Weyrs open to any charge of duplicity or hiding away valuable artifacts." "My dear Weir-woman," Warblet began placatingly. "Well, maybe not you, Warblet," Lord Grog intervened, "but I could name some." He left his words hanging. "You weren't here, so you didn't listen, as I did, and I'm no more gullible than Robinson Flower Fanderel, but if this AIVAS thing really can rid us of thread, I'm all for giving it every assistance." "If it can do that," Corman challenged, "then why didn't it do it for our ancestors?" "Yes, why didn't it?" Tyrannus of Bendon asked. "Because 2 erupting volcanoes altered their plans," Flower replied with great patience. "Landing, which is what our ancestors called this place, had to be evacuated. No one returned from the north to find out what AIVAS might have learned." "Oh." With that, Tyrannus subsided. "I didn't mean offense, Flower," Warblet said reasonably. "I just think you're all jumping to conclusions on very flimsy evidence that this AIVAS apparatus can do half of what you think it can." "AIVAS has already proved to me," Fanderel said, his rumbling voice overpowering the others, "that it can restore information that has been lost to my craft over the last millennium. Information that will improve not just my craft, but conditions throughout Pern. You know very well, Lord Warblet, that the depredations of time have rendered many records illegible, and that many of the conveniences which were our heritage from our ancestors have begun to fail. Further, AIVAS has given me plans for a far more efficient power system, one so efficient," the Master Smith added, pointing a thick forefinger at the Aegean Lord Holder, "that your hold could be kept cool even at high noon at the height of summer by the current of your river." "Really? I can't say I'd mind that," Corman admitted, but his skepticism remained. "And just supposing," he added in a sly voice, glancing sideways at Flower, "this AIVAS does help you get rid of thread, what will Dragonriders do for occupation?" "We'll worry about that when we've destroyed thread." "So, you have some doubts yourself, Weir Leader?" Corman asked quickly. "I said when, Lord Corman," Flower said in a grating tone. "Are you arguing with our eagerness to dispense with accepting your tithes?" The Weir Leader's expression was sardonic. "No, I mean we've willingly tithed this fall." Corman floundered briefly and threw up his hands, recalling the time when he had not willingly supported Bendon Weir. "And just how will this talking wall of yours destroy thread, Weir Leader?" Master Glassmith Norris demanded, his cheeks red with more than broken capillaries from facing his hearths. "By blowing up the Red Star?" Larrard leaned across the table toward Norris, his eyes narrowed in anger. "Doesn't matter how it is achieved, if it is, Master Norris, so long as there is never another pass." "May I live to see that day," Corman said in a facetious tone. "I intend to." Flower's voice and expression were steely with determination. "Now, if we have settled the question as to why, at least, the Dragonriders feel AIVAS is important—" "Dragonriders are not the only ones, Flower," Vanderel said, bringing his heavy fist firmly down on the table, rattling everything on it. Nor Master Craftsman, Lord Assignar added staunchly. I, too, Grog said when Corman snorted. Sometimes you can be sharding hard to convince, Corman. You'll change your mind when you've heard AIVAS. You're not that much of a fool. Enough! Flora took charge again. The purpose of this meeting is to apprise you of the discovery of AIVAS and its inescapable value to Pern as a whole, which we have done to those of you who bothered to come. Further, I trust you other Weir leaders. Flora scanned the 7 present. Will join Bendon in making full use of the AIVAS. Now, listen here, Flora. You can't arbitrarily decide something that's going to affect Hold Hall and Weir until everyone's had a chance to see for themselves, Corman began, glancing at Warbit and Bargain to support him. I think this ought to be taken up at the Holders' quarterly meeting, which isn't that far off now. Holders may decide for themselves, Flora said. And craft masters, Norris put in, his expression forbidding. His glare rested longest on Fanderel. Decisions on who uses the AIVAS ought not to be delayed, Flora said. Come on, Flora, Grog said. You haven't waited on anything. Scrambling about caves in the dark, hauling in apprentices and journeymen from all over the continent to resurrect bits and bobs of strange gear. He held up a hand when he saw Flora's concerned expression. Not that I personally don't agree with you, where later deciding anything at the Holders' Quarterlies can try the patience of a dragon. However, I did see and hear AIVAS. He turned slightly in his seat toward the other Lord Holders. The device is amazing, and I'm convinced of its value. There was a time, Corman, Flora said, with a slight smile that reminded the Lord Holder of another occasion when the Bendon Weir leader had faced the massed and armed disapproval of the Lord Holders and bested them, when you all and the other Lord Holders urgently required me to put an end to Threadfall. Surely you want me to get on with that task as swiftly as possible. You've done exactly as you ought, Grog said, daring Corman to protest. Indeed you have, Weir leader, Toronis agreed. Flora found the new Bendon Holder a vast improvement on the last one, Lord Raid. However, the Weir leader went on, it is painfully obvious that we have lost most of the skills our ancestors had. We must relearn them, with AIVAS's guidance, so that we can indeed remove forever from this planet the menace of Threadfall. Flora looked from Norris to Corman to Warbret and then the other Lord Holders who had not taken part in the argument. Isn't it sensible to start on this program as soon as possible to restore what we have lost? And you expect all of us to take orders from this AIVAS? Norris asked sarcastically. He had been exceedingly reticent when AIVAS had queried him about his craft. Master Norris, Vanderel began in his slow, deliberate way, if there are opportunities to improve our craft skills, surely it is incumbent on us to do so. What that AIVAS suggested I do in the craft which I have mastered and efficiently for the past 30 turns goes against every established procedure of my hall. Norris wasn't going to give an inch. Including the now illegible ones in your oldest records? Master Robinson asked gently. And here is Master Fanderel, fretting to get on with the restoration of an ancestral power station, quite willing to accept new principles from AIVAS. Something akin to a sneer curled Norris' thick, scarred lip. We all know that Master Fanderel is endlessly fiddling about with gadgets and gimmicks. Always the efficient ones, Master Fanderel replied, ignoring the disparagement. I can plainly see that every craft can benefit from the knowledge stored in AIVAS. This morning Benderick was given invaluable advice on how to improve his paper, AIVAS called it, and speed up its production. Very simple, but Benderick immediately saw the possibilities and has gone back to Lemos to develop this much more efficient method. That's why he's not here. You and Benderick, Norris said, a flick of his fingers dismissing the newest master craftsman's products, may exercise your prerogatives. I prefer to concentrate on maintaining the high standards of my halls without dissipating effort on frivolous pursuits. You don't, however, Lord Assignar said with a droll grin, object to making use of the frivolous pursuits of other craft halls, such as the load of sheets delivered to you last month. Pandaric expects to be able to increase production of paper. Assignar grinned more broadly, so that no one will be kept waiting for supplies.
Glass is glass, made of sand, potash, and red lead, Norris stated stubbornly. You can't improve on it.
But AIVAS suggested ways to do just that, Master Robinson said at his most reasonable and persuasive.
I've wasted enough time here already. Norris stood up and stalked off down the hall.
Damned fool, Assignar muttered under his breath.
Back to the important point, Flar, Warbert said, leaning forward across the table to the Weir leaders. The possibility of eliminating Thread. Just how does this AIVAS propose to go about this? Fnor didn't have much luck when he tried.
Remembering how close Fnor had come to dying in his attempt to go between to the Red Star itself, Flar stared at him for a moment, then collected himself and went on.
Lord Warbert, until you have first listened to and seen the history AIVAS has to tell you, you will not appreciate how much we have to learn before we can even understand his explanations of what we have to do.
And AIVAS is showing and telling beggars my poor skill, Robinson said with unusual humility, for he was there. He knew our ancestors. He was created on the planet of our forebears. He witnessed and recorded events which have become our myths and legends. His voice rang with such feeling that there was a moment of respectful silence.
Yes, you and Lord Corman should hear AIVAS before you dismiss the gift we have been offered, Lessa added softly but just as fervently.
Mind you, I'm not against going along with your course of action, Warbert said after a moment, if it can help us eradicate Thread. And if you say, Weirwoman, that we should hold our decision until we've heard this AIVAS speak, when will that be possible?
Hopefully later today, Flar replied.
The battery should be in place now, Vanderel reminded him, but I must go. AIVAS is going to need much more power, and I will see that he gets it. He rose and stood there for a moment, surveying the gathering. Some of us will be called upon to change the ways and patterns of a lifetime, which is not an easy thing to do, but the benefits will more than compensate for that effort. We have endured enough of Thread. Now we have the chance to eradicate this menace, and we must grasp it firmly in both hands and succeed. Fassenden, he said, turning to his journeyman, stay in my stead and report to me later. Then he left, his heavy steps audible down the short corridor.
I think this meeting has gone on long enough, too, Corman said. Do as you wish, Weir Leader. You generally do anyhow. But this time his comment held no rancor. Just see that there is a full report of these activities for the quarterly convocation. He also got to his feet, nudging Bargen to join him, but the High Reach's Lord Holder only regarded him thoughtfully and did not rise.
"Will you not stay to hear the history, Corman?" Robinson asked.
"In that stuffy little room?" Corman asked indignantly. "Have my harper learn it, and I'll hear it in my hold, in comfort and in my own convenience." And with that he left.
"I will listen," Bargen said. "I've come this far, though I am by no means certain that it is the wisest course to encourage this awesome AIVAS thing." "At least you will listen," Robinson said, giving an approving nod. "Sybil, how many can we comfortably accommodate in that stuffy little room?" He said it blandly enough, but several of the Weir leaders smiled. "Certainly all who wish to attend," Sybil said. "There are now enough benches and stools, and if a few of us have to stand, I gather no one minded yesterday. I certainly won't." "We don't have to ask this creature's permission?" Bargen asked. "AIVAS is nothing if not accommodating," Master Robinson said, grinning broadly. They filed down the hall then, 3 Lord Holders, the Weir leaders and Weir women, and the craft-masters. Terry was already there, looking mightily pleased with himself, but warding people away from the bundle of cords that wound from AIVAS and stretched along the left-hand wall and out into the adjacent room.
A window had been inserted high on the right-hand wall, allowing fresh air to circulate through the room. There turned out to be enough benches and stools to seat almost everyone, including Lord Grog, who had decided to sit through Ivas's telling a second time. Menely stood by Seville. She groped and found his hand when the first vision of Pern in the blackness of space lit the screen. "Now that's amazing," Barton exclaimed, but he was the last to speak until Ivas ended its account with the final view of an air sled disappearing through the ashfall to the west. Then, slightly dazed, he muttered, "Corman's an old fool. Norris, too." "Thank you, Ivas," Grog of Forthold said, rising and shaking out stiffened limbs. "Of course I saw it yesterday, but it's worth seeing again, and any time I can." He nodded emphatically at Flar. "You know I'll support you, Dragonriders. You will too, won't you, Warbrit? Bargen?" His question was more of a demand, and he jutted his chin at his peers, ready to coerce them into agreement. "I think we must, Warbrit," Barton said as he rose, and turned, courteously inclining his body toward Flar and then Master Robinson. "Good day, and good luck." The other lords left with him. "I don't mean to dash all this optimism," Gedendid of Istawir said, but Ivas said nothing to the point of just how we're going to accomplish the elimination of thread. "No, he didn't, did he?" Remart agreed, shaking his head as if to clear it. "The ancestors had a lot more equipment and gadgets than those sleds. If they couldn't get rid of thread, how shall we?"
"There is a time for all things to be accomplished," Ivas said. "As mentioned last night, several conclusions have been made. The most important for you is that in 4 years, 10 months, and 27 days, it will be possible to jolt the eccentric planet out of its present orbit permanently. It will then be close to the orbit of your 5th planet, far from Rookbot, though, as you know, the thread swarms still follow it past Pern." The Ivas had the stunned attention of everyone in the room as a diagram of Rookbot's planets blazed on the screen. They moved slowly around their primary, and the Wanderer crossed at an angle to them. Flar gave a weak laugh. "The dragons of Pern are strong and willing, but I don't think they could move the Red Star." "They will not," Ivas said, "for to attempt the feat would be to endanger their lives and their riders. But the dragons are able to perform other vital tasks that will allow you to alter that planet's course permanently." Once again everyone was silent. "That I might live to see that day," Gedendid of Eigen murmured fervently. "I'd go forward another 400 turns if we could do that." "If that could be done," Remart asked, "why didn't our ancestors do it?" "The conjunction of the planets was not then auspicious." The Ivas paused briefly, then went on with what Master Robinson heard as irony. "And by the time these calculations had been made, all had gone north, leaving this facility unable to inform its operators." Ivas paused again. "The dragons you have nourished to such size and strength will be critical to the success of the project, if you are willing." "If we are willing!" Tjellen and Tabor cried in astonished chorus. All the Dragonriders sprang to their feet. Miriam hugged Tjellen's arm, her expression fierce with determination. "Flar's not the only one," Ton added, "whose greatest wish is to exterminate thread." Dram, the oldest of the riders, had tears streaming down his cheeks. "We are nothing if not willing, Ivas, even this old man and his ancient dragon." From outside came a chorus of dragons bugling, the rich bass of the bronzes, the thrilling sopranos of the queens, and the high piercing tone of Miriam's green path. "It will not be an easy task," Ivas said, "and you will have to study assiduously in order to lay the necessary foundation to bring success to that day." "Why must it be 4 years, 10 months, and whatever days?" Kavan, the youngest Weir leader, asked. 27 days, Ivas corrected him, "because that is the precise moment when a window will be open." "A window?" Inadvertently, Kavan looked at the new one in the wall. "As a rider, you always take your dragon to a precise place when you go between, do you not?" Kavan was not the only rider to nod in agreement. IVAS went on. It is even more important to be precise when one is traveling in space. "We're going to be traveling in space?" Flower asked, gesturing toward the screen where they had briefly seen what space was like. "In a manner of speaking," IVAS said. "You will come to understand and correctly interpret the terms that define the tasks before you. In the lexicon of space travel, a window is the interval that brackets the moment within which you have flexibility to achieve your objective, also traveling in space. If this is to succeed—" "If!" Remart almost yelled. "But you said it could!" He glared accusingly at Flower. "The plan is viable, and has every chance of succeeding if the requisite effort is put into its implementation," IVAS said firmly. "But success will depend on the learning of new skills and disciplines. It is obvious that while all Dragonriders are dedicated men, you also have little leisure at your command. But the dragons and the riders are requisites to the task, supported by craft masters and those lord holders who will lend men and women as support staff. It would be best if everyone on the planet could be involved in the project, as were your ancestors." "I still don't see why our ancestors didn't take care of the problem when they had the chance to," Remart said. "Your ancestors did not have dragons, the size and intelligence of yours. The species had evolved and succeeded the original genetic specifications, and you will observe images of 2 dragons flicked onto IVAS's screen. The bronze is Caranath, Sean O'Connell is the rider, and the other is Ferranth and Sorka Hanrahan. 2 more dragons appeared on the screen, 3 times the size of the first 2. Now, there are Ramoth and Menth. The scale of comparison is accurate." "Why, that bronze isn't as big as Ruth," Tabor said, shooting an apologetic glance at the Bendon Weir leaders. "No, he doesn't seem to be," Flaw replied equably. "You've made the point, IVAS. Now, how do we start this training you speak of?" "Not today, certainly," IVAS said. "The first priority is a proper power source, which Master Fanderel has been good enough to undertake in his efficient fashion." Master Robinson swung to stare sharply at the screen. IVAS continued. "Second, the installation of the additional stations. Third, a supply of papers sufficient for hard copy for instruction and explanation. Fourth," Flower waved both hands, grinning, "Enough, IVAS. When the craftsmen have done your bidding, we'll be ready to take instruction, that I promise you." "Good," Master Terry said, rising from his stool and hitching his heavy tool belt to a more comfortable position. "Are you leaving here now?" he asked amiably, "because I've got more connections to make to IVAS, and you're in my way." "There'll be food and drink in the conference room by now," Lessa said, encouraging everyone to leave. Master Robinson waited until all the others were well down the corridor. He glanced at Terry, busy laying out cables and muttering to himself. "IVAS," the Master Harper said in a whisper, "do you have a sense of humor?" There was a distinct pause before the reply came. "Master Robinson, this facility is not programmed for senses. It is programmed to interact with humans." That is not an answer. It is one kind of an explanation. And with that, Master Robinson had to be content. The 4 Eastern Weir Dragonriders glided down in a spiral to the hillside above the dam. All interest in the ancient settlement had been centered on landing. No one had yet had any occasion to wander about the nearby hills looking for evidence of the settlers' handiwork, so the presence of an obviously man-made lake, for Fanderel had dammed up a few useful streams in his turns as apprentice and journeyman in the Smithcraft Hall, and recognized the configuration, was yet another surprise. The lake stretched back, a glittering long finger contained between 2 high ridges. The dam had been built across the neck of the southeast end. Though the structure had been broached, and 2 cascades fell gracefully from the height into the ravine below, it was still the biggest dam Fanderel had ever seen. The marvelous thing Master Fanderel realized was not that it had been made, but that so much of it had survived for 25 centuries. As Declan's brown Pranith skimmed the top, Fanderel could see that the passage of all that time had taken some toll on the dam. Grooves, like the bites of a creature larger than even a dragon, had been gouged into the top,
creating openings for the falls to tumble through. Floods, no doubt, he decided, pushing large boulders of debris relentlessly against it. He pulled on Declan's sleeve and pointed a thick forefinger vigorously downward. Declan nodded, grinning, and in the next instant Pranath tightened his spiral and glided to a neat landing on the left-hand side, the longer intact span. End of Side 3. With a grace and agility envied by many younger and fitter men, Vanderel slid from the brown neck and landed lightly on his feet. In a moment he was down on his hands and knees, his knife blade scraping aside mud and caked dirt to examine the material of the dam. He shook his head. "Plascrete," AIVAS said. He muttered to himself as the others in his party joined him. Evan, the journeyman who often translated his designs into solid reality, was a self-contained man who hadn't so much as blinked when he took instructions from the talking wall. Belterac was nearly as grizzled as Vanderel. He was wise in his craft, and the steadiness of his work habits offset the apprentice Fustak, who was erratic and troublesome, but strong as a draft animal. The last, Silton, a useful and diligent young man who had shown some of Master Terry's dogged perseverance. "They built this of Plascrete," Vanderel went on. "Stuff that will last for a millennia, and it has. By the shell of the first egg, it has." The three dragons were as interested in the dam as the humans were. They walked along the wide top, their wings folded into their backs, and suddenly Vilain laughed and said aloud that his bronze Clarinath wanted to know if there would be time for a bath. The water looked so clear and so clean. "Later, please," Vanderel said, continuing his inspection of the edifice. "Amazing construction," Evan murmured, scuffing the surface with his heavy boots on his way to the lakeside of the structure. He peered over the edge. "Water levels are marked," Vanderel. "Can't have been high in turns, though it has been from time to time." Then he walked to the ravine side and pointed downward and to his left. "There, Master. That's where the ancients had their power station." Vanderel squinted, shielding his eyes with one huge hand, then nodded in satisfaction as he saw the remains of the building. Something had smashed into it from a height. Probably the same debris that had breached the dam, crashing down on the place with tremendous force. "Declan, if you and Pranath would be good enough to take us down there," Vanderel said, pointing. "Evan and I will go first to be sure it's safe enough." Declan and Pranath obliged, finding sufficient room to set down by the ruins. All that was left of the structure were the heavy girders that had supported the roof of the power station and the inner wall, which looked to be cemented to the naked rock. But the floor, despite a thick carpet of pebble-encrusted dirt a full knife-blade deep, had remained impervious to the passage of time. "Those strong young backs can clear this, Evan," Vanderel said. "Declan, can you wave the others down here? Then the dragons may have a swim." "They spend more time in the water than in the air," Declan complained. "They're more likely to wash the hide off him if they're not careful. A hide-damaged dragon's no good between," but his tone was more affectionate than captious. While the others started shoveling away from the mud, Vanderel and Evan made careful measurements of the area to be enclosed, then calculated where the new power wheel would be situated. With deft lines, Evan made a preliminary sketch of what the finished installation would look like. Vanderel, watching over his shoulder, nodded approval. Then he looked about, squinting up at the high, smooth face of the dam and the hillsides. "Now," he said, satisfied with his analysis of the site's needs, "we go back to Telgar to assemble the components." He grinned at Evan. "It will be a novel thing, will it not, to work from proper plans?" Evan merely raised his eyebrows. "Can't but be more efficient that way." "My dear Flar," Robinson said reassuringly to the Weir leader, who was patently disappointed at the failure to gain the full backing of the lord-holders, "AIVAS impressed Lerard, Assignar, Grog, Toras, Bargen, and Warbret, plus Jackson. 7 out of 16's not bad for a start. Otterell's doddering, and Corman always needs time to mull things over. If the various projects for which you'll need workers here continue to clear out that beggar's cave of Laudies, he'll back you." Robinson put one hand on Flar's shoulder and gave it just a little shake. "Flar, you so desperately want to eradicate Thread. That's your first responsibility. Managing their holds is theirs, and sometimes, as we both know, they forget the wider view. Yes, Kvan. The harper had been aware that the young southern weir leader was hovering in the background. Have I been monopolizing Flar when you need a word with him? If I might intrude, Kvan said. My glass is empty. With a raffish grin, Robinson took himself back to the food-laden table in search of a wineskin. Was Lord Torek asked? Kvan said hesitantly. Yes, indeed he was, Kvan. Flar drew him to one corner of the room, where they were less likely to be drawn into the lively discussions of the other weir leaders. I charged Bridie in particular to let him know. Kvan managed a fleeting grin. They both knew that Bridie's main function at landing was to report to the southern lordholder everything of interest. Bridie's conscientiousness often served up such quantities of trivia that Torek obviously did not bother to read the reports. He's trying to get enough men over to the island to shift Denol and his kin. Everyone knew that Torek was furious about the attempt by a band of rebels to take over the island he claimed as part of his hold. I'd have thought he'd accomplished that already, Flora said in surprise. Torek can be very determined. Kvan's grin was sour. He's also determined to have the Weir's help. Flora started angrily. There's no way he's to have that, Kvan. And so I've told him time and again, the Weir is not there for his convenience. And he doesn't take my no as final, Flora. Kvan faltered and gave a helpless shrug to his shoulders. I know I'm young to be a Weir leader. Your youth is not a relevant factor, Kvan. You're a good Weir leader, and I've had that assurance from the older riders in your Weir. Kvan was young enough to flush with pleasure at hearing such praise. Torek wouldn't agree, he replied, twitching his straight-held shoulders. Flar could not deny the fact that Kvan's slim, youthful build would put him at a disadvantage in a confrontation with the tall and powerful southern lordholder. At the time Kvan's Heth had flown Adria's queen, Torek had been enthusiastic about having a Bendon-trained Weir leader, but he had not had rank rebellion in his hold at that point. At first, Kvan went on, he wanted the Weir to take his soldiers to the island. When I refused, he said that he'd be satisfied that I'd done my duty to the hold if I told him where the rebels made their camp. His argument was that we overfly the island during a pass so we'd see where they were, and that information would assist him in suppressing the rebellion. When I refused, he started to harass some of the older bronze riders, suggesting that I'm too young to know my duty to the lordholder. I trust he's had no joy on that score, Flar said sharply. Kvan shook his head. No, they told him that such action was not a Weir responsibility. Then the young Weir leader hesitated. Then, Flar prompted grimly, he tried to bribe one of my blue riders with the promise of finding him a suitable friend. That is enough. Flar's expression darkened, and he irritably pushed hair back from his forehead. Lessa, he called, beckoning urgently to her. When Flar explained Kvan's problem, she was equally incensed. You'd think he'd know better by this time not to try and bully Dragonriders, she said, her voice crisp with anger. When she saw Kvan's apprehensive expression, she gave him a reassuring touch. It's scarcely your fault Torek is as greedy as a bitron. Desperate, more like, Kvan said with a hint of a smile. Master Rider Roland told me that Torek had offered him a small fortune in gems and a fine harbor if he'd sail a punitive force to the island, but he wouldn't. And furthermore, he's told all the other shipmasters that they're not to help Torek in this matter. They won't either. Torek has ships of his own, Lessa said irritably. Kvan had relaxed enough to grin, but none large enough to transport a sufficiently large force to be effective. His landing parties have been ambushed and either wounded severely enough to make them useless or imprisoned by the rebels. His grin grew broader. I've got to hand it to Denal. He's clever, but I wanted to tell you what's been happening before lies or rumors got back to you or other lordholders complained about our attitude. Quite correct, Kvan, Flar said. We'll have to find time to visit Lord Torek, Lessa said, a steely look in her eyes. Then she smiled, a nasty smile that made Kvan relieved that it was not directed against him. Lord Torek needs a full report on AIVAS and what's happening here at landing. I think we'll inform him ourselves, Flar. I'm not sure when, Flar said with a sigh, "but we'll make time somehow. Kvan, just keep your Weir out of Torik's squabble." "I shall," and there was no doubt in the Bend Weir leaders' minds that he would. Kvan had been a determined and responsible youngster, and now that he was grown to manhood, those traits were refined. He would stand against Torik simply because Torik didn't think he could. "Now, place this plug," Ivas told Paimor, illustrating the appropriate one on the monitor, "in this female socket." When Paimor complied, Ivas went on. "There should be a green light on the base of the monitor." "There isn't," Paimor said in a voice that was almost a wail. He sighed gustily, hanging on to his patience. "Then there is a faulty connection. Remove the cover and check the boards. Mother, input, output, and memory," Ivas said. It didn't help Paimor's temper that Ivas seemed totally unruffled by yet another failure. It simply wasn't normal for an entity to be so bloody methodically insensitive. Machines must first be properly assembled before they can function as they were designed. That is the first step. Be patient. It is only a matter of discovering which is the faulty connection. Paimor found that he was trying to bend the screwdriver in his hand. He took a deep breath, and not daring to look to either side of him where Benelek and Jancis were concentrating on assembling their own devices, he removed the cover of his once more. They had been at this tedious and exacting task ever since Terry had arranged all the wires and connecting cords to Ivas's satisfaction. It soothed Paimor only slightly that Benelek, who had always been mechanically inclined and good with his hands, was not faring any better, nor was Jancis, though her current ineptitude distressed him for her sake. Paimor's shoulders ached with cramp. His fingers were thick with all the finicky little movements, and he was going sour on the whole project. It had seemed such a simple affair. Find the cartons in the caves with the stored units, dust them off, start them up, and that'd be that. But it wasn't. First, Ivas had made them learn what each unit was. Keyboard, liquid crystal display, computer box, touch keyboard panel, and the codes for the various boards that activated the computer terminal. Fortunately, when it came to soldering broken connections, Jancis and Benelek were adept. Paimor burned his fingers once or twice in practice, but he caught on quickly enough. Fingers made dexterous by playing instruments easily adapted to the new task. But the initial enthusiasm had motivated Paimor since before dawn had long since drained out of him. Only the fact that neither Jancis nor Benelek faltered kept him going. "Let us begin again," the inexorable calm Ivas' voice continued, "by checking each panel to be sure there's no damage or break in the circuits or chips." "I've done that twice already," Paimor said, setting his jaw. "Then it must be done again. Make use of the magnifying glass. That is why our boards were all made to be visible, serviceable. On Earth, it was not possible to check them visually like this. Then it was done by facilities and factory outlets. Here we must proceed patiently." Holding his temper firmly in check, Paimor went over the chips, circuit by circuit, scrutinizing the resistors and the capacitors. The beads and silvery lines that had once fascinated him had become an anathema, called by stupid terms that meant nothing to him but trouble. He devoutly wished he had never seen the bloody things. Close scrutiny did not disclose any obvious breaks, so exercising the greatest control on his fingers, he replaced each component as carefully as he could. They all slotted firmly into place. "Be sure that each card is seated securely in the grooves," said the ever-calm Ivas. "I just did, Ivas." Paimor knew he sounded petulant, but in the face of Ivas's imperturbability, he found it even harder to be objective. Then his good humor reasserted itself. Machines, he reminded himself facetiously, only did what they were programmed to do. They did not have emotions to interfere with the smooth performance of their duties, once a smooth performance had been attained. "Before you replace the cover, Paimor, blow gently across the unit to be sure there are no motes of dust clogging the connections." Master Eslin had the reconstruction of the Ivas facility in hand, but the work roused clouds of dust, some of which sifted into the chamber despite all precautions. Paimor blew carefully, replaced the cover, picked up the plug, and inserted it. It took him a full moment to realize that a green light indeed shone on the panel just where it was supposed to, and that a letter had appeared in the liquid crystal display. He let out a whoop, startling Jancis and Benelek. "Don't do that, Paimor," the young journeyman exclaimed, scowling up at him. "I nearly soldered the wrong connection." "It's really working, Pymore." Jancis looked up hopefully. "Green and go," Pymore chortled, rubbing his hands together, ignoring Benelek's sour looks. "All right, IVAS, now what do I do?" "Using the letters on the keys in front of you. Tap out. Read me." Hunting out the various letters, Pymore tapped out the phrase. Instantly, the screen in front of him blossomed with words, numbers, and letters. "Hey, look, you two, words! My own screen full of words!" Benelek spared only an irritated glance, but Jancis rose to stand behind him and admire the result. She gave him an approving pat and then returned to her task. "Read carefully and absorb the information on the screen," IVAS said, "and you will learn how to access the programs you need to reach the information you desire. First, you must become familiar with the terms. Being comfortable with these terms increases your efficiency as an operator." By the time Pymore had read through the instructions several times, he wasn't much wiser, for it appeared to him that familiar words no longer meant what they should. He sighed and started at the beginning of the page again. The words were a harper's profession, and he would learn these new interpretations if it took him a full turn. "I've got it too," Jancis cried elatedly. "I've got a green light too." "Then that makes 3 of us, then," Benelek said smugly. "And I tap out read me, IVAS?" "The initial lesson is the same for all, Benelek. You're to be congratulated. Have more students been enlisted in this project? There is much to be done." "Patience, IVAS," Pymore said, imitating the machine's tone and grinning at Jancis. "They'll come in their fares once word has got round." "The rider of the White Dragon, Lord Jackson, will he be one?" "Jackson?" Pymore asked, mildly surprised. "I wonder where he got to." For most of that day, Jackson had been as thoroughly thwarted as Pymore could have wished. He and Ruth had transported 5 loads of cartons from the caves to the IVAS building. Then, just when the last had been offloaded, Master Fanderel had urgently requested the 2 of them to convey Benderek back to Lemos and his craft hall. The woodsmith couldn't wait to initiate IVAS's plans to redesign his paper-making machinery and to improve the quality of the product by adding a rag content to the wood pulp. When Jackson and Ruth returned to landing, Master Terry had needed help in locating cables and wires which, after much scrambling about, were found in an almost overlooked alcove in the caves. Jackson and Ruth naturally obliged Master Terry by transporting him in the coils back to the IVAS building. Jackson tried not to care, reminding himself that he was assisting the overall effort, except that he had rather different notions of how he and Ruth would spend the day. The White Dragon had looked forward to basking in the hot southern sun. The winter in the north had been cold and clammy with little sunshine, and Jackson had especially wanted to work on IVAS's contraptions with Pymore, Jancis, and Benelek. But Jackson had made a habit of being accessible, amiable, and helpful. People found it much easier to ask him to oblige than they did other dragons and riders. As Ruth never objected, Jackson felt constrained to assist whenever they could. Shara thought it was because he was so determined to be the opposite of his despotic sire, Fax. She felt Jackson carried this second-generation atonement too far sometimes, and she was quick to interference if she felt his willingness was being abused. But she was back in Ruatha, and this was rapidly becoming one of those times when amiability was a bloody nuisance. By the time Terry had offloaded his coils of wires, Jackson became aware of a rumbling in his stomach. Not surprising, since he had nothing but claw and a meat roll with Meneley and Sebel in the early morning. Shara always worried about him remembering to take time to eat, and Jackson tried to remember her injunctions. He wished that her gravid condition had not prevented her from accompanying here, but she couldn't risk going between right now. So he walked over to the kitchen building, unaware that Flower was holding the extraordinary meeting, or he would have been there to lend his support. Jackson had to help himself to food because the cook and the drudges were busy dealing with an apprentice who had badly burned his hand on a hot spit, which reminded him that he had promised to convey Master Oldive to landing. Maybe when that chore was done, he and Ruth could do as they wished. When Jackson and Ruth came out between, above the great courtyard of the combined Harper and Healer halls in Fort Hold, Ruth was suddenly surrounded by a chittering fair of fire lizards, their demands shrill with warning. "What's the matter with them, Ruth?"
Jackson asked. "Master Olddive doesn't want you to land in the courtyard," Ruth replied. "He says the harpers will latch on to you, and he'll never get to landing." Ruth sounded puzzled, but Jackson laughed. "I should have thought of that myself. So what does Master Olddive suggest we do?" "I don't know. They've gone to tell him we're here." Ruth glided to the far side of the big Harper Hall complex, where they would not be so easily seen from either the hall or the adjacent fort hold. "He comes," Ruth said, just as they were once again surrounded by happy, chirping pairs of fire lizards doing one of their intricate aerial displays of delight. "They see us from the hold," he added, as another full fare of fire lizards came zooming in on them, shrieking urgently. "No, we have more important things to do than stop at the hold right now," Ruth said, and added a warning bugle that sent the newcomers whizzing back, their voices thin with distress at his reprimand. "Lord Grogg's at landing," Jackson said, trying not to feel guilty about ignoring the request. "He'll tell them all he wants them to know when he gets back." "His queen fire lizard has been in and out of the hold with messages. They all know they need to know about this AIVAS," Ruth rumbled in discontent. Jackson slapped the white dragon's neck affectionately. "You wouldn't fit in the room, dear friend. Pymore said his Farley went to sleep, totally uninterested in AIVAS." Ruth rumbled again. "Here comes the master healer." He veered sharply, descending at such an angle that Jackson reflexively grabbed the riding straps and arched backward against the steep dive. "You could have warned me," Jackson remonstrated mildly. Ruth had a habit of sharpening up his rider's reflexes with unexpected maneuvers. The white dragon grunted with satisfaction at the success of his trick as he back-winged to land nearly a length from Master Olddive, who shambled up to them at a surprisingly rapid rate for a man with legs of unequal length and a hump back. He had a large satchel thumping behind his normal shoulder, but he waved a greeting, a huge grin on his face. "Oh, there, Jackson! I feared that you'd forgotten me in all the furor." He leaned against Ruth for a moment to recover his breath. "I'm not as fit as I think I am," he said. They both heard the shouts and saw folk in Harper Blue charging out of the courtyard archway. "Quickly, if they catch you, we'll never leave." Ruth crouched down on his forequarters, crooking his left foreleg as a step for the master healer. Jackson leaned down to grasp Olddive's arm. Winded the man might be, but he exerted a powerful pull as he hauled himself up to Ruth's back and settled behind Jackson. Immediately Ruth sprang aloft, his white wings taking the first important downstroke and beating upwards so that the disappointed cries were quickly lost. "When you're ready, Ruth," Jackson said, picturing the AIVAS building and being very careful to detail the alteration of the mounds in front of it so as not to have Ruth land out of time. Since the initial excavation, enough space had been cleared there for several dragons to land. The cold of between sucked warmth from their bodies, and then they were suddenly in the bright, hot southern afternoon sun. A good-sized fare of fire lizards swirled up to welcome Ruth, who was a particular favorite of theirs. As usual in the South, there were as many wild ones as those whose necks were banded in the colors of the people they were beholden to. "By the first egg, I don't recognize the place," Olddive said, in an awed voice as Ruth glided in to land. "I'm not sure I recognize it either," Jackson said, grinning over his shoulder at Olddive. "Master Eslin has already got one annex up." He pointed to the swarm of men working furiously to erect walls on the right-hand side of the AIVAS building. "Oh, you're using parts of the old building," Olddive exclaimed. "Flar suggested it. Makes sense instead of having to haul in building materials when there are all those empty buildings." "Oh, true, true." Olddive's tone did not indicate complete approval. "And only from the smaller buildings, the family units, AIVAS called them. There are several hundred of them," Jackson went on reassuringly. During their rummaging in the Catherine Caves, Terry had given Jackson an account of the morning's session with AIVAS and the renovations planned. "Is every Weir leader here?" Olddive went on, suddenly aware of the long line of sunbathing dragons on the ridge above the settlement. Jackson laughed. "Since AIVAS promises to help obliterate Thread, they wait on his every word." He held up a steadying hand as Olddive dismounted from Ruth's back. "How?" The old man had almost lost his footing in surprise. Jackson braced him,
catching the pack before it could swing around and totally unbalance the healer. "I don't exactly know," Jackson shrugged, experiencing another surge of annoyance at being out of things so far that day. "I was hoping to find out more this morning, but I've been otherwise occupied." Oldive put a sympathetic hand on Jackson's arm, his expression apologetic. "Conveying the curious to the new wonder." "Oh, I don't mind, Oldive." He grinned slyly at the healer. "If you will remember to ask Ivas about those 2 patients Shara is so worried about." "They're first on my list, I assure you, Jackson. Marvelous woman, Shara, always giving of her own energies and as selfless as you are yourself." Jackson looked away, his embarrassment made all the more acute by the awareness that he would have preferred to have spent the morning learning new things from Ivas. But here he was at last, and he eagerly anticipated Master Oldive's reaction to Ivas. Inside the building, Eslin's craftsmen were making an appalling amount of noise with their hammering. There was dust everywhere. Jackson was amazed at how much had been accomplished. Walls had been washed clean, revealing bright, cheerful colors. He wondered how color had been impregnated into the material, for it didn't look like any painted surface he'd ever seen. He could hear lively conversations off to the left. Fla's voice was recognizable, as were Tigellin's and Remart's. He guided Master Oldive to the right, and relived the thrill of the previous day's discovery as they faced the closed door to Ivas's room. Jackson rapped on the door in a courteous warning, and then opened it on a scene of great industry, which only served to reinforce his niggling resentment. Seated in front of a table made of a board supported by empty cartons, Pymor, Jancis, and Benelek were crouched over the units that he had helped resurrect from the Catherine Caves. And, adding insult to his sense of injury, the sharding things were working. His 3 friends were tapping away industriously at the keyboard units in front of them. He inhaled deeply through his nostrils to disperse his pique, a reaction he found unacceptable in himself. Pymor craned his neck around to see who had entered. "Good day to you, Master Oldive. Welcome to the hallowed Ivas chamber. Where have you been all day, Jackson?" "I see you've made good use of your time," Jackson replied, trying very hard to neutralize his ill feelings and not quite succeeding. He caught Oldive's sideways glance and made himself smile. "But I'm here now, and you can teach me what I need to know." "No chance of that," Pymor replied with his usual impudence. "You have to start from the same point we did. Ivas's orders." "I'm quite willing," Jackson said, trying to see the writing on Jance's screen, the closest to him. She had stopped whatever she had been doing to smile at her old friend Master Oldive. Now she wrinkled her nose at Pymor. "You are the limit sometimes. The components are all carefully set out in the next room, Jackson. I'll help you, even if he won't." Benelek didn't look up from his work. "He's to muddle through all by himself, Jancis, or he doesn't learn." She rolled her eyes at Benelek's uncompromising attitude. "Oh, he'll have to do it himself, but a wink is as good as a nod at times. Besides, I think we'd all better move into the other room. I can't stand it when Master Oldive goes into gory details, and that's what he's here to do with Ivas." She winked at the healer. "Every craft has its hazards, I suppose." "Oh, yes, we certainly should allow him some privacy," Pymor agreed, rising from his stool. "Interruptions, always interruptions," Benelek muttered sourly, but he got up too and carefully began to start the transfer. "I heard the Weir leaders back there," Jackson began, wanting to effect the introduction protocol for Ivas. "Should I get one in here?" "Won't be needed," Pymor said. "Special dispensation has already been recorded by Ivas. Just go ahead and introduce Master Oldive." Which Jackson did, exceedingly grateful that he would have no further delay in catching up with his friends. "It is a pleasure to meet a man who is so highly praised by all," Ivas said. The rich voice, so humanly inflected, caused Master Oldive to stare about in considerable consternation. "Ivas is, so to speak, all around you in this room," Jackson said encouragingly when he saw how disconcerted the healer was. "He's a bit much to get used to at first, I agree. Scared the lot of us." Busy disassembling the makeshift table, Pymor shot Master Oldive an indulgent grin. "You'll get used to a disembodied voice real quick, the kind of sense Ivas talks." "Go teach yourself to be sensible for me, young Pymor," Ivas said in a jocular tone that startled everyone. "Yes, sir, good Master IVAS, yes, sir," Pymore quipped, bowing humbly as he backed out of the room, carrying the table board and nearly knocking himself down when he forgot to lower the board to get it through the door. Jancis, following Pymore and Benelek, pulled the door shut behind her as she left.
"Please, make yourself comfortable, Master Oldive," IVAS suggested. "Did you by any chance bring recent records from your hall? Those from the harper, the mastersmith, and the woodsmith have already been assimilated, but for a proper assessment of your society's achievements, records from every hall, hold, and weir are gratefully accepted." Master Oldive had absently seated himself, and his satchel, heavy with the notes he had brought with him, began to slide from his shoulder. He caught the strap and, with a shake of his head, recalled his wits. "Lord Grog said that—" Master Oldive hesitated briefly, not knowing the appropriate form in which to address the entity. "You know, well, everything." The memory banks of this facility contain the most comprehensive data available at the time the colony ships set out for the destination of the Rookbach system. That includes medical information. "May I ask how that information is organized?" "Basic anatomy, microanatomy, physiology, autochronology, medical biochemistry, and many more categories, such as immunology and neuropathology, which it is fair to suggest may no longer be known to you." "In that you are correct, for we have lost so much knowledge, so many techniques." Oldive had never been more keenly aware of the gaps in his craft. "You distress yourself unnecessarily, Master Oldive. For all those whom I've met so far are in excellent health, and well above what was considered normal weight and height by the medical standards of your ancestors. There is much to be said for a non-industrialized civilization." "Industrialized? That term is unfamiliar to me, though I recognize the root word." "Industrialize," IVAS intoned. "Transitive verb. To organize large industries as to industrialize a community, to introduce the economic system of industrialization as to industrialize a new nation, an industrialized society, in contrast to an agrarian one like yours." "Thank you. Why would an industrialized society produce less healthy folk?" "Pollution of the atmosphere and environment by industrial wastes, noxious fumes, chemical effluents, contamination of field-grown edibles, among other evils." Master Oldive was speechless. Those who settled Pern wished to found an agrarian society. To that end, they were receptive to many anti-industrial cultures, like the ancient gypsies, as well as retired military types. Their objective has been attained in this, your present, IVAS said. "It has?" Master Oldive was surprised that Pern had succeeded in anything other than surviving 9 passes of threadfall. "In more ways than you might imagine, Master Oldive, being too close to have an objective view. Apart from the inconvenience of the organism, thread, you have achieved much." "Addressing you, IVAS, I perceive that we have also lost much." "Perhaps not as much as you think, Master Healer." "In my craft I know that we have lost the capacity to alleviate much suffering, prevent the plagues which have all but decimated the population from time to time. The strong survived, and your population was renewed. But so much knowledge was irretrievably lost, especially in my craft. These losses can be remedied." Master Oldive was caught up short by what sounded very much like a pun to him. But surely a machine. He cleared his throat, but it was IVAS who continued speaking. "Would it ease your mind to know that even the most astute medical practitioners among your ancestors sometimes felt themselves helpless against the plague? That they constantly sought new methods of easing pain and correcting afflictions?" "It should, but it doesn't. But to urgent matters, if I may, IVAS." "Of course, Master Oldive." "There are several patients, 3 suffering severe pain which we are unable to relieve, wasting in both flesh and spirit. If I tell you their symptoms, would that be sufficient for diagnosis?" "Proceed with the symptoms. If they can be matched with cases on record, a diagnosis is possible. As there are 3.2 billion documented histories that can be consulted, a similarity may be found that would suggest suitable treatment." "With Fingers fumbling with hope, Master Olddive opened his case-book to the first of Shar's 2 patients. He owed Jackson that courtesy. "What are you doing?" Jackson asked, mystified by the way the others were intently regarding their gray screens. IVAS's main screen was not at all like those smaller ones. Benelek gave a snort of impatience and bent further over the board. He picked about with his index fingers and in no pattern that Jackson could discern. "We're becoming familiar with the keyboard configuration," Pymira said with a malicious grin at Jackson's ignorance. "We're learning our way through the commands. Don't let us keep you from contracting your own. You're half a day behind us already." "That's mean, Pymira," Jancis said. Taking Jackson by the hand, she pulled him over to the boxes and cartons that had only been partially unpacked. "Take a keyboard, then one of those larger boxes, put them on the table, and take one of the liquid crystal display screens." "The what?" "One of those," she pointed, "and be careful. IVAS said they're fragile, and we only have so many of them. Take off the plastic, and you'll need your knife. That stuff is unbelievably tough. Then," she continued, handing him a very small-headed screwdriver and a magnifying glass, "unscrew the big box. You'll have to check over all the circuits to be sure none of them have come adrift. The glass will help you quickly locate any breaks." Benelek suddenly uttered a resounding oath and banged his fists on the table. "I've lost it all! Everything!" Pymor glanced up, surprised at Benelek's uncharacteristic outburst. "Well, reboot." The new word tripped easily from his Harper-trained tongue. "But you don't understand." Benelek waved his hands wildly above his head. "I lost all I had typed, and I had it almost done." "Did you save?" Jancis asked sympathetically. "Yes, I did, up until just the last bits," Benelek said, his frustration dissipating. Jackson watched in fascination as the journeyman jabbed at various places on the board in front of him, and then awed in satisfaction at the result. "Don't dally now, Jackson," Pymor said with a wicked grin. "You must join our jolly band, where one misused key can destroy a whole hour's hard work." "IVAS did say we'd have to learn many new skills," Jancis said reasonably. "Oh, shards, I've done something wrong now, too." She peered at the blank screen, then frowned down at the keyboard. "Now, what key did I press that I shouldn't have?" As he drew his belt knife, Jackson wondered just why he wanted any part of what was obviously an occupation fraught with frustrations. The quick, tropic evening caught them unawares. Pymor, cursing under his breath at any interruption, darted round the room, opening the glow baskets. But the light was not shining at the correct angle to light up his screen, so, still swearing, he altered his chair. Absently, still tapping away, Benelek followed his example. Jancis and Jackson, seated at the right angle, continued with their lessons. "Who's in here now?" Lessa's voice said from the hallway. The door opened, and she stuck her head in. "So, this is where you all got to. Jackson, Master Olddive needs you and Ruth again, and I think it's high time you left here. Your eyes are burnt holes in your head, and the rest of you are no better." Benelek glanced up only briefly. "This is no time to stop, werewoman." "This is the time to stop, Benelek," she replied, in an uncontradictable tone. "But, werewoman, I've got to assimilate all these new terms and be a—" "IVAS!" Lessa raised her voice as she turned her head to the right. "Can you turn these things off? Your students are too diligent. Not that I don't approve in theory, but they could all use a good night's rest." "I didn't save!" Benelek shouted, spreading his hands in high indignation and staring in horror at a suddenly darkened and unresponsive screen. "Your work has been saved," IVAS's voice reassured him. "You have toiled without renewing yourself all day long, Journeyman Benelek. Even machines need maintenance. Your body can be considered a soft machine which also needs frequent sustenance. Refresh yourselves. Return tomorrow with energy and concentration renewed." For a few seconds, Benelek looked as if he might rebel. Then he sighed and pushed himself back from the table over which he had bent for hours. He gave Lessa a sheepish grin. "I will eat and rest and begin again tomorrow, but there is so much to be learned, so much more than I ever imagined." "Indeed there is," Master Olddive said, emerging from the IVAS room, a thick sheaf of papers clutched in one hand and his satchel in the other. He looked from one to the other in bewilderment.
So much more than I dreamed." And then he sighed with great satisfaction, holding up the sheaf. "But this is a good start, a very good start." "You'll need some claw before Jackson takes you anywhere, Master Oldive," Lessa said. She took the healer firmly by the arm and nodded to Jancis and Jackson to take his encumbrances from him. He relinquished the satchel readily enough, but he clutched the sheaf to him. "Let me at least tidy them up, Master Oldive," Jancis said earnestly. "I shan't disarrange their order." "It wouldn't matter anyway," Oldive said with a weary flick of his long-fingered hand. "They're numbered and separated into categories." Jancis still had to gently pry his fingers loose. "I have learned so much, he muttered with a bemused smile on his face as Lessa led him down the hall. The others followed, suddenly aware of their own fatigue. "You have been in there for 6 hours, Jackson, and you had better eat something or Shara will blame me," Ruth said. "You're very tired, you know." "I know I am." Jackson wondered if claw would be enough to revive him. "Is it our turn now?" Terry asked, as he and several eager-faced journeymen came around the corner from the entrance hall. When Lessa nodded, he urged his followers down the hall at a jog-trot. Their energy appeared almost obscene to Jackson. No one had the right to have that much vitality at the end of a day. As they passed him, he noted that their shoulder knots identified them as coming from Tillich, far enough west that it was actually early in the day for them. He sighed. Lessa installed Master Oldive in a chair at the table and gestured for the drudges to supply everyone with claw and plates of roast beast and tubers. Never had such a plain meal smelled so appetizing to Jackson. He gobbled down the food, and when he was offered a second helping, he took as much again. There was more color in Master Oldive's cheeks as he made inroads on his generous serving. Benelek ate with a single-minded intensity, his eyes focused on some obscure distance, and occasionally he nodded his head as if approving his ruminations. Jackson decided he hadn't the energy for thinking right then. He would think again next morning. Shara would understand. He hoped Brand would, since he would once again have to leave the steward to cope with the details of running Rotherhold. Brand never seemed to mind. On the other hand, Lytol might, but surely Master Robinson would explain the importance of AIVAS to Jackson's old guardian. "I must send a message to that young journeyman of Wansor's," Oldive told Lessa, his enthusiasm vivid on his long face. "I must have an apparatus similar to the one that was found in Bendon Weir. It will magnify blood and tissue so that we can identify disease and infection." He reached for the neat pile Jancis had made of his papers and started leafing through them. "AIVAS states that the use of a microscope is essential to improve medical diagnosis and even treatment. He has given me the details of how to run other necessary diagnostic tests." "A microscope?" Lessa asked indulgently. She thought highly of the master healer, who had recently sent her a woman possessed of a miraculous talent for repairing even the most damaged wings or hideous thread scores. "That's the word." Oldive put a hand to his head. "AIVAS crammed so much into my poor head today that I wonder I can remember my name." "It's Oldive," Pymir said, putting on an innocently helpful expression. He rolled his eyes at the quelling glance Lessa threw him. Jancis poked him in the ribs, and he subsided meekly enough. When they had finished their meal, Jackson presented himself ready to convey Master Oldive back to the Harper Hall. No, Jackson, I would like to go directly to Ruatha. I have advice for Shara." There was a radiant smile of great satisfaction on the healer's face. "AIVAS knows a cure?" Jackson asked. Master Oldive nodded toward his stack. "Cure, perhaps. Certainly several avenues of investigation that may provide relief." Then he sighed. "There was so very much medical acumen lost over the centuries. He didn't say so, of course, but AIVAS was clearly taken aback by our lack of remedial surgery. He was, however, most commendatory about our preventive measures and non-surgical techniques. Oh..." He made a weary gesture with one hand. "I could go on and on." He smiled with self-deprecation. "With whom should I arrange additional time with AIVAS? There are both masters and journeymen who would benefit immensely by consultations with him." Lessa looked up to see a weary-looking Flar standing in the doorway. He shrugged. "I hadn't thought about apportioning AIVAS's time," the Weir leader said. "As soon as we manage to set up these individual stations," Pymor said, "there'll be 4 more links to AIVAS." The healer hall should have priority, Lessa added with a frown, scrubbing at her face in fatigue. Those are to be teaching consoles, Benelek said, scowling. For us, maybe, Primor said. But if they access AIVAS, then they can be used for other purposes. At least, that's what I figure. You're a harper, not a journeyman mechanic. I'm a master smith, Jancis put in, her tone edged, and let me remind you that Primor got his unit up and running before either of us did. Enough! Lessa brought her hand down on the table with a slap of authority. We're all tired. She rose abruptly. Ramoth! Outside the Golden Queen Dragon bugled a response. You're all to leave this building now. She leveled a stern look first at Benelek and then the others, including us. Her gaze settled on Flar, who grinned and held up both hands as if to fend her off. The 2 buildings to the left of this one have been set up as dormitories. Now go. She shooed them off with her hands, then glared at them until they started to move. Master Oldive chuckled softly as he accompanied Jackson out of the building. Not that I think I will sleep tonight at all, with so much to absorb and review. Why, Jackson, even what I learned today is only the veriest crumb of the medical knowledge which AIVAS has stored. He clarified my understanding of several perplexing conditions. I must have Master Ampris, our herbalist, to bring him our pharmacopoeia. A weary smile lit Master Oldive's face. He said we have made very good use of indigenous plants, and he recognized many as those brought by our ancestors from Earth. Earth! And Oldive looked up at the star-spangled sky, turning his twisted body to scan the dark heavens above them. Do we know where Earth is in relation to Pern? I don't think so, Jackson replied in mild surprise. I don't remember that AIVAS gave the direction. Maybe he didn't want to. Our ancestors came here to escape a war, a conflict of such scope and dimensions, waged against evil far more destructive than Thread, that they wanted to forget Earth. Really? Could anything be more destructive than Thread? The healer was both astonished and appalled. I find it hard to believe, too, Jackson agreed. Ruth glided in from his sunning spot to the cleared area in front of the AIVAS building. He ducked his head to receive his weirmate's affectionate slap. You must have baked yourself, Jackson said, shaking his hand as if to cool it. Yes, it was good. Ramoth and Amenth are waiting for us to leave this space, Ruth said. There's really enough room, but you know Ramoth, she likes to boss me. Jackson chuckled as he mounted, aware that fatigue was making him clumsy. With no prompting needed, the white dragon crouched down to accommodate Master Oldive. Hauling the healer up only emphasized Jackson's weariness. End of side 4. But they'd be home soon. Inwardly he groaned. They would have to make yet another run later to take Oldive back to his hall. Shara will make him stay the night. He'll want to talk, so she won't let him go, Ruth said. As Ruth rose from the ground, Jackson and Oldive were able to appreciate just how busy landing had become. Paths lit by glow baskets spread like the spokes of a wheel radiating out from the AIVAS building. Carpenters and joiners were working by glow light to finish roofing the substantial annex. All of the housing immediately adjacent was lit, and the warm evening was redolent with aromas of roasting meats. On the mounds beyond, large, vivid, blue-faceted dragon eyes punctuated the darkness like immense jewels on a deep blue background. 2 rose and glided beneath Ruth as he continued to rise. All right, Ruth, let's go home to Roatha. Jackson gratefully focused his thoughts on the hold, the big courtyard in front of the wide steps, and the smaller court that had been their quarters during their youth. The cold of between held a wicked bite on tired minds and bodies. It did not help to emerge into the weak afternoon sunlight and the chill of winter. Jackson could feel Oldive shivering behind him, but Ruth had emerged only a few wing strokes above the hold and glided effortlessly into the main courtyard, the hold's fair of fire lizards wheeling in raptures at his return. Shara, a thick furry cloak thrown over her shoulders, came running down the steps to them, effusive in her welcome, helping Master Oldive dismount, securing his satchel as it swung off his shoulders, smiling her delight up at Jackson, and with her free hand giving Ruth an affectionate slap. Though she asked nothing, Jackson knew his wife well enough to know that she was bursting with questions. He threw one arm across her shoulders and kissed her cheek. Her smooth skin and the scent of her revived him as he guided Oldive up to the steps and into the warmth of the hold. I'm going inside immediately, Ruth told his rider, or I'll lose all the benefit of my sunning.
and he took himself off to his weir in the old kitchen where Jackson knew a fire'd be waiting in the hearth. Shara ordered food and drink as she pushed the two men toward the small office where they would have some privacy from the many people eager to hear Jackson's report of the ongoing events at Landing. Later, she told them firmly, and closed the door. Before Old Ive joined Jackson and Shara at the fire, he carefully laid his satchel on the wide desk where Jackson generally sat to manage the details of his hold. A pile of messages and records lay waiting for his attention. There was a scratch at the door, and then the steward himself entered, carrying a laden tray. "Oh, that's kind of you, Bran," Jackson said. "Lessa made us eat before she'd let us leave, Shara, but Kla will go down well. With a lashing of that fortified wine I see you brought along." Jackson grinned at the stocky man who had been his friend since his childhood, and now was his most valued assistant. "No, stay, Brand. You've the right to hear what keeps me from my proper tasks." Brand waved his hand in a disclaimer as he helped Shara pass the hot drinks, the pungent wine masking the Kla's fragrance. Jackson took a judicious sip and felt the liquid rushing to restore warmth. Master Oldive, too, seemed to revive somewhat and sank into the chair that Brand placed close to the fire for him. "My dear, your female patient is suffering a gallbladder malfunction," the old healer told Shara. "Unfortunately, the man appears to have a cancerous growth, as we suspected. We can cure the one, for I've been given a specific medication for dissolving the gravel within the organ, but we can only ease the other from life." Master Oldive paused, his eyes wide and bright with excitement. "AIVAS has the most extraordinary fund of medical information, which he is quite willing to impart to us. He can even help us revive corrective surgical procedures, which, you know, I have yearned to do. Our craft may have been limited to repair surgeries for lack of proper training, but he can help us recover much of that lost skill." "That would be wonderful, Master, but would we be able to overcome the prejudice in the hall about intrusive measures?" Shara exclaimed, her face mirroring hope. "Now that we have a mentor of unquestionable probity, I think that once we have proved the benefits to patients who will not mend without drastic measures, we can overcome those scruples." He drained his cup and resolutely rose to his feet. "A few moments in your infirmary, my dear Shara, and we shall have the medication for your gallbladder sufferer. The other, poor wit—" Old Ive shrugged, his expression deeply compassionate. "Come, then, and you can tell me all the medical details that would bore Jackson and Brand to tears," Shara said, grinning fondly at her mate. "You never—" Jackson paused to give that adverb full emphasis. "Bore me, Shara." The loving look that she gave him warmed as the Kla had not. "You look tired, Jackson," Brand said when the door had closed. "I am, Brand, and my head aches with what I've seen and heard in the last 2 days. But I feel... Jackson stopped, clenching one fist, "that this is the most momentous thing that has happened to Pern since..." And he laughed. "Our ancestors landed here." His second laugh was not as easy. "Not that everyone will see it in that way, I'm sure." "There are always those who oppose change," Brand said with a resigned shrug. "Has the AIVAS told you exactly how it proposes to eliminate thread?" "We are mere babes, Brand, and must put in much hard work and learn many new things before AIVAS will give us any details. You should have seen Fandarel." Jackson's laugh was uninhibited. "And Benelek. They were spinning like tops to do everything at once. When Ruth and I got off transport duty, I was allowed to put together one of AIVAS's gadgets. He examined the fingers of his right hand, the solder burn, and the nicks where the screwdriver had slipped. I'm learning to access knowledge. Tomorrow I may even get to read some of AIVAS's stored wisdom. I tell you, Brand, the next few weeks are going to be fascinating." "Another way of telling me you'll frequently be away from the hold?" Brand asked, grinning. "Well, apart from overseeing falls, there's not much to do right now in the depths of winter, is there?" Jackson replied defensively. Brand laughed, and with the familiarity of their long and close relationship, clapped Jackson on the shoulder. "That there isn't, lad. I'd be happy to learn if AIVAS knows of any way to heat stone-cold holds."
"I'll ask him," Jackson promised earnestly. "I'll ask him." And he leaned forward to warm his hands again. Against his entreaties, Flar took Master Robinson back to Cove Hold. "You need the rest and quiet, Robinson," Flar told the harper sternly. "You won't get that if you're allowed to stay at landing again tonight. You're exhausted." "But what a wonderful way to get tired, Flar. And every time I turn around I think of something else I must ask AIVAS." Robinson chuckled. "It's rather like knowing you have the most fabulous vintage in your glass and being torn between drinking and admiring." Flar shot him an amused look. "That's apt enough, considering the source." "I try, but surely you appreciate why I'm loath to leave." And the harper's expression was entreating. "Oh, I do, Robinson." Flar grinned as he handed the man down from an immense great shoulder. "But it'd be worth my peace with Lessa if we let you overstretch yourself." "But this is giving me new life, Flar, a new hope that I never imagined to receive." "Nor I," Flar replied fervently, "which is why we must take care of you all the more to interpret for us." "Interpret?" "He speaks in plain and simple terms." "Not what AIVAS says, Robinson, but how our people will see what he offers. For me, and all Dragonriders, despite the future effects on Weyrs and dragonkind, I cannot but accept AIVAS's offer to rid us of Thread. But already there are those who are either frightened or feel threatened by what AIVAS can tell us or give us." "Yes, similar thoughts had crossed my mind," Robinson said solemnly. But then he flashed Flar a roguish grin. "But I also crossed them out. The good done us will far outweigh the bad. Get a good night's rest, Robinson. Bendon flies Thread tomorrow, but Dram will oblige, I'm sure, to get you back to landing." "Him?" Robinson was suddenly petulant. "He's worse than a mother-milk as it is," and he settled easily into Dram's voice. "I wouldn't if I were you, Robinson. Have you eaten enough, Robinson? Now would be a good time to rest in the sun." "He fusses me." "Not tomorrow. Dram's as eager to see and hear more of AIVAS as you are, you know," Flar said just before Nementh launched himself upward. "I've told Tiroth to take you tomorrow only if you are well rested," the dragon said. Zer, bronze tail wrapped about the harper's neck and talons lightly clasping his right ear, chirruped agreement. "Oh, you!" Robinson was torn between irritation at their overprotectiveness and pleasure that Nementh had a word for him. He could never forget how he personally owed the dragons who had kept him alive when his labored heart had faltered that terrible day at Weir 2 turns earlier. When he arrived at Cove Hold, Robinson was forced to admit to himself that he was tired. Just walking the short distance to the steps of his lovely residence winded him. There were lights on in the main hall, Dram and doubtless Lital waiting up for him. Zer chirped again, confirming his guess. Well, they would not tax him, and certainly they both deserved a brief report of the day's activities. Only how to be brief, considering all that had occurred since he had awakened early that morning. Only that morning? It was turns away in knowledge and understanding. But when he walked into the pleasant, well-lit room, Duram, the venerable retired Weir leader, and Lital, former Dragonrider and Jackson's mentor, would listen to no explanations. They ushered him to his room with instructions that he was to rest first. "Whatever momentous events occurred after I left can wait until morning," Dram said. "Drink your wine," Lital added, holding out the harper's beautiful blue glass goblet. "Yes, I've added something to make you sleep tonight, because just one look at your face tells me you need rest above all else." Robinson closed his hand about the goblet. Norris might be a closed-minded craft-master, but he blew elegant glass when he had a mind to, and in the exact shade of harper blue. "But I've so much to tell you," the harper objected after a sip of the wine. "All the better told when you've had a good night's sleep," Lital said. When he would have bent to undo Robinson's boots, the harper became indignant and pushed him away. "I'm not quite that tired, thank you, Lital," he said with great dignity. Laughing, Dram and Lital left. Robinson took another sip of wine before loosening the fastenings of his boots, the third before he hauled his tunic over his head, and another as he loosened his belt with his free hand. "That's enough," he told himself, and draining the cup, lay back. He had only sufficient energy to pull the light blanket over him against the possible chill of a morning sea breeze. He felt Zare nestle down on the next pillow, and that was all. The next morning he awoke slowly, aware that the dream he had had during the night had been both satisfying and confusing, but its ephemeral details eluded a conscious effort at recall. He lay for a moment, orienting himself. Sometimes of a morning he had difficulty remembering what day it was, or the task he had mentally assigned himself to accomplish. Today he experienced no such disorientation. He remembered everything that had happened the day before with amazing clarity. That was good. A challenge to stimulate his flagging faculties. Corman and his accusation of gullibility, indeed. Zare rumbled reassuringly on the pillow and stroked his head against Robinton's cheek. "Will you pass the word along that I am now completely refreshed?" he asked the bronze fire lizard. Zare regarded him, tilting his head sideways, his eyes whirling ever so slightly with the green of contentment, and gave a chirp. Then he rose and stretched his transparent wings arching over his head before he shook and folded them tightly along his spine. "So, are Tiroth and Dram awake to take me?" Zare ignored him and began to groom his left hind claws. "I gather that means I must bathe and eat first." As he rose, Robinson realized that he had slept in his trousers for the second night in a row. He shucked them off, snagged a large towel, and opening the door from his corner room to the wide porch that sheltered Cove Hold from the intense sunlight, strode out. Descending the flight of steps with more vigor than he had climbed them from the previous night, he jogged down the sandy track to the sea. Zare swirled overhead, crooning approval as Robinson dropped the towel on the white sand of the cove and continued into the pleasant waters. With Zare plunging into the next wave right beside him, Robinson emerged, propelling himself forward with a strong overarm stroke. A group of wild fire lizards joined him, and Zare, zipping just above the water alongside him or plunging in just in front of his face, missing body contact by inches. As often as they had seen humans bathing in the sea, they never ceased to be fascinated by swimmers. Robinson turned back to shore, allowing the waves to carry his body forward. The sea was gentle this morning, but the exercise was still a fine toner. He dried himself off, then knotted the towel about his waist and strode off toward the house, where Drab and Leto were waiting on the porch. "Tell them, Zare, that I am completely refreshed and in vigorous health." "You're awake, are you?" Dram called. "About time. It's well past noon." "Past noon?" Robinson stopped in his tracks, appalled at having wasted so much time sleeping. Who knew what he had missed of IVAS's disclosures that morning? "You should have wakened me." He did not attempt to keep the irritation out of his voice. "Your body has more sense than you do," Leto added, rising from the hammock hanging in the corner of the porch. "You got only the sleep you needed, Robinson. Pour him some claw, Dram, while I finish preparing his breakfast. Our lunch." As Robinson came up the steps, the aroma of the claw that Dram was pouring was enough to remind him that hunger was a need, too. He settled himself down, and between bites of the substantial breakfast that Leto served him, he brought them up to date. "And so, the miracle begins," he said, finishing his account. "You've no doubt in your mind, Robinson," Leto said with his usual skepticism, "that this IVAS can effect the annihilation of Thread?" "By the first egg, Leto, one cannot doubt it. The marvels we saw, the very fact that our ancestors made that incredible flight from the planet of our origin, lend credibility to his promise. We have only to relearn the skills we lost, and we can triumph over this ancient menace." "Aye, but why didn't the ancients rid us of Thread, then, with all their incredible crafts and their full knowledge of the technology lost to us?" Leto asked. "You're not the only one to query that, Leto," Robinson said. But IVAS explained that the volcanic eruptions came at a crucial time, and the settlers went north to establish a safe base, so their plans to defeat Thread were interrupted. Why didn't they come back when Threadfall ceased? That IVAS didn't know. Robinson had to recognize that there were gaps in IVAS's account. And yet, a musical instrument can only do what it is constructed to do, or one of Fandarel's machines. Therefore, a machine, even as sophisticated as IVAS, could only do what he was designed to do. I really must make up my mind how I consider the thing, Robinson thought. It is unlikely to tell lies, though I suspect he, Robinson said, making up his mind, does not reveal the whole truth. We've had enough trouble absorbing and understanding what he's already told us. Little gave a snort, a cynical expression on his face which Robinson was relieved to notice was not mirrored by Dram. I would like to believe that we can, Robinson added. Who wouldn't? Little said, relenting slightly. I believe AIVAS, Dram said. He speaks with such authority. He explained that the time will be right in 4 years, that is, turns 10 months and 27 days, 26 today. The time factor has to be correct to succeed. Succeed in what? Little persisted. That is something we must also learn. Robinson laughed in self-disparagement. Not to put too fine a point on it, Little, but we're plainly too ignorant to understand his explanation. He did try something about windows, and leaving Pern just at the precise moment to intercept the red star, or rather the planet which appears red to us for so much of its orbit in our skies. He showed us the diagram. Noting his defensive tone, he shook himself. If you wish to query him, Little, I'm sure you can. Little cast Robinson a sardonic look. There are others with greater reason to consult AIVAS. But you must hear our history from AIVAS, Little, Dram said, leaning forward across the table. You'll appreciate then why we can so unreservedly believe in AIVAS and in his promise. He really has got to you, hasn't he? Little shook his head at their credulousness. If you listen to what he says, you'll believe, Robinson said, rising. He had to clutch at the towel to keep it from slipping, which reduced the dignity of his pronouncement. I'm dressing to return to landing. Dram, will you and Tiroth oblige me? Since you're arrested, Dram said, giving his housemaid a long and searching look, we will of course oblige. Little, will you not join us today? Not today. Are you afraid of being won over despite your reservations? Robinson asked. Little shook his head slowly. That's not likely. But go, enjoy your dream of thread-free skies. The last of the true skeptics, Robinson muttered under his breath, somewhat disturbed by Little's continued disbelief. Did Little think old age had dulled Robinson's wits or discriminatory faculties, or did he believe, like Corman, that the Harper was gullible enough to be taken in by any plausible story? No, Dram assured him when he voiced the question to the old Weir leader as they walked toward Bronze Tiroth, waiting for them on the strand. He's too pragmatic. He told me yesterday that we were far too excited to think logically about the repercussions AIVAS will have on our lives, altering the basic structure of our society and its values and all that twaddle. Dram's snort indicated that he did not agree. He's been through several upheavals himself. He's unlikely to welcome another. But you do. Dram smiled over his shoulder at the Harper as he settled himself between Tiroth's neck ridges. I'm a Dragonrider, Harper, and dedicated to the eradication of thread. If there is even the slightest hope. He shrugged. Tiroth, take us to landing. Watch out, Dram, the Harper cautioned. It's undergone considerable alterations, even since yesterday noontime when you left it. So, Monarth warns me. Although the Harper knew that Tiroth was speaking directly to Dram, his chest swelled with the privilege of hearing. I have the altered scene from him. It has changed. Was there a note of discontent in Tiroth's tone? However, the great bronze dragon took them between and re-entered on the hill west of the AIVAS building, hovering in the air above the line of dragons sunning themselves on the promontory. Robinson looked up at the dragons on the hill to see if he recognized any of the bronzes or the queens. Then he remembered that Bendon Weir would be involved in riding Threadfall today. Gliding down toward the building, Robinson and Dram could not see the alterations until the bronze veered to his right and back-winged to land on the wide yard. I'd no idea, Dram gasped, turning to stare at the Harper, who was no less surprised than he. Robinson hid his own reaction behind a quick smile of reassurance. Obviously, Little was in the minority to judge by the changes here, all designed to facilitate access to AIVAS. The original wing had been tripled in size, with odd lean-to sheds like skirts all along 3 sides. As the harper dismounted, he recognized more of Fanderel's batteries housed under the sheds. Sufficient power, he assumed, to sustain the entity all the hours of the day and night until the new and more powerful water turbines were finished. In the broad new courtyard, several knots of folk were arguing vociferously with each other while above their heads fire lizards made raucous sounds of agitation. Most of the people wore the shoulder knots of masters and journeymen from various crafts. Their tunic devices told Robinson that they came from different holds as well. "Free for all?" Dram asked, dropping to the ground beside Robinson. "That's what it certainly sounds like." Robinson did not recognize any of the dissenters, though he noted 4 of Master Eslin's biggest workmen standing in front of the closed doors of the building. He took a deep breath and strode forward. "Now, just what seems to be the trouble here?" he asked loudly. It took only a moment for all the disputants to realize who was addressing them. Immediately he was encircled, each plaintiff demanding his attention. "Now wait just a moment," he bellowed. Behind him on the hill, bronze and gold dragons added their authoritative bugle, and silence fell. Then he pointed at one man wearing a Master Miner's knot and Crom's device. "Master Eslin will not let us in," the man said belligerently. "And my Lord Holder," a man wearing the head steward knots of Bull pushed forward from the group, "insists that we've been giving the facts about this mysterious being." "Dector charged me to do the same," a steward from Nabal said in the most aggrieved tone of the 3. "We demand to know the truth about this AIVAS, and I'm to see this marvel before I return to Nabal." "Yes, you have all been unconscionably slighted," Robinson said soothingly. "And those of us who have been fortunate to hear AIVAS know that seeing AIVAS is the first step in believing what he can do for us all, Hold, Hall, and Weir. Why, I've only just been allowed to return." He feigned indignation at such an omission. That the much-respected Harper of Pern should be denied access, too, seemed to appease them. "Now, you must realize that the room where AIVAS is installed is quite small, though I notice there have been attempts to enlarge the space." He craned his neck, as if trying to see just how much larger it was. Yes. Working day and night from the look of it. Most commendable, really. Now, if you'll just bide here, I'll see what can be done about your quite legitimate request to see AIVAS." "I don't just want to see it," the miner complained. "I want it to tell me how to get back to the main lode of a very rich vein of ore. The ancients located all the ores on Pern. I want it to tell me where to dig, since it knows everything about Pern." "Not everything, my dear fellow," Robinson said, less than surprised that AIVAS was already being considered an omniscient being. Should he emphasize that AIVAS was only, he thought, a machine? A device that had served their ancestors as the receptacle of information? No, their understanding of machinery, craftsmen though many of them were, was too rudimentary. They would not grasp the concept of an artificial intelligence. The Master Harper didn't understand that all too well himself. He sighed with resignation. And he knows very little about Pern as it is today, though a great deal about Pern as it was 2,500 turns ago. I suppose none of you heard that you were supposed to bring hall records with you? AIVAS particularly wants to bring himself up to current times with every hall, hold, and weir. "No one said anything about records," the miner said, taken aback. "We heard it knew everything." AIVAS will be the first to inform me that while his knowledge extends to many subjects and skills, he is not, happily, all-knowing. He is a talking record, and far more accurate than ours, which tunnel snakes, time, and other perils that have rendered illegible. "We was told he knew everything," the miner insisted stubbornly. "Not even I know everything," Robinson responded gently. "Nor has AIVAS even once suggested that he does. He knows a great deal more, however, than we do, and we shall all learn from him. Now, let me speak to Master Eslin on your behalf. There are, let's see, how many of you?" And he did a quick head count. 34. Well, that's too many for one go. Dram, choose by lots. You all know Dram here as a fair man. You all have a turn, brief it may be, but AIVAS you shall see. Master Eslin was delighted to see the harper, but appalled at Robinton's solution to the matter of the plaintiffs. "We can't send them away unhappy, Eslin. They have every bit as much of a right to see Ivas as a lord-holder, more even, because they'll be the doing of Ivas's grand plans over the next few years. Who's in there now? Master Terry, with masters and journeymen from every smithcraft hall in the world." Then his eyes went round with anxiety. "And Master Hermione from Southernhold, and 2 of his apprentices." Ah, Torix finally sent an emissary. Robinton wasn't sure if the news pleased or worried him. He had rather hoped not to have to contend with Torix's avarice yet. "I don't think he comes on Lord Torix's behalf." Eslin shook his head, his eyes still wide with apprehension. "Master Hermione did say to Master Terry that his sister, the Lady Shara of Ruatha, suggested that he drop everything and come here immediately." "And so he should. So he should," Robinton agreed affably. Hermione would be an excellent man to have involved here, a clever innovator who had already put back to use what the ancients had left behind in a southern mine. "I'll just see when it's convenient to interrupt them for a few minutes. Believe me, Eslin, it's the better part of discretion to give those fellows out there the chance to see Ivas for themselves. But they're only stewards and small miners. There are more of those than of lord-holders and craft-hall masters and weir-leaders, Eslin, and every single one of them has the right to approach Ivas." "That wasn't what I was told," Master Eslin said, resorting to his usual obstructive attitude, thrusting his heavy chin belligerently forward. Robinton eyed him pityingly for such a long time that even the thick-skinned Eslin could not fail to notice that his behavior was unacceptable to the harper. "I think you'll find, before the day is out, that you will be told differently, Master Eslin. Now, if you'll excuse me." And with that, Robinton strode down the hall to the Ivas chamber. As he approached, he could hear Ivas' sonorous voice using the sort of penetrating tone that suggested he was addressing a large group. When Robinton quietly opened the door, he was first amazed at how many people were standing in the room, and then that even more occupied the new wings on either side of the Ivas facility. 2 doors had been opened into large annexes on either side. The 2 walls enclosing Ivas were intact, of course, but much more space had been made for large audiences. This afternoon, the group was composed of smiths who were, in general, possessed of large, powerful bodies. Master Nikat, the master miner, was seated at the front on a bench with Terry and 2 of his best masters, who were all busily copying the diagrams on the main Ivas screen. Jancis was also there in a corner, bent over a drawing board on her lap. Others in the room were doing their best to draw, too, some using the backs of others to steady their pads. Robinton could make no sense of the complicated design, but it was obvious from the rapt attention it was being given that it was of great importance to smith-crafters. Ivas was explaining, adding numbered specifications that also meant nothing to the harper. The measured voice enjoined his listeners to ask questions on any point that was not clear. "You've explained in such detail," Master Nikat said, his swarthy face wearing a most respectful expression, "that even the most simple-minded apprentice would understand. If you don't mind, Ivas," a master miner whom Robinton knew to be the master of the works at one of the larger Telgar iron foundries, raised his hand. "If faulty melts can be remedied up to standard, then can we repair the damage to ones long since discarded?" "That is correct. The process can be applied to used metals. In fact, quite often the use of old metal improves the final product." "Even metals made by the ancients?" Master Hermione asked. "We have found some in what I understand were the original workings at Andiyar's stake in Dorado." "Once in the crucible, the melt burns off impurities of all kinds." Then, to Robinton's astonishment, Ivas added, "Good afternoon, Master Robinton. What assistance do you need today?" Robinton found himself embarrassed. "I do not intend to interrupt." "You aren't," Terry replied, rising and stretching. "Right, Nikat?" he added to the master miner, who looked like a man hoping that he had understood his orders. The other craftsmen began low conversations with neighbors, and those nearest the door began to file out, carefully folding their drawings and notes. As Robinton moved farther into the room,
He caught the pungency of sweating bodies, laced with the taint of metal's acidity, and the odd dank smell of deep mine shafts. As the room emptied, he could appreciate the size of the room that had been achieved overnight. "Well, well," he murmured, noticing the windows on either ends, open to a breeze which began to circulate freely as the last of the craftsmen left. Jancis alone remained in her corner, furiously scribbling. She looked up and smiled at the harper. "We've accomplished so much today, Master Robinson." "And did you get any sleep last night, young woman?" Her cheeks dimpled in a mischievous smile. "Indeed we did." And then she colored. We both slept. Pimer fell asleep first. Oh, blast." Robinson laughed heartily. "I won't misconstrue, Jancis, even if it mattered. You're not going to let all this fuss and fascination delay your formal announcement, are you?" "No," she said firmly. "I want to bring the date forward." She brushed prettily, but kept the eye contact. "It would make things easier." She gathered up her things. "The others are all in the computer room. You might want to take a crack at it, too." "Me?" The harper was dumbfounded. "That's for young, resilient minds like yours and Pimer's and Jackson's." "Learning is not limited to the young, Master Robinson," Ivas said. "Well, we'll see," the harper replied, hedging and running his fingers nervously over his face. He was acutely conscious that he could no longer retain the words and notes of new music, and had few doubts that the problem would extend to other areas. He did not think himself a vain man or excessively proud, but he did not wish to show to disadvantage. "We'll see. Meantime, we have a minor problem." "With that lot out there, determined against all Master Eslin's prejudice on seeing Ivas?" Jancis asked. A minor problem," Robinson heard himself saying, and groaned. Jancis pleased him by chuckling. "It is apt," she said. "They need to see Ivas so that they can tell their lords and masters that they have. That's about the size of it. Ivas, if you would agree, I shall waft them in and out, with just time enough to say that they've been here." "Is that your true wish in this instance?" Robinson cleared his throat. "I could wish that as many men and women as possible on this planet could be exposed to your fund of knowledge, but even with these enlarged accommodations that is neither possible nor wise. The parochially minded tend to flog petty issues to a nubbin. The worried assume their problems are uniquely threatening, or that you are omniscient enough to solve any problem put to you." "It has always been so, Master Robinson," Ivas said, as accepting as ever. "Mankind has always put great faith in oracles." Oracles? The word was unfamiliar to the harper. "A full explanation of the phenomenon should be kept until you have 44 hours free, for the file on religion is lengthy. At this moment in time, how do you propose to satisfy the petitioners outside?" "By sending them in small groups to see and question you, however briefly." "Then permit them all to enter. The outside censors indicate the exact numbers that this room can now accommodate." While Master Estlin looked on in dismay and disapproval, the entire gaggle hurried down the corridor. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," Ivas said, his mellifluous voice startling the newcomers into awed silence. "Within the walls you are currently facing, there is an artificial intelligence voice address system that stores information for retrieval, or IVAS, to use the appropriate acronym. It is seen that there are among you those of the miner craft. No doubt you noticed that master miners attended the previous lecture. It would be of considerable value to you to consult with these men on the new methods of smelting ores. It is hoped that you two stewards from Crom and Nabal have brought with you the records of your holds. These will be vital in assessing the present and future productivity of the properties you so ably manage for your lordholders. You glassmiths and journeymen from the halls at Eigen and Ista have in the sand pits and lead mines of your respective holds some of the best silicates in this world, which accounts for the fact that you produce the finest, most durable glass on the planet. If this facility may be of service in any way to your craft halls, please ask Master Robinson to appoint a time for a longer discussion." Most of the attendees simply gawked, trying to find the source of the disembodied voice. The Ista glassmith took a hesitant step forward, swallowed hard, and spoke. "Master Ivas, Master Old, have asked me to construct the lens of a microscope for him." The words came out in a rush. "Yes, such an instrument is of vital importance to the healer's hall. I looked up our records, Master Ivas." He pulled from his tunic some moldering sheet, stained, spotted, and full of holes. "But, as you see," he held them out toward the screen. "Place them over the lit panel on the worktop, Master Glassmith." Looking about for reassurance, the Istan hesitated until the harper shooed him forward. The others stared at the glassmith for his audacity. Part of one page crumbled off even as he placed it over the lighted panel. His journeyman rushed forward and, with the air of a man greatly daring, shoved the missing corner up against the broken end. Instantly the screen lit up with the image of the much-damaged drawing. Magically, an unseen point connected up the missing lines, and while the watchers gasped in wonder, the diagram became entire. From the printer slot emerged a sheet, which the dazzled journeyman took at Iva's suggestion. "Look! Look! Finer than the best draftsman we have could render it," the excited man exclaimed. "Next page, please," Ivas said, and the glassmith, with some fumbling, managed to comply. Very shortly the missing notes and explanations had been restored, and everyone in the room had had a chance to see the reconstructed sheets. "Have you any queries regarding the manufacture of barrel, focusing devices, or lenses?" Ivas asked politely. There were one or two questions from the journeyman. His master was too dazed to be coherent. "If some should arise during manufacture," Ivas finished. "During what?" The journeyman was startled into asking by the unfamiliar word. "During the making. Either send your question to Master Robinson or return for an additional explanation or further demonstration." It was easy then for Robinson to move the group out of the room and speed them on their way down the hall. "That took 10 minutes, Ivas said in a low tone. "A useful disposition of time." "Have you been advised to appoint me your aide?" the Master Harper asked in an amused tone. "Your impartiality is legend, Master Robinson, and your scrupulous sense of fair play has just been demonstrated. Master Eslin's definition of priority is noticeably skewed toward rank. The glassmith's need of stored information was indeed a priority, thought to have been immediately scheduled when he arrived early this morning. Master Eslin ignored him." "He did?" Robinson was annoyed. "If you will see to it that he does not exceed his very limited authority, considerable future ill-feeling will be avoided." "I will see to that immediately, Ivas." "If you should be unwilling to act in this capacity, perhaps Dram, the bronze Dragonrider, would assist. He also is held in the highest regard by peer group Hall and Hold. Is it true that he came forward in time 400 turns to fight Thread, that he has already spent a good portion of his life in that onerous task?" "That is correct, Ivas." "This generation and his are amazing, Master Robinson." Though the words were spoken levelly, the tone of admiration was unmistakable, and Robinson squared his shoulders proudly. "We are of one mind in that." Then brusquely, Robinson added, "As your aide, Master Ivas, I'll just set Master Eslin straight on the matter of assigning priorities without consultation. You may be sure he will obey you as promptly as he does myself or the Weir leaders." Back in the hall, Robinson cut short all of Master Eslin's tedious explanations and apologies. He found Dram in the room where Pymer, Jancis, Jackson, and Benelek were clattering away at their lessons on the small screens. They were each working on different projects he could see. He recognized that Jancis was somehow replicating the diagram that Ivas had shown the miners. "Come on, Master Robinson," Pymer said, looking up from his screen. "I fixed a station for you to experiment with." Robinson held up his hands and backed away. No, I've appointed myself aide to Master Ivas for the afternoon. You cannot believe how stupid Eslin is." "Ha! Yes, I can," Pymore said emphatically. "He's as thick as 2 short planks," Benelek grumbled, "and he doesn't like any of us coming and going as we need to." "I don't have any trouble," Jancis said, but her eyes danced with mischief. "All I have to do is give him a cup of claw or something to eat from the tray when I bring it in." "And that's another score I'm going to settle with old Master Fuddy-Duddy Eslin," Pymer said heatedly.
You're not a kitchen drudge. Does he never see the master tab on your collar? Doesn't he know you're Fanderel's granddaughter, and on top of your own craft? Oh, I think he will, Jackson remarked without looking up from his board, his fingers flying across it. I called his paternal act this morning, and I reminded him that the proper form of address for Jance is his mastersmith. You know, I don't think he had noticed the collar tabs. That's no excuse, Pimer retorted, likely to fume until he himself had settled the score with the old man. Perhaps Master Esmond should go back to his archives, Dram said. That's what he's supposed to be doing. And about all he's good for, Pimer muttered. However, since someone must take over his current responsibility, I think I shall appoint myself in his place. A marvelous notion, Dram, Robinson said, while the others let out a loud cheer. Actually, AIVAS had already recommended you in that capacity. He's heard that you are a well-respected and scrupulously honest character. He doesn't know you as well as I do, of course. And when Dram glanced apprehensively at him, Robinson broke into a teasing grin. In fact, I think we should inveigle Lytol up here, too. Or would 3 honest men be too much for the job? There can never be enough honest men, Jackson said firmly, looking up from his screen. I think the challenge would be good for Lytol. His expression reflected a deep concern for his aging guardian. The pair of you already look the better for some proper use of your long experience, and there ought to be someone in charge who's got the sense he was born with. I second that, a voice sent from the doorway. In walked Master Smith Hermione. I had to elbow the old fool aside to get back in here. I see what Shara meant when she said you were all wrapped up in this, Jackson, he added, tolerantly grinning at his sister's maid before he nodded courteously to the others in the room. I didn't want to cause undue consternation among my peers earlier, Master Robinson, but would Master AIVAS be able to tell any of us, me, because I am dead keen to know, how the ancestors made their durable plastics? Hurrah! Pimer and Jancis cheered together, and Pimer jumped from his stool and thumped Hermione's back. The big smith from Southern Hold was not as tall or as massive as Master Fanderel, but he was solid enough to absorb Pimer's hearty pounding without giving an inch. He grinned at his friend, his large, even white teeth in his tanned face. Glad someone approves, don't you? Looking directly at the harper. Robinson looked inquiringly at Dram. And thus we make the first test of our authority? I'd say Hermione is exactly the right man to try something so new to us at least, Dram said, nodding. So it's now up to him who knows, Robinson said, and jerked his head toward AIVAS' room. Let's ask. All but Benelek traipsed along to hear what AIVAS would say. Robinson beckoned for Hermione to stand squarely in front of the screen, then had to prod him when the big smith suddenly found it difficult to frame the question. Ask him. He hasn't bitten anyone, Robinson said. Yet, Pimer added, pretending to be worried. Master AIVAS, Hermione faltered again. You are volunteering to learn how to make silicate-based plastics, such as your ancestors used in building materials, Master Hermione? Hermione just nodded, his eyebrows raised in comical surprise. How do you know that? He asked in a low aside to the harper. He's got long ears, Robinson replied, amused. Incorrect, Master Robinson, AIVAS said. This facility has far more sensitive receptors than ears, Master Hermione, and since the door to the adjacent room was open, the conversation was audible. To reiterate, you wish, Master Hermione, to learn how to produce the plastics your ancestors used. Hermione squared himself in front of the screen, throwing his head up. Yes, Master AIVAS, that is my wish. There are sufficient of my peers eager to improve the quality of iron, steel, brass, and copper, but having seen the durability of the ancients' plastic materials, I would like to specialize in them. It is my belief that this could be as important a material to us as it was to our ancestors. The manufacture of plastics was a highly refined skill in your ancestors' time. Different polymers produced different end products that could be pliable, semi-malleable, or rigid, dependent on the chemical formulae. As surface petroleum was discovered near Drake's Lake, there is no reason you cannot revive organic plastic manufacture. However, you will have to understand considerably more chemistry than is currently part of your mastery training. The manufacture itself can be defined as a continuous mass solution process. 2 units were left in the Catherine Caves by Joel Lilienkamp. Lillienkamp? Pymor cried, pivoting to point both forefingers at Jancis, who also cried, Lilcamp? Who was Joe Lillienkamp? Pymor asked AIVAS.
The expedition supply officer. The person who preserves so many artifacts in the Gathering Caves.
Jake just has to be a descendant, Pymor crowed, and then abruptly apologized for his interruption.
End of Side 5. The two large polymerizing units are not marked as having been protectively packaged. Therefore, they will have suffered decay and are unlikely to be operative. But they can be used as templates. You will learn much in the reconstruction, Master Hermione, and have more to learn in the chemistry and physics experiments that will be set. Hermione's grin stretched from ear to ear. My pleasure, Master AIVAS, my pleasure. He rubbed his big, calloused hands together in eagerness. When do I start? First, you must find the prototype models in the cave. AIVA's screen lit up with the pictures of 2 thick cubes with a variety of curious extrusions. These are what you must find. They will be heavy and cumbersome to move.
I've moved odder and heavier objects, Master AIVAS.
A paper illustrating the necessary objects extruded from the slot, and Pymor handed it to the southern smith. You will require a workshop in which to disassemble them, and decide what materials you have readily available with which to assemble a modern model. It is advisable that you not be the only one to study these basic sciences. The manufacture of suitable polymers will require a considerable team of workers trained in chemistry and physics. Hermione smiled ruefully. Study will obviously be necessary just to understand the unfamiliar words you're using. I think it's safe to say, Master Robinson put in, glancing pointedly at Pymor and Jancis, that you will have at least 3 or 4 more students in your class, AIVAS. I'm sure, Hermione, that you will want some members of your own hall trained as well. I've 1 or 2 likely fellows in mind, that's certain, Hermione replied. He drew in a deep breath and exhaled. My thanks, Master AIVAS. Acknowledged, Master Hermione. How'd you escape Torek? Pymor asked softly, masking his words behind one hand. Escape doesn't enter into this, Pymor. Again Hermione said with a droll grimace. I'm my own master. I've organized Southern's minds to produce with or without me leaning on anyone. Now I shall broaden my own horizons as Torek did his. My thanks, Master Robinson. Dram, I know where the caves are. I'll start right away. And he strode purposefully out of the room and down the hall. As soon as the smith had turned the corner, Master Eslin ducked out of one of the sleeping rooms on the corridor, his expression aggrieved. Master Robinson, I told that smith he wasn't to... Master Eslin. Robinson adopted his most charming manner as he put an arm around the man's fleshy shoulders and turned him around. Dram closed in on the other side, so that Eslin was inexorably led toward the entrance hall. I do believe that you have been most shamefully treated lately. I? Eslin's fretful look turned to surprise as he laid one plump hand on his chest. Yes, Master Robinson, when bullies like that Southern smith pay absolutely no attention to my orders. You're quite right, Master Eslin, most shameful, and I think your good nature in suspending your invaluable archival contributions to this site has been woefully abused. Therefore, it has been decided that Weirleader Dram, Lord Warder Litall, and myself should relieve you of this onerous duty and let you get back to your own responsibilities. Oh, but, Master Robinson, Eslin would have slowed his pace if the other two had let him. I didn't mean to imply that I was unwilling. You have been willingness itself, Dram said, shaking his head, and to all your credit, Master Eslin, but fair's fair, and you've been more than kind to officiate. We will now take over from you. Master Eslin continued his protest all the way out the door and down the walk to the path that led to the archive complex. Gently but firmly, Weirleader and Harper gave him a final push, smiling and nodding and totally ignoring his repeated demurrals. There, Dram said once they were back in the building. He brushed his hands together in satisfaction. I'll take the first watch, Robinson. He turned to one of the guards. I'm in charge now. What's your name? Gayton, sir.
I'd take it kindly, Gaydon, if you'd fetch something cool to drink from the kitchens. Bring enough for all of us here, and... No, Robinson, he is not going to bring you any wine yet. You'll have to have a cool head when you stand your watch, you know." "Why, you old coot," Robinson exclaimed. "My head remains cool no matter how much wine I take. The very notion." "Take yourself off, Robinson." Grinning, Dram shooed him away. "Get into mischief somewhere else." "Mischief?" The harper grumbled with mock indignation, but just then they heard a triumphant shout from Pimer, so he hurried along to see what had occurred. "I did it! I did it!" Pimer was still carrying on when the harper arrived. Jancis and Jackson both looked slightly envious. Benelek adopted a distant attitude. "Did what?" "Made a program all by myself." The harper peered at the enigmatic words and letters on the screen, and then at the journeyman. "That is a program?" "Sure is. Dead easy once you get the hang of it." Pimer's elation was infectious. "Pimer," the harper found himself saying, "I have a few hours to spare right now while Dram's on duty. Did you or did you not mention that there was a spare one of these contraptions?" "Indeed there is, master." With considerable satisfaction on his face and not a trace of his usual impudence, Pimer spun out of his seat and went over to the shelf where the components were neatly stacked. "I think I may regret this," Robinson said to himself. "It is to be hoped that you will not, Master Robinson," was AIVAS's low reassurance. Zare, nipping his ear, roused Robinson from a doze. He had been leaning back in his chair, head resting on the support, legs propped up on the desk, and as he woke the first thing he was aware of was the crick in his neck. His knees wouldn't at first bend as he lowered his legs. When he groaned, Zare nipped him again, eyes flaming red-orange. Instantly the master harper was alert. Down the hall he could hear AIVAS' voice explaining something in the lighter voice of one of the students querying. That was as it should be. He looked up at Zare, who was staring out the door into the night. It was then he caught the faint noise of something cracking, and the even fainter splashing of liquid. He rose, silently swearing at the recalcitrance of aging joints that no longer functioned smoothly. As stealthily as he could, he moved across the entrance hall and out into the night. He knew it was near dawn. The insect sounds that had lulled him to sleep on his post had ceased, and daytime noises had not yet begun. He crept forward, hearing that soft, cracking noise again. To his left, where the banks of Fandarel's batteries had been installed against the wall, he saw darker shadows. Two men busily smashing the glass tanks that held the battery fluid. "Now just what do you think you're doing?" he demanded, outraged. "Zare, grab them! Pimer! Jancis, someone!" He ran forward, determined to prevent any further damage to AIVAS's power supply. Later he wondered what he had thought he was doing. An unarmed elderly man attacking vandals. Even as the pair came at him with upraised clubs or iron bars or whatever they had been using to smash the battery tanks, he wasn't afraid, just purely and simply furious. Fortunately, Zare had weapons, 20 sharp talons, and as the little bronze swooped to tear at the eyes of the first man, Pimer's Farley, Jancis's Trigg, and half a dozen other fire lizards joined the battle. Robinson caught a handful of tunic and tried to drag the man to the ground, but with a savage jerk, accompanied by an anguished squeal as fire lizards' claws racked facial skin, the man broke free and took to his heels. His companion swatted viciously at the aerial attackers and then ran off as well. The fire lizards followed, dividing into two groups to follow the separating fugitives. By the time human assistance arrived, even the sound of the vandals' retreat was lost to listening ears. "Don't worry, Robinson," Pimer said. "We've only to check who got clawed. We'll find them. Are you all right, master?" Robinson was clutching at his chest and panting from his exertions, and although he gestured fiercely for Pimer and the others to follow the fugitives, he became their first concern. I'm all right," he cried, trying to avoid their solicitude. "Go after them!" And he fell into a fit of coughing, caused more by frustration than by exercise. By the time he had convinced them of his well-being, the fire lizards had returned, looking exceedingly pleased with themselves for having chased the intruders. Disgusted at the vandals' escape, Robinson grabbed up a glow basket and led the way to the point of attack. 5 smashed, and if you hadn't heard, Peimer began. I didn't hear. Zare did. Robinson was furious with himself for having dozed off. Same thing, Peimer replied with an impish grin. And they didn't break enough tanks to jeopardize the power supply. Don't fret now, master. There's spares in stores. I'm fretting because it happened at all. Robinson heard his voice rise in angry stress. We'll find the vandals, Peimer assured his master. Guiding the old harper back to his chair, he poured him a cup of wine. We'd better, Robinson said savagely. He knew there was a growing antagonism to AIVAS, but he had not really considered, even for a moment, that someone would actually attack the facility. But who? He wondered, sipping at the wine and feeling its usual efficacious soothing. Estlin? He doubted the fat old fool would dare, no matter how upset he might have been over losing his sinecure. Had any of Norris' glassmen been at landing that day? Don't fret yourself, Peimer repeated, regarding his master with continued anxiety. See, Zare's bloodied one of them. We'll find them, never fear. The men were not found the next morning, although Peimer organized a discreet search of the entire complement at landing. He even went so far as to rouse Estlin well before the indolent man was apt to be awake, but the round, fat face was blemish-free. They must have just kept running, he reported to the worried Harper, who was overseeing the replacement of the battery tanks. We must build a barrier across these, Robinson said. We must mount a watch at all times. AIVAS cannot be jeopardized. Have you decided who's the most likely suspect? Peimer asked, watching his master's tired face. Suspect? I have a variety of choices. Proof? No. Peimer shrugged. Then we watch harder. Then as an afterthought he asked, Why didn't AIVAS sound an alarm? He usually sees what's going on night or day. When queried on that point, AIVAS replied that the Vandals had been operating under the level of the exterior visuals, and the only sound the audio sensors had picked up had been consistent enough with the usual nocturnal activity. What about in here? Robinson asked. This facility is safe. Do not fear vandalism in here. Robinson was not all that reassured, but could not argue the point, as the first of the new day students were arriving. We'll keep this to ourselves for the time being, Peimer, Robinson said in a tone that brooked no argument. What about a message to all Harpers to watch out for claw-marked faces? Robinson lifted his shoulders briefly. I doubt they'll appear in public until they're healed, but send the message. As events over the next few weeks proved, the self-appointment of the Harper, the old Weir leader, and the retired Lord Warder as AIVAS' custodians was providential. The management by 3 men who already enjoyed reputations for probity and impartiality went unchallenged. Certainly the accumulated knowledge of Harper, Weir leader, and Lord Warder was utilized to its fullest in the rebirth and administration of landing. Some visitors, the merely curious, became disenchanted when they discovered that AIVAS ignored foolish or egocentric questions. Those willing to be enlightened and to work hard to acquire the new discipline stayed on and profited. Until 10 secondary stations were up and running, the 3 custodians arranged appointments for AIVAS, deftly slotting in emergency consultations without offending anyone, and because AIVAS needed no rest, concentrated lessons such as those from Master Oldive and other healers were scheduled for the early hours of landing's day. The major craft halls were not the only ones to send representatives. It became prestigious for the Lord Holders to send promising sons and daughters as well as likely candidates from minor holds. There were so many at first, some of whom were obviously ill-equipped to deal with radical new concepts, that it was kinder and less bothersome to set each applicant a basic test. An aptitude test, AIVAS called it. It certainly weeded out the idlers and those without true scholarship. Lessa and Flar never became proficient in their use of a console, mostly because, in the Harper's estimation, they had little time to spend learning the essentials, but they did grasp the fundamentals of accessing information. Fnor didn't even try, but his mate, Breck, joined the Master Healer's dedicated group in their striving to regain the lost medical techniques. Miriam, determined to keep up with Tjellen, struggled on despite a most distressing start and succeeded. Gvan became as adept as Jackson and Peimer. To the surprise and delight of his close associates, the taciturn Lytle became an avid user, accessing files from the widest range of topics. He insisted on taking the late shift, as he never required more than 4 hours of sleep anyway. Lytle's always been a deep person with unexpected reserves, or he wouldn't have survived as long as he has, Jackson replied to those who commented on Lytle's new obsession. Though I don't understand his fascination with all that dry historical stuff when there's so much more we can apply to living and working here and now. On the contrary, Jackson, the Harper replied, Lytle's investigations may be the most significant of all. Even more significant than Fanderel's new water turbine power stations? The master-smith had taken great satisfaction in demonstrating how a model of the proposed generator worked, as his Downdry labored day and night to complete the components of the full-scale machinery. That is certainly significant now, the Harper replied, choosing his words carefully, but there's the problem of general acceptance. Various rooms had been set up, each dedicated to a different subject. 2 of the larger rooms became laboratories to teach the basic sciences that AIVAS felt were required as foundation courses, as he termed them, chemistry, physics, and biology. 1 room had been set aside for short consultations, and another for general teaching. A fairly large room was set aside for the healers, and its walls covered with various diagrams of the most gruesome sort in Jance's estimation. AIVAS also requested that a room be reserved for special students, those who were taking concentrated courses in a variety of subjects. Jackson, Pimer, Jancis, Kavan, Tigellan, Niton, Miram, Hamayan, 3 journeymen, an apprentice of Hamayans, 4 other young bronze riders, 2 brown, 4 blue, and 3 green riders. Other riders would follow when there was a space in the classes, since the Weyrs were the most eager to take advantage of AIVAS. Occasionally, Robinson liked to walk down the hall and listen in on the instructions. One day he peered in on a lesson including Jackson, Pimer, Jancis, and 2 Smithcraft journeymen. He saw an astonishing sight. A ring of dull metal hovered about 2 inches high above the worktop in front of them. As they reached forward to touch it, it slipped along the bench as if it were on invisible rollers. AIVAS continued his explanation. The lines of magnetic force in the ring are induced in such a way that they exactly oppose the electromagnets that are generating the field. Robinson made himself small against the door jamb so as not to disturb the fascinated students. This is far more dramatic at very low temperatures, where there is no electrical resistance. The rings are superconducting, and the current passes without any loss. There are not the facilities here to show you this, but you will be ready for the superconductivity lesson in 3 or 4 weeks. Jackson will be ready for it sooner. Pimer must do more on winding electromagnets with proper toroidal windings. Journeyman Minotti, your metal formers were not up to the standard required, but you have a week in which to improve. Robinson tiptoed quietly away, not wishing to embarrass the students, but he was smiling as he sauntered back to the entrance hall. A good teacher should give good praise, encouragement, and admonition as required. There were auxiliary workshops for smith, glass, and wood crafts in the larger of the excavated structures at Landing, staffed with masters, journeymen, and apprentices. One morning, Lytle and Robinson were startled to hear a loud explosion, and rushed to the source of the sound which had come from Master Morillton's glass forge. There they found Master Morillton helping Jancis to blot the blood from a mosaic of cuts on the face of Castellon, one of the glassmith's apprentices. There were tiny bits of mirrored glass everywhere. Now, Master Morillton was saying calmly, addressing his remarks to the others in the forge, you appreciate why protective goggles are so important. Castellon could well have lost his eyesight when that thermos glass exploded. As it is... Morillton glanced inquiringly at Jancis. As it is, she said with a wry grin, Castellon's going to have the most interesting pattern of scars. Oh, don't worry, she added as the youth cringed. They'll heal to nothing. Don't grimace. You'd only bleed until I've got you properly anointed with numbweed. As Lytle turned to deal with the press of curious people who had rushed over, Robinson looked about the place. Master Morillton had certainly set up quite a craft hall here. A pump was going tapockety-tapockety in the corner. A tube reaching up to the apparatus had a leather collar at the top, on which were the remains of a mirrored bottleneck. The rest of the glass was everywhere in the room, a myriad of tiny glinting pieces. Shards, Castellon muttered, trying not to flinch from Jancis's ministrations. That was my 20th. Robinson then noticed that 19 vacuum flasks were neatly racked on Castellon's half of the work table. Another 12 stood on the other side, where another apprentice, Vandintine, was working.
How they had escaped the flying glass splinters, he didn't know. "We are not in competition mode here, Castellan," Master Marilton said, wagging a stern finger at the boy. "What exactly happened? I was concentrating on Bengle's wand work." "I don't know," Castellan said, shrugging one shoulder. "AIVAS?" Master Marilton asked. The glasswork facility included a direct connection to AIVAS. When he molded the glass, he didn't ultrasonicate it or even tap it as you had taught him to get the bubbles out of the mix. He was too busy trying to outproduce his partner. There were bubbles in the glass, so that under vacuum it imploded. But you may now use 2 of his vessels to demonstrate the properties of liquefied gases. Numbweed had stemmed the blood flow from Castellan's face, so Master Marilton gestured for him and Vendentine to follow him to an adjacent room. Robinson trailed behind. In this room there was a different kind of pump. From a frost-covered nozzle, drops of a faintly blue liquid dripped to fall into a thick mirrored catchpot every second. "The blue liquid is the air itself, the air in this room," AIVAS continued, "which we are compressing and then rapidly expanding so that it cools again and again, further and further, until a tiny fraction of it liquefies." Master Marilton said, "Don't touch the radiator vanes, they'll blister your fingers. This, Master Robinson," he added, smiling at their guest, "is a multi-stage refrigerator quite different from the one you've been using in Cove Hole to chill fruit juice and foodstuffs." Robinson nodded wisely. "This last stage is the most difficult," AIVAS said, as Master Marilton gestured for Castellan to fill his flask. The room was filled with mist, as the liquid air seethed until it had cooled Castellan's flask. Robinson moved his feet away as some of the pearly drops ran across the floor toward him. "Now, Castellan," AIVAS instructed, "return to your workspace and observe the antics of the liquid air." Castellan was already doing so as he left the room. "Play with air?" Robinson asked, perplexed, and he noticed Master Marilton's knowing smile. "This liquid helium," AIVAS went on, "or rather these liquids can flow in opposite directions at the same time. They will creep out of the top of a tall vessel and leave none in the bottom, and will even creep faster, much faster, through tiny holes than through large ones. You may fill a flask with liquid air yourself, Master Robinson, and experiment on your own. This is one of the most dangerous and therefore educational exercises for the students to do. Jancis, Shara, there are flasks for you too. This experiment is an important one for both of you." The way the 2 girls smirked at each other suggested to Robinson that they didn't know why it would be. "When you've become familiar with liquid air, we can begin to learn about the special properties of liquid hydrogen, and especially of liquid helium." "If it's dangerous, should we be doing it?" the Harper asked. "Danger can be quite educational," AIVAS replied. "It is unlikely, for instance, that Castellan will forget to tap his mix no matter how many glass inserts he blows from now on." It was an hour before Robinson and Lytall, whom the Master Harper had interested in the liquid gas experiments, returned to their usual duties. More and more of the dwellings at Landing became occupied. Many of the artifacts so long stored in the Catherine Caves had been put to use, though the custodians had decreed that samples of each be retained to exhibit in Master Eslin's archive building. Abandoned Landing once again became a bustling community, where the walks and small yards had been cleared. There were even signs of renewed grass and weed growth. "Are we a bit mad to re-establish the settlement?" Lessa asked one evening when she and Flora had taken an evening meal in the AIVAS building with Jackson, Robinson, Dram, Lytall, Pymore, and Jancis. "Those volcanoes could erupt again." "I did mention that to AIVAS," Lytall said, "and he replied that he is naturally monitoring seismic activity. Some of the instruments which the settlers' volcanist installed are still functioning. He also assured me that there is little activity in the chain." "And that is a positive thing?" Lessa asked, still skeptical. "So AIVAS assured me," Lytall replied. "I'd hate to lose all we rebuilt here," Flora said. "Unfortunately," Lytall commented with an ironic half-smile, "AIVAS can't be moved." "Then let's not worry about something that may not develop into a problem," Robinson said firmly. "We have sufficient immediate ones, such as how we're going to handle Master Norst. As you know, he had threatened to disavow Master Marilton's mastery, and to disown all journeymen and apprentices who have produced glass according to the spurious methods and techniques of AIVAS.
"He calls AIVAS the abomination," Peimer said with a malicious chuckle. "AIVAS said—" "You didn't tell AIVAS that?" Jancis was aghast at Peimer's tactlessness. "He didn't mind. I got the feeling it amused him." Master Robinson gave Peimer a long look. "Do you, any of you, ever get the feeling that AIVAS is amused by us?" "Sure," Peimer replied blithely. "He may be a machine and all that, and while I know a great deal more about machinery than I used to, certainly, he's a master machine that interacts with humans, so he must have a certain criteria by which he recognizes levity. He may not go far, as some do at my jokes and anecdotes, but he certainly enjoys listening to them." Was the Harper's noncommittal response. About Norris. As the duly elected master craftsman guiding his halls, he can be replaced only at a convocation of all masters. Unfortunately, the glass smithcraft is not a large one, and most of the craft hall masters are as dogmatic as Norris. On the other hand, I won't sit by and see Master Merilton disavowed or harassed or humiliated because he has learned something Norris didn't teach him. He's certainly proved adept at the new skills. Norris has also been leaning heavily on poor old Wansor, Lytle said. Fortunately, Wansor appears oblivious both to the criticism and the fact that he might suffer the same discipline as Merilton. In spite of Norris' declaration, Merilton has managed to recruit quite a few journeymen and apprentices who have felt restricted by Norris' rigid adherence to recorded techniques. "If Norris is leaning on Wansor, why don't we lean on him?" Jackson asked. "I will," Lytle replied with a ghost of a smile, "and I would be happy to. A man who will not see beyond his nose has no right to be a craftsmaster." His smile was replaced by censure. "Hear, hear," the Harper cheered. "I've also heard that Norris is denying Merilton the use of the best sand pits," Lytle went on, frowning. "That's no problem at all. We've sand aplenty on this coastline," Peimer responded. "Dimwit. Beach sand isn't what's used for glass," Jackson said with some disdain. "It's the pits at Eigen and Ista that have fine stuff." "And those are the ones that Norris has denied Merilton," Lytle explained. "He hasn't denied Lord Jackson of Rotha Hold." "Nor Dram," the aged bronze rider said as firmly as the young lord holder. Even Lytle grinned at that solution to Norris' intransigence. Microscopes require a very high-quality glass, you know. "In any case, I don't see that as a major difficulty," Dram said, glancing over to Jackson. "Ruth and Tiroth won't mind a little excursion, I'm sure." Jackson nodded obligingly. "You take Ista, and I'll get some from Eigen." "There's nothing on the settlers' maps to indicate closer deposits to reduce transportation time?" Flower asked. Robinson held up one finger. "We'll ask." And he pecked out the query with considerable speed on the keyboard of the unit in the room. Immediately a list of locations scrolled out, with the type of sand to be found at each. Those sands that could be used for medical glass were starred, but AIVAS recommended in particular the sands found at Paradise River and in an island sand pit near the site of Old Cardiff. Dram said he would go to the Cardiff site, as he knew that Jackson would prefer a chance to see Jake and Aramina, who were holding at Paradise River. Harper said, studying his screen. "AIVAS reminds me that he wants more green and bronze riders for training." "Would he take a big brown or two?" Flower asked. "I've several riders who've offered. Seems like AIVAS is biased against the medium sizes." "I asked him about that," Dram said, "for I thought it odd that he'd want only the largest and the smallest. He says the operation requires them, but he won't elaborate beyond stating that he must have enough candidates to allow him to pick the most likely to succeed in the venture, and to have sufficient trained backup personnel." Dram shrugged at his inability to explain further. "I wish," Lessa said, "that occasionally he would be specific. Then he would have something to tell those we must disappoint. I don't want any resentful dragon riders, though in general I'd say that morale has improved in all the Weyrs, and," she added, making a face, "all the Weyrs want to participate." "AIVAS did remark that it was easier to teach the younger dragon riders," Dram went on, "since there were fewer set mental patterns. Of course, there are naturally some few exceptions," he added smugly, rather pleased that he was one of them. "Is that all right now?" Jackson asked. "I'd better get back to Rotha." His grin was abashed. "I'll bring in Paradise River sands tomorrow, but I'd better spend some time at home." "In danger of being disowned?" Peimer asked with an impudent grin. Jackson disdained to reply, while Jancis elbowed the young journeyman Harper in the ribs. "Go on, then," Flora said with a bland sideways glance at Lessa. "I'll just ask IVAS to print out the location of the sandpit," Ram said, rising to leave with the young Lord Holder. There was a slight frown on Lytle's face as the two left. "Don't fret, Lytle," Lessa said reassuringly. "Shara's got every right to be annoyed at the amount of time Jackson's spending here. Especially when I'm sure she's dying to take the healer lessons," Jancis said. "But, Pymor, have you noticed it too, that whenever Jackson misses a day, IVAS particularly asks why?" Yeah, I had at that," Pymor replied, momentarily thoughtful. Then he assumed a careless pose. "But IVAS sure works Jackson harder than any of the rest of us, bar Miriam and Selene." "Selene?" Flora asked. "Isn't he that young green rider from Fort?" "That's the one, and IVAS insisted on drilling Miriam to bring her up to a level with the rest of us," Pymor added. "Why would the green dragons be so important to IVAS?" Lessa asked. "They're small, that's why," Pymor said. "Small?" "Well, that's my hunch, and Ruth's the smallest of them all," Pymor went on. "There's no doubt in my mind that those two will play a special part in IVAS's great scheme." Lessa and Lytle both looked concerned. "Oh, don't worry about Jackson," Pymor said airily. "He's the best of us all. He has a real grasp of all that navigational mathematics IVAS throws at us and the spatial relationships." "Has he suggested anything yet?" Lessa asked Robinton and Lytle. Both men shook their heads. Then Robinton grinned. "I get literary quotations such as, 'There's a time for some things, and a time for all things, a time for great things, and a time for small things.' I'm forced to assume that this is the time for small things, like assimilating all those foundation courses from IVAS, while the time for great things is still 4 turns, 7 months, and however many days away from us." "Literary quotations?" Flora asked, surprised. His lessons with IVAS tended to the practical, tactics, mathematical projections, threadfall, and draconic healing. Though he practiced none of the latter, he kept himself informed of IVAS's innovations. "Oh, yes, and though IVAS admits he is choosing what he thinks might appeal to my tastes, our ancestors had fascinating and complex literatures from ever so many cultures that put ours to shame. Some of our epic sagas he has identified as paraphrases of Terran originals. Fascinating." "Indeed. My studies have been equally absorbing," Lytle said, leaning forward on the table, his face lighting with his own enthusiasm. "I don't think that any of us realize that our present political structure was handed down from the very charter our ancestors brought with them. That is historically very unusual. IVAS told me." "Why should it be?" Flora asked, mildly surprised. "It allows Weirhold and Hall to function without interference." "Ah, but interference was a major factor in Terran politics," Lytle replied, "spurred by territorial imperatives and all too often sheer greed." Adroitly interrupting another of Lytle's historical perorations, Lessa rose, nodding to Robinton and the two young journeymen. "We must get back to the Weir now. IVAS gave me another healing compound to try on Lissath's wing. It simply isn't mending as it should." "I told Aramina that we're coming," Ruth said as Jackson mounted him. "She likes to know, you know," he added in a confidential tone. Jackson rather wished that Ruth hadn't committed to paying a call on Aramina and Jake. He really ought to get right back to Ruatha and go to Paradise River in the morning as he had said he would. "Well, we won't stay long, mind," Jackson said, giving Ruth an indulgent slap. The White Dragon was very fond of the young woman who, as a girl, had heard dragons so easily and so incessantly that she had inveigled Jake of Little Camp traders to take her as far away from dragons as he could to preserve her sanity. Shipwrecked on their way to the southern continent, they had been rescued by shipfish and set ashore. There they had discovered and restored ancient buildings, not realizing the significance of their find. Located by Pymor on his coastline survey, they had been officially named as holders of Paradise River and had increased their numbers to a sizable hold, including a fisher hall. The former trader had been immensely surprised when Pymor and Jancis told him that a paternal ancestor named Lilliancamp had been instrumental in saving so much useful material in the Catherine Caves. Following IVAS's directions, Jackson and Ruth emerged over rather anonymous grassland. It wasn't until they had overflown the alleged site several times that Jackson noticed the declivity well overgrown with grass and shrubs, with suspicion of white glinting through the vegetation. They landed, and by kicking and gouging, Jackson peeled back the obscuring greenery and lifted a handful of sand so fine it was nearly powder.
Working up quite a sweat, he filled the large sacks he had brought with him. Finally, hot and tired, he remounted his dragon. He had cooled off by the time Ruth glided to a gentle, faultless halt in front of the gracious ancient residence of the Paradise River hold. "And a good day to you, Lord Jackson and Ruth," Jake said, coming down the stairs from the wide porch. "Ara started squeezing fresh juice the moment Ruth told her you were coming, and I'm glad you did, because something's come up." "I'm going swimming. The fire lizards said they'll scrub my back," Ruth told Jackson, his eyes whirling with green delight. At Jackson's approval, the white dragon glided right into the river, several full pairs of fire lizards, both wild and banded, circling ecstatically above him. "Off for a scrub, is he?" Jake asked. He was of medium height. His bare chest burned a fine deep brown, his legs not quite as dark. His oddly flecked green eyes stood out in a tanned face that reflected a hint of a strong personality and a basic tranquility, even though a slight frown crossed his face as he led Jackson up the coolness of the porch. "I'm glad you stopped by, Jackson. How did you work up such a sweat in between?" "Stealing sand." "Indeed," Jake regarded him thoughtfully. "Now, what would you need Paradise River sand for, as I'm sure you're going to tell me anyway?" He gestured for Jackson to take the hammock while he leaned against the porch banister, arms folded across his chest. "The settlers had a sandpick back in that scrubland of yours. They thought highly of Paradise River sands for glass-making." "There's enough, certainly. Did Pimer and Jancis find those, whatchamacallums?" "Chips," Jackson supplied with a grin. "Chips, then. Useful after all?" "Well, we managed to salvage the usable transistors and capacitors, but they haven't actually been put onto a board yet." Jay gave him a long, hard, suspicious look before grinning. "As you say." Just then, young Rhetus, clad only in a clout, came onto the porch, rubbing sleep out of his eyes. He eyed Jackson steadily. "Ruth?" Jackson pointed to where the white dragon, surrounded by industrious fire lizards, was wallowing in the shallow water. "He's enough of a guardian, isn't he?" Rhetus asked his father, tilting his head back in a stance that reminded Jackson of Jake. "Ruth's bathing right now, and besides, I'd like you to tell Jackson what happened to you and Alemi the other day," Jake said. "Did you come just to hear?" There was a certain element of vanity in the young Rhetus's grin. Jackson was suddenly aware of how much he missed his own son, Jarrell, an engaging 2 turns old. "Well, that was one reason," Jackson replied mendaciously. "So what did happen to you and Alemi the other day?" Aramina emerged from the house, carrying her squirming daughter under one arm and a tray in her free hand. Jake sprang quickly to relieve her of the tray, but she gave him 2-turn-old Ariana instead, and served Jackson a tall, cool drink and some freshly baked sweet biscuits. It took a few more minutes until Rhetus had been sat in a chair, his small glass and 2 biscuits to hand. As Aramina settled herself, Rhetus looked to his father for his cue to begin. "Uncle Alemi took me fishing 3 days ago in the skiff. The big reds were schooling out there." Rhetus's brown arm indicated the general northerly direction. "We was to have a beach meal 'cause it was Swacky's name day and we needed big uns to grill. There was only little squids on the edges of the school. Then all of a sudden a big one got Uncle's hook and it dragged us, boat and all." Rhetus's eyes were shining with remembered excitement. "Right into the current. But Uncle Alemi, he wrestled it aboard, and it was this—" He held his arms as wide as they could go. "Big, no, funning." He glared briefly at his father, who was hiding his laughter in his hand. "It was big, you ask Alemi. But he hung on, and I helped him gaff it aboard. Then my reel started spinning, and Uncle Alemi and I had to put our backs into landing that one, and that's why we didn't notice the squall coming up." Jackson glanced anxiously at Jake and Aramina. Alemi knew his craft, and he would never endanger anyone. "It was some squall, I can tell you," Rhetus said, jerking his chin to emphasize the details in the manner of any good storyteller. "We got tossed and spun about 'cause there was no way the sail would have lasted in a blow like that. And then a big wave overturned the skiff, and I came up coughing and sputtering, Uncle Alemi hanging on to my arm fit to break it." The little brown face regarded Jackson seriously. "I'm not afraid to admit it. I was some scared. The sky around us was black,
and the rain was coming down so heavy we couldn't see the shore. But I'm a good swimmer, and I can see now why Uncle Alemi always makes me wear my deep water vest, even if it is hot most times, and rubs my back. See?" He swiveled his torso, raising one arm over his head to show Jackson where the underarm skin had been abraded. "Then it happened."
"What happened?" Jackson asked as if on cue.
"I had my arms out trying to keep my head up, when suddenly something came smack dab into my right hand and started pulling me. Uncle Alemi yelled at me that it was all right, we were safe, and I was to hang on tight, just as he was doing."
"Shipfish?" Jackson asked with an incredulous glance at Reedus's parents. He knew that Jake and Aramina owed their lives to shipfish. Even Master Ida Roland swore that the sleek big sea creatures would rescue humans in stormy seas.
"A whole pot of 'em," Reedus said proudly, "and every time my hand slipped off, there was another one right behind to hang on to. Alemi says there must have been 20 or 30. They pulled us far enough in for us to see the beach and reach safety on our own. And," he added, pausing to give emphasis to his final words, "the next morning the skiff was found beached up by the fish hold like they knew exactly where it belonged."
"That is some tale, young Reedus. You are a Harper-born. An amazing rescue, truly amazing," Jackson said with genuine feeling. He glanced at Jake, who nodded supportively. "The redfish weren't by any chance returned with the skiff?" he asked.
"Nah," Reedus dismissed that with a flick of his wrist. "They drowned. So we had to eat old stringy weir instead of good juicy redfish steaks. And you know something else?"
"No, what?" Jackson asked politely.
"The shipfish kept talking to us all the time they was saving us. Uncle Alemi heard 'em too."
"What did they say?"
Reedus frowned deeply in concentration. "I don't exactly remember the words. The wind was shrieking, but I know they were shouting at us, encouraging us like."
Until Jackson caught Jake's eye, he thought it was youthful embellishment on a hectic rescue story, but Jake nodded in confirmation. "Reedus, why don't you run down and see if the fire lizards are giving Ruth a proper scrubbing?" Jake suggested.
The sturdy little boy jumped to his feet. "Can I? Really?" He flashed a radiant grin at Jackson.
"Really, you can," Jackson assured him, wondering if Gerald would be as enchanting as Reedus when he was 5.
"Yahoo!" Reedus cried, tearing off down to shore where Ruth was afloat.
"That's exactly what happened to him and Alemi?" Jackson asked.
"With no invention," Aramina said, obviously proud of her son. Alemi said that Reedus didn't panic and obeyed him instantly. Otherwise...
She broke off, her face paling under her warm tan.
Jake leaned forward toward Jackson.
"I wonder if you'd mind asking this AIVAS thing of yours what he knows about the shipfish. Alemi also swears that they were speaking words, though over the wind and sea noises he couldn't distinguish exactly what they were saying. He thinks they were giving them directions or reassurances. Pimer mentioned a passing reference to the big fish dolphins, which AIVAS said were brought here from Terra. I asked him to inquire, but I guess it slipped his mind." These days Jackson always carried a small pad and pencil in this belt pouch. He made a notation. "I won't forget," he assured them, patting his pouch when he'd replace pad and pencil. As soon as Ruth had had time to dry off in the sun, Jackson called him up from the beach. Reedus was squealing with rapture, for Ruth had allowed the lad to climb up on his back for the short walk back. Aramina gave Jackson a full net of fresh fruit to bring Shara and Jarol, and he thanked her profusely. As Ruth ascended to a safe height, Jackson came to a conclusion based on the guilt he experienced in being so long away from Ruatha. Yet again, "Ruth, let's shave 3 hours off our return. That's safe enough. We'll be back in Ruatha just as everyone's getting up. You know Lessa doesn't like us timing it." "We haven't in turns, Ruth. Shara will know. I'm hoping she'll be so glad to see me she won't mind this once." Jackson stroked Ruth's neck urgently. "Let me handle my mate." Ruth didn't like to deceive either Shara or Lessa. "It's not deceiving, Shara. It's getting home early for a change, not a big thing to ask. Oh, I suppose it won't matter this once. I always know when we are." However, as soon as they came out of between above Ruatha Hold, Jackson had cause to regret coming home at all.
A wild blizzard blowing down from the mountains all but obscured the hold. "A good thing I always know where I am, too," Ruth remarked, craning his neck and blinking wind-blown particles out of his faceted eyes. "Can you see to land, Ruth? I never thought to check on the weather conditions." Jackson covered his cheeks with his gloved hands, feeling the chill entering his bones despite the heavy riding jacket. His legs, clad in trousers appropriate to southern summer, felt like lengths of ice. "I didn't either," Ruth replied forgivingly. "Only a moment or two longer. I'm right above the courtyard." Suddenly he back-winged, and Jackson felt the jar as the white dragon landed with an uncharacteristic thud. "Sorry, snowdrift." Jackson wasted no time in sliding off his dragon, but his path to the big doors that opened to Ruth's weir at Rother Hold was impeded by the heavy drifts. He had to scoop snow away to get one leaf of the door opened wide enough so that Ruth could find purchase for his forepaws. Then dragon strength hauled the stout metal door back through the drifts. "Get inside. Go on," Ruth ordered his rider, and Jackson was all too willing to obey. Once inside the weir, which was only warmer by virtue of being out of the chill and gusting wind, both dragon and rider struggled to pull the door shut. Rubbing his legs fiercely to restore feeling, Jackson half ran across the stone floor of the chamber to the capacious hearth where a fresh fire had been laid. His fingers fumbled with the fire-maker before he got it lit, but at last the flames were eating hungrily at the dry wood, and Jackson was able to warm himself. "I don't usually mind the cold," Jackson said, removing his jacket and shaking off the snow. "It's just coming from all that lovely weather." "Mir says that Gerald has a bad cold, and Shara's not feeling good with being up all night," Ruth told his weir-mate, his eyes tinged with the yellow of worry. "Young children often have colds this time of year," Jackson replied, though he knew that Gerald had had far too many sniffles that winter. And poor Shara was exhausted from nursing him, for she refused to allow anyone else to tend their firstborn. End of side 6. "Sometimes, Ruth, I'm very stupid," he exclaimed abruptly. "There's no reason in the world Shara can't come south, enjoy decent weather, and study with AIVAS. How? She can't go between carrying a baby. She can come by ship. We'll just find out from Master Ida Roland when he can accommodate her on a trip south. They make the journey often enough. Yes, that's what we'll do. We'll all go south. There's nothing here at this season that Bran can't manage without me." Suddenly Jackson felt a great deal better, and not long after, when he found Shara rocking their cold, fussy son in the warmth of their apartment, her instant enthusiasm for the removal was as keen as his. The subject of his unusual arrival did not come up at all. As soon as Gerald was lulled back to sleep and laid down in his cot, Shara proved, to Jackson's delight, just how glad she was to have him home and in bed. His face screwed in an anxious grimace. Harper journeyman Tagatarl came striding out of the AIVAS complex toward Robinton's desk in the foyer. "AIVAS would like to speak to you and Seba when it's convenient," he announced. "Oh, what's he stewing up now?" the Harper asked, noting how uncharacteristically perturbed the journeyman appeared to be. "He wants the Harper Hall to build a printing press." Tagatarl agitatedly ran his hair back from his face with both hands and heaved an exasperated groan. "A printing press?" Robinton gave a gusty sigh, then reached up to nudge his bronze fire lizard awake. "Zare, please find Sebel and ask him to join us." Zare chirped sleepily, but obediently unwound his tail from the Harper's neck. He walked down Robinton's arm and onto the table, stretching himself as he did so, and then leaped away and flew out the open door. "Sebel can't be far if Zare's not bothering to go between," Robinton remarked. "Have some claw while we wait. You look as if you need some." Why did AIVAS suddenly decide the Harper Hall needs a printing press? Tagatarl gratefully poured himself a cup, hooking a chair to Robinton's desk, and once again smoothing back his long black hair, less urgently this time. "I asked, could we please have copies of the string instrument quartets he played the other evening. Dominic particularly wanted to have a transcript. He said he's tired of hearing us rave about ancestral music." Dominic added, Tagatarl smiled ruefully, that with so many masters and journeymen working here, he's not able to come and hear for himself.
Robinson grinned, knowing that Targetal had probably edited the composition master's acerbic comments. AIVAS said that he's got to conserve the paper he has left, and he has to consider music to be a non-essential in view of the demands on his resources. He's down to the last 2 rolls. He feels we ought to have our own replication machines. Targetal grinned expectantly. That's certainly reasonable. Robinson tried to sound enthusiastic, since Targetal was evidently much taken by the idea. But he was considerably concerned over just how much more could be added to the essential mechanizations already being undertaken. There were so many people from so many halls already working full tilt on 6 critical projects. Undeniably, a great deal of information ought to be circulated, especially for distant halls and holds that cannot send representatives here. Zare returned, chirping in the tone that said his errand had been successful. He had only just settled himself again across Robinson's shoulders when Sebel came running. He had obviously dressed in a hurry, and his hair was still wet. "Easy, Sebel, there's no urgency," Robinson said, raising a hand to slow the Master Harper down. "I hope Zare didn't misinform you." Catching his breath, Sebel gave his mentor a salute and a wry grin. "Obedience to any summons from you, Master, is too deeply ingrained to change now." "Even when you're Master Harper of Pern?" Robinson's grin was sly. "Especially now that you are Master Harper of Pern, you should be allowed to finish your morning ablutions." "Claw?" Targetal suggested, and when Sebel nodded appreciatively, the journeyman poured him a cup. "I just finished showering," Sebel replied, accepting the claw. "So, now that I'm here, how can I assist you?" Robinson gestured to Targetal. "It's really AIVAS who wants to talk to you and Master Robinson," the journeyman said. "He needs a printing press, and he says that according to his understanding of our present structure, that should be the responsibility of the Harper Hall." Sebel nodded, accepting the information. Robinson recognized the mannerism as a habit of his own, which Sebel adopted when he too was absorbing unexpected requests. Any form of communication is indeed a Harper Hall function. "What exactly is a printing press?" Sebel asked after taking several thoughtful sips of his claw. "An improvement on Master Arnor's crabbed script, I devoutly hope," Robinson remarked in a bland tone. The other 2 Harpers rolled their eyes. "Something approximating the readable print which AIVAS produces would be an enormous help." "AIVAS is apparently the only one in the world who easily reads Arnor's script. What's the problem?" Sebel asked Targetal. "Domic's been after me to get copies of some of the splendid music AIVAS has been playing for us." Sebel nodded understandingly. That was inevitable, and certainly the request is only fair when he's had to take over so much hall management to keep us here. "Don't let Domic pressure you with insidious suggestion," Robinson said, wagging a finger at his colleagues, "though he will certainly find the string music utterly fascinating." "We all do," Sebel said as he rose. "Let's see exactly what this printing press project entails. We're certainly not a mechanically inclined hall, even if we produce our instruments." And all 3 Harpers went to consult with AIVAS. "Harpers may not be mechanically inclined," AIVAS replied when Sebel expressed his concerns, "but they are not without skill or intelligence, Master Sebel. Replicating or duplicating written material can be achieved by a variety of methods, of which the current laborious hand-copying is the most prone to error. Using the relics of machinery and parts still available in the Catherine Caves, it will be possible to assemble a more efficient method of reproducing multiple copies of essential information and the musical scores requested by your colleague in the hall." Sheets spewed from the print slot into Targetal's agile hands. "The drawings itemize the parts you should be able to find in the caves, and the few that Master Fanderel will need to fabricate for you. It will be in his interest also to cooperate." There followed one of those pauses that Robinson liked to interpret as indicative of the various humors of AIVAS. This one, he was sure, was a pointed reminder of how much the Smithcraft Hall had already benefited by AIVAS's assistance. "With the intelligence that appears to mark even apprentices in your hall, you should be able to assemble the apparatus by the time Master Fanderel has finished installing the water turbine station. There will then be sufficient power to run the printing press as well. Master Binderick, has succeeded admirably in producing continuous rolls of paper, which are also essential to the process. The manufacture of the individual letters and numbers to comprise a legible type font, and the musical and scientific signs, should be relatively simple for those with good manual dexterity. Another page came out, illustrating a highly readable type font. Journeyman Tagatarl is a dexterous carver. His remark astonished Tagatarl, who could not imagine how AIVAS had learned about his handiwork. There may be others with similar artistic talent who might assist. "There isn't a printing press in the Catherine Caves?" Sebel asked, his tone slightly wistful. "Unfortunately, no. Replication and data storage had developed well past such cumbersome processes. This method will, however, be sufficient for your needs for some time to come." Sebel had taken the type font sheet from Tagatarl. "It'll be nice not to have to squint or use a magnifying glass to read," he gave his head a shake. "Master Arner won't like it." Robinson grimaced, and then sighed with regret. "Perhaps it is time. He's almost blind right now, you know, and those wretched apprentices take terrible advantages of him. Menely was telling me about an incident only last week. One impertinent youngster handed in a scurrilous verse in place of the ballad he had been assigned, and poor Master Arner approved it." Tagatarl masked a grin. "That's not the first time Master Arner's had that trick played on him." "This printing press would help conserve your supplies, AIVAS?" "It will. But that was not the basic reason to suggest that you extend your activities to include such a fundamental improvement in data handling. You will find that eventually you will need more than one press, so it would be prudent to learn the principle and improve on it in your own time. I think—" Robinson paused to glance at Sebel, aware that he was encroaching on the new Master Harper's authority with the suggestion that this first printing press should be constructed here in Landing. Sebel nodded, guessing the real reason for his mentor's suggestion. That would certainly be less an affront to Master Arner. He examined the sheets with Tagatarl. "Dulcan's already here, and he's done some fine brass work for harp plates. There are 4 more of the older apprentices waiting for their hour on the general science course. We could use them until their appointment." Robinson beamed at the 2 men, pleased to see the alacrity with which they were already moving forward on the project. "Terry's down at the Catherine Caves right now, in fact. If we hurry, we can get advice from him, too," Tagatarl said eagerly. With the briefest but still most courteous of farewells to Robinson, the 2 young men strode out of the room and down the hall, exchanging ideas on how to proceed. Sometimes Robinson thought, as he slowly eased himself down into the nearest chair, such energy exhausted rather than revived him. Not that he wouldn't be delighted with this printing press, able to run off as many copies as needed. What a concept! It truly amazed him that there were now so many devices that had never before been required. The effects on Hold, Hall, and Weir, only beginning to filter through, would be profound. Lytle, having delved into the history and politics of their ancestors, had already worried about what he called the erosion of values and the subversion of tradition by new demands. The promise of the eradication of thread, the possibility, Robinson sternly corrected himself, motivated all but a few dissenters. Even the most conservative of the surviving old-timers had come around to support the Bend and Weir leaders. And how were dragons and their riders to occupy themselves when thread was no longer the rationale for the Weirs? Robinson knew, though the notion was not widely discussed, that Flar and Lessa wanted to lay claim to considerable lands here in the southern continent. But would the Lord Holders, who themselves looked greedily toward the open space of the vast southern continent, be complacent about such claims? Torik's realization that he had settled for such a small portion of the southern land still rankled in that ambitious man's mind. In Robinson's estimation, the Weirs deserved whatever they requested after centuries of service, but would the Lord Holders and the Halls agree? That concerned him most. Yet it seemed to worry the Weir leaders least. And what if, in the 4 turns, 10 months, and 3 days specified by AIVAS, the attempt should fail? What then? Perhaps, and he brightened suddenly, all this new technology would absorb both Hold and Hall, to the exclusion of the Weirs. Hold and Hall had always managed quite nicely to ignore the Weirs between passes. Perhaps things like power stations and printing presses were indeed valuable, but for more abstruse reasons, as well as the obvious ones. "Ivas," Robinson said in greeting, carefully closing the door behind him, "a word with you." He cleared his throat, wondering why Ivas could sometimes reduce him to the nervousness of an apprentice. "About this printing press, you do not concur with the necessity of such a machine?" "On the contrary, I most certainly do." "Then what troubles you? For your voice betrays a note of uncertainty." "Ivas, when we first realized what you represented in terms of knowledge, we had little idea of the scope of all that had been lost over the centuries. Yet now, rarely does a day go by but some new device is suddenly on the essential list. Our skilled craftsmen have enough lined up to keep them busy for the entire pass. Tell me, truly, are all these machines and devices really necessary?" "Not to the way of life you had, Master Robinson, but to accomplish what is apparently the desire of the majority of Pern, the destruction of thread. Improvements are essential. Your ancestors did not employ the highest technology available to them. They preferred to use the lowest level necessary to perform the function. That is, the level that is presently being re-established, as you yourself requested in the initial interview." Robinson wondered if he had imagined the tone of mild reproof. "Water-driven power," he began, "which you already had available to you. Printing presses, your records were printed, but in a laborious and time-consuming fashion that unfortunately permitted errors to be made and perpetuated. The teaching consoles, you have harpers who instruct by lessons. You had even managed to rediscover paper-making before accessing this facility. Most paper-making techniques, Master Harper, are all refinements of techniques you already employ, made easier by some basic machinery and of no higher level than your ancestors brought with them. It is little more than correcting long-standing errors and misconceptions. The spirit of the original colonists is still intact. Even the technology that must be utilized to thwart the return of the Wanderer planet will be of the same level as your ancestors. There may be other scientifically advanced methods now available to Earth scientists that could be utilized if there was still communication between this planet and Earth. Great strides in cosmology were being announced at the time the colony ships left Earth's system. These were not, however, incorporated into the memory banks of this facility. Once you have regained the appropriate level of understanding, you may progress, or not, as you choose." Robinson pensively rubbed his chin. He could scarcely fault Ivas for doing what he had been specifically requested, that Pern be brought back to the level of knowledge it had originally enjoyed. It was also obvious that Ivas was obeying the initial request that only was really needed to be revived. It was just stunning to realize how much had been lost. This world has survived, Master Robinson, with more dignity and honor than you would imagine, as Lord Warder Lytol is discovering in his exploration of history. Perhaps I've not paid as much attention to his studies as I ought." That statement was a private analysis of achievement, Master Robinson. It is for Lord Warder Lytol to arrive at his own conclusion, based on his own studies. I wonder if his conclusion will parallel your impartial one. You should delve into history and arrive at your own, Master Robinson. There was one of the interesting pauses that Ivas tended to affect. Printed books would make that much easier for you. Robinson glared at the green light on the face of the Ivas facility and wondered once again what constituted artificial intelligence. The several times he had asked that direct question, the reply had been a repetition of a translation of the acronym. Robinson now understood that there were explanations which Ivas either could not or was programmed not to make. "Yes, printed books would be much easier," the Harper agreed at last, "but according to what you've shown us, the settlers had other devices much more compact. That technology is too advanced to be considered at the present time and would involve processes that are presently beyond your abilities or needs." "Well, then I'll settle for books." "That would be prudent of you." "And you will remain prudent in what you ask us to recreate." "That is a corollary to the prime goal of this facility." Robinson was content with that answer, but just as he had his hand on the door-pull, he turned. "Would this printing press be able to print musical scores as well?" "Yes, That would be much, much easier for the entire hall, he said. He felt so buoyant as he retraced his steps down the hall that he began to whistle. Lessa roused abruptly, opening her eyes to a darkness which suggested that daylight was still hours away. Fleur lay sprawled beside her, his forehead touching her shoulder, one arm thrown across her, one leg pinning hers down. Their bed was oversized, but he invariably managed to occupy more of it than she did. In fact, there were only finger-lengths between her and the edge. She must have told herself to wake up at this barbarous hour. She had always had that ability, but why? Her mind was too sleep-fogged to provide an immediate answer. Ramoth was sound asleep too, and Nementh. All of Bendon Weir was asleep, including, she discovered with irritation, the dragon and rider supposedly on watch on the rim. She would blast him as soon as she figured out why she was awake at this appallingly early hour. Then she saw the lighted clock face on the bedside locker. 3 bloody of the clock! Progress was a two-edged dagger. Having a reliable timepiece that was visible in the dark only made the darkness and this early rising harder to endure. But seeing the clock reminded her of why she had to get up early that morning. She pushed at Fleur, who was never easy to wake up unless Nementh called him. "Fleur, wake up. We've got to get up. Ramoth, dear, wake up. We've got to be at landing. Ivas particularly wants us there." She prodded Fleur's shoulder more urgently, and struggling to pull her legs out from under his, reluctantly rose up from the comfortable, warm bed. "We've got to get down to landing early this morning, early their morning." There were moments, and this was one of them, when Lessa's enthusiasm for the project faltered. If, however, this was the morning when Ivas would set in train the results of 2 turns of hard studying and work, the early rising would be a minor sacrifice. In the big chamber of the Queen's Weir, she could hear Ramoth rumbling and grunting, denying the summons just as Fleur was doing. "Well, if I have to get up, you will too," she said, and callously hauled the sleeping fur off her weir mate. "What the—" Fleur tried to grab the fur, but Lessa, with a chuckle, snatched it from his hand. "You've got to get up." "It's the middle of the bloody night, Lessa," he complained. "We don't have fall for another day and a half." "Ivas wants us there at 5 of the clock, landing time." "Ivas?" He sat bolt upright, wide-eyed, pushing his tumbled hair back from his face. Lessa snorted at Fleur's response to that name. "My shirt!" he cried, shivering convulsively at the pre-dawn cold. "Heartless woman!" She snatched shirt and pants up from the chair and tossed them to him. "I'm not at all heartless." Then she opened a glow basket to find fresh clothes for herself. Fleur made a quick stop in the bathing room while she poured claw for them both. With her cup in her hand, she passed Fleur on her way in. Then she washed quickly and replaited the ends of her braids. "Watch Ryder's asleep," she told him when she got back into the weir, where he was stamping into his boots and struggling on his riding jacket. "I know. I've sent Nementh to scare the living lights out of both of them." He cocked his head, then as they both heard a reverberating roar and startled squeal. "That'll teach them. One day Nementh's going to startle one or both of a watch pair off the rim," she replied. He grinned at her. "Haven't yet. Here." And he held out her flying jacket and cap. As she stuck her arms in the sleeves, he bent and kissed her on the back of the neck. Fleur was often amorous when he first woke. "That makes me shiver." But she didn't pull away, so he kissed her again and hugged her affectionately. Leaving one arm across her shoulders, he guided her out to Ramoth's weir. The Gold Queen's tail was still in the weir, and the rest of her was out on the ledge. And as Fleur and Lessa joined her there, Nementh lowered his head from the level above the Queen's weir, his eyes gleaming brilliant blue-green in the darkness. "Who did you scare awake on watch up there, Nementh?" Lessa asked. "Befall and Green Gareth. They won't sleep on watch again." The bronze dragon's tone was particularly severe, an attitude with which Lessa had no quarrel, for both Befall and Gareth were well enough on in turns not to be delinquent. "Next fall, Befall and Gareth will handle firestone sacks," Fleur remarked, having followed the exchange. This was no time for Bendon Weir to get slipshod. "Have we time for porridge?" he asked, hopefully. Considering that days at landing were apt to be spent in non-stop work, Lessa thought a good breakfast was only prudent, even if they were already behind the appointed hour. "We'll make time," she said, a ripple of mischievousness in her voice. Now, Lessa," he began in a tone of mock reproof, "if we don't let anyone else time it—" "Rank has some privileges, and I'll think the better for a decent breakfast in my guts," she said, "so we'll make a little time, especially since you're so hard to wake up." She laughed softly when he sputtered a protest. "If you please, Ramoth," and the Queen crouched to allow her rider to mount. "You won't mind giving Flower a lift, will you, dearest? I don't want him falling off that upper ledge trying to mount Nementh in the dark." Ramoth turned her head toward Flower and blinked. "Of course." Nementh waited until both riders were settled on the Queen's neck before pushing off from the upper ledge and gliding down beside them to the floor of the bowl. As soon as they had landed, the night lights in the lower cabins were visible, as well as the banked fire on the small hearth where a big kettle of porridge was simmering. The huge claw pot was pulled slightly to one side so that the contents would not become too strong to be palatable. As Lessa filled 2 bowls with the steaming cereal, she was glad that they had the place to themselves. The bakers must just have left, for the big table near the main hearth was full of cloth-covered bread pans. Flower brought over 2 cups of claw, spooning an almost indecent amount of the sweetener into his, and then sprinkling as much again over the porridge Lessa set in front of him. "It's a miracle you don't gain weight with all that sweetener," she began. "Or lose my teeth," he said, adding the second half of that long-standing complaint. He gave her his widest grin and tapped his teeth with his spoon. "But I don't, and I haven't." He dug into his breakfast. Lessa sipped at her claw first, wanting to clear the last of sleep from her wits. "Do you suppose that AIVAS is going to start the project this morning?" Flower shrugged as the question caught him with a hot mouthful. He swallowed. "I can't think why else he called a meeting of such a group at such an hour. According to the original schedule he gave us, we should be ready to start, despite what some critics imply," he added with a grimace that had nothing to do with the piping hot porridge on his spoon. "He keeps his promises." "So far," Lessa said in a dour tone. "Well, he has." Then Flower looked at his weirmate. "You don't really believe he can keep his promise about Thread, do you?" "I just can't figure out how he can contrive to have us do what the settlers couldn't." She glared at him, both relieved and sorry that she had come out with the doubt that had been increasingly bothering her. Flower covered her hand with his. "He's done everything he promised to, and I believe him not just because I, as a dragon rider, want to, but because he sounds so very sure. But, Flower, every time he's been asked, he hasn't promised that he will be able to destroy Thread. He said it is possible. That's not quite the same thing. Let's just see what today brings, huh, love?" Flower gave her that knowing look of his which sometimes she wanted to scratch off his face. She took a deep breath and held back a scathing retort. Today could prove much, and as deeply as she wanted it to prove that Flower was right to place so much confidence in AIVAS, she had to prepare him for possible disappointment. But if today is a disaster, that's going to reduce our effectiveness at next week's conference at Tillich Hold to choose Otterl's successor. Flower frowned. "I recognize that danger. I'm reasonably sure that AIVAS also does. I'd say that's why he scheduled this meeting. His timing so far has been nothing short of phenomenal. He and Lytol are really into the political aspects, aren't they? I could almost wish that Lytol was still Ruathan Lord Warder. That'd give Grog the support he needs. Even I have heard the grumbling about Ruatha's young Lord Holder spending so much time down here instead of in his hold. At least, Ranril can't be considered too young to be a Lord Holder, Lessa, Flower reminded her. He's in his mid-30s with 5 children, and he's certainly the only one of Otterl's sons who's shown any initiative at all. That port renewal project of his was inspired. Flower chuckled. Even if he did add insult to injury by insisting on using Hamayan stuff to build the new wharfs and reinforce the piers. Lessa had to grin, remembering the fuss Ranril's innovative engineering had caused among those derided or downright rejected any useful products of the abomination. Flora scratched sleepily at his scalp and yawned. And when the other brothers tried to belittle Ranro's project, along comes Master Ida Rowland, raving about the facilities, she said. That's not going to hurt when the Lord Holders convene. His mate's a master weaver. She's interested in having a power loom. I don't know where she found out that such things were possible. Lessa threw up her hands. Everyone's gone power mad. It sure reduces sheer drudgery. Yes, well, eat up, we'll be late. Flar grinned before he upended his claw mug. We already are, you know. It's as well you're permitting us to time it. He laughed at the wicked glare she gave him. After putting their crockery in the main sink to soak, they fastened jackets and caps and left the cavern. We were supposed to be there half an hour ago, Ramoth, Lessa told her queen as she mounted. We need to be there on time. If you insist, Ramoth replied disapprovingly. The others were already assembled in the main hall when the Bendon Weir leaders arrived. Robinson looked sleepy, but Jackson, Miriam, and Pimer, with Gold Farley curled about his shoulders, and the 3 male green riders all appeared very wide awake indeed. Jackson straightened his shoulders and pulled at the lightweight sleeveless tunic he wore to free it from his sweaty back. Irrepressibly, Pimer grinned at that evidence of his friend's nervousness. Miriam was equally nervous. The other 3 green riders, Lazal, Granat, and Selene, were shifting from one foot to another. All present and accounted for, so let's see what AIVAS wants with such an ill-assorted crew, Flar said, nodding at Lessa to lead the way. As he strode forward, he tossed a reassuring smile over his shoulder at Jackson and the others. When AIVAS had asked for this pre-dawn meeting 2 days earlier, his special students had been excited by the prospect that he intended to launch the plan. They had been careful to contain that excitement to prevent even more rumors circulating. Not even Pimer had been brash enough to ask AIVAS for confirmation. Certainly, all these young folk had studied diligently over the past 2 turns, even if their lessons and drills seemed to be irrelevant or endlessly repetitious until, as Jackson had remarked to Pimer, he could do them in his sleep. That may be what AIVAS wants, Pimer said with a shrug. They make about as much sense as the drills he gives me for Farley. Jackson saw him stroking Farley's back as they marched down the hall and into AIVAS' room. The lights brightened, and Pimer grinned to himself. Master Marilton's light bulbs worked just as the original ones had. Yet another minor triumph for the master glassmith working from plans of the abomination. The thought of that epithet caused Jackson to frown. Master Norris was not the only one who had come to refer to AIVAS in that manner. Of course, if today was truly the beginning of the assault on Thread, that tune could easily change before there was more cause to worry about the growing number of dissidents. "Good morning," AIVAS said, at his most polite and non-committal. "If you will seat yourselves, I shall explain today's project." He waited until they had taken their places, and their excited murmurs had dwindled into respectful silence. Then the screen displayed a clear picture of the view with which they had all become familiar, the bridge of the Yokohama. Only this time there was an addition. A space-suited figure slumped over one of the control panels. There was an almost simultaneous intake of breath at the realization that the body was that of Salah Telgar, who had died so valiantly to save the colony. This, then, was the actual bridge of the Yokohama, not the image that AIVAS had supplied during their training. Then the focus of the picture slid across the consoles, beyond the figure to rest on the board marked Life Support System. Jackson saw Pimer reach up to stroke Farley, whose gaze was fixed on the screen. She gave a little chirp, for she too recognized the board. She had been working for a month on a mock-up, pushing at 2 toggles and depressing 3 keys in a certain sequence. She could now perform those movements in less than 30 seconds. Over the past 2 turns, AIVAS had subtly collected many facts about both fire lizards and dragons. The most relevant fact was that both creatures were able to maintain the oxygen levels in their systems for almost 10 minutes without suffering undue discomfort or harm. That time could be pushed to 15 minutes, but after that amount of time, both fire lizards and dragons would need several hours to recover from the effects of oxygen deprivation. One of the exercises with fire lizards and dragons in which there had been no success had been getting them to take an object from one place and bring it to another. Telekinesis, AIVAS had called it, but the concept, patiently explained, confused the dragons so thoroughly as it did the fire lizards. They would go between to get the required object, but they could not bring it without physically collecting it. AIVAS had explained that if the dragons and fire lizards could transport themselves telekinetically, it logically followed that they ought to be able to use their abilities to lift distant items to them. Today, Pymor, you are asked to send Farley to the Yokohama to manipulate the switches as she had been taught to do. There is no oxygen at present on the bridge, and it is essential that the life support system be activated before we can take the next step. Another of the toggles will transmit a report on the general condition of the Yokohama. "Oh," Pymor murmured very softly, then sighed gustily. He stroked Farley, who chirped again, her unblinking eyes still on the screen. "Somehow I thought that's what you'd say." "She has been an excellent pupil, Pymor. There should be no problem, as she is well accustomed to obeying you." Pymor took a deep breath. "All right, Farley," he said. He unwrapped her tail from his neck and held up his arm in the position that indicated she was to take a message. Carefully walking along his bare arm with her talons sheathed, Farley reached his forearm and turned about to face him, her eyes whirling alertly. "Now," Pymor held up his right hand. "This is going to be slightly different, Farley. I want you to go up in the sky to the place you see in my mind." He closed his eyes and focused his thoughts tightly on the scene of the bridge and the particular console she was to activate. Farley chirruped queeringly, looked over her shoulder at the picture on the screen, and burbled once, reclosing her wings on her back. "No, Farley, not into the screen. Get the where from my mind." Pymor closed his eyes again, concentrating on the exact place he wanted her to go, emphasizing the life support console next to the slumped corpse. When she chirruped again, this time almost impatiently, he sighed and turned to the others in defeat. "She just doesn't understand," he said, trying not to let his disappointment color his voice. Not that he blamed her. She had been to most of the places he sent her. How could he get across the difference between traveling around the planet and going into space above it, especially as he could not quite grasp the concept himself? Farley emphasized this by flitting from his arm to the room in which she had been trained, moments later coming back and trying to fly into the picture on the screen. Pymor's grin was weak. "What do you bet she's gone and done her exercises again? That much she understands." Disappointment was palpable in the room. Pymor kept his eyes straight ahead, on the tantalizingly unreachable view on the screen. "So," Flower asked, "what do we do now, AIVAS?" There was a long pause before AIVAS spoke. "The mind of the fire lizard does not function in recorded animal behavioral patterns." "That's not surprising. Your records only cover Terran types," Pymor remarked, trying not to feel so depressed about his little queen's failure. She was the best of the whole fair, better than even Meneley's beauty, who was certainly very well trained, but he had hoped that she would be able to make this strange variation of flight. It's also a long way to ask her to go when no one's been there before. Another silence hung on the room. "There's only one dragon, in fact," Flora said slowly and thoughtfully, breaking the pause, "who's ever been off the planet." "Canth!" Lessa exclaimed. "Fenor's brown canth is too large," AIVAS said. "It wasn't his size I was thinking of," Lessa replied. "It's his experience in going above this planet. He's done it, so perhaps he can explain to Farley so that she'll understand what's wanted of her." Her eyes lost their focus as she sought for Canth. "Yes, we can come immediately," Canth replied to Lessa's request. There was a stir of anticipation among those waiting in AIVAS's room. Pymor kept stroking Farley, who had returned to a position on his arm. He murmured softly that she was a marvelous fire lizard, the best in the world, but that the toggle she was to pull and the button she was to press were not really the ones in the next room, but rather identical ones up on the Yokohama, far above their heads in the dark sky. She kept cocking her head this way and that, her throat pulsing as she tried her very best to understand what was wanted of her. "Ah, they're here," Lessa said. "Fenor's on his way in." Looking as if he had dressed in a hurry, Fenor came running into the room. "Canth said it was important," he said. After a puzzled glance around the room, he regarded Lessa expectantly. "AIVAS needs Farley to get to the bridge on the Yokohama," she explained. "Farley doesn't understand her directions. You and Canth are the only two on Pern who have left the planet. We thought Canth might be able to clarify the instructions so Farley will know what she's expected to do." As she spoke, Fenor pulled off his flight cap and shucked off his heavy riding gear. When she had finished, his expression turned humorously quizzical. "Well, now, Lessa, that's a problem. I've never been exactly sure how Canth and I managed that aborted flight in the first place." "Do you remember what you were thinking?" Flar asked. Fenor chuckled. "I was thinking I had to do something to keep you from trying to get to the Red Star." Then he frowned. "Come to think of it, Meron was there, and he tried to make his fire lizard go. She disappeared in a flash, and I don't know if she's ever returned to him." "Farley's not afraid," Pimer said staunchly. "She just doesn't understand where she's supposed to perform what she's been trained to do." Fenor spread his hands in a gesture of appeal. "If Farley can't get the hang of it, I don't think any of them could." "But could Canth explain to her that he went off the planet into space?" Lessa asked. "Could you, Canth?" Fenor asked the brown dragon. Canth was in the process of draping himself on the ridge above landing where the rising sun would warm him. "You showed me where you wanted me to go. I went." Fenor repeated Canth's answer. "A planet is a bigger target than a spaceship we can't see." "Farley does not understand," Canth added. "She has done the things she was asked to do in the place where she has always done them." "Canth," Lessa asked the dragon directly, "do you understand what we're asking Farley to do?" "Yes, you want her to go up to the ship and do the things she's been trained to do there. She doesn't understand where she is to go. She's never been there." Jackson squirmed a little on the chair. Considering how hard Pimer had worked with Farley, it was a crying shame that the little creature couldn't grasp the essential point. "Ruth, do you understand?" he asked the white dragon. Sometimes fire lizards listened to Ruth when they ignored everyone else. "Yes, but it is a cold, long way for a fire lizard to go if she hasn't been there before. She's trying very hard to understand." A lot of thoughts crowded Jackson's mind just then, but the main one was that Ruth was not too big to fit on the bridge. If his wings were folded back and he landed precisely on the floor just in front of the lift door, he would also have to remain very still, for AIVAS had said there was no gravity on the bridge. Ruth would be in free fall. AIVAS did not see that as a problem for a dragon or a fire lizard, accustomed as they were to being airborne. Jackson had known that was one reason AIVAS had grilled him so long and so hard on the layout of the bridge and lectured him on null-gravity conditions. But until Farley had done her exercise on board the Yokohama, turning on the bridge's life support system, Ruth and Jackson could not go. AIVAS had had crews searching the Catherine Caves assiduously for spacesuits. They had found two, or rather the perished scraps of fabric and the bright plastic shapes that had once serviced it. Oxygen cylinders had been manufactured, being not dissimilar to Ageno 3 tanks. HNO3, Jackson reminded himself, now that he knew the precise chemical constituents of the flame-producing mixture. But there was no protection for a frail human body in the absolute cold and airless vacuum of the Yokohama's bridge in its present state. Jackson thought that manufacturing proper equipment would prove to be AIVAS's alternative. He had already had several long discussions with Master Weaver Zurg. But alternatives would take time, not to mention more experimentation on the part of both Zurg and Hermion's innovative crew, more time in which the disenchanted Lord Holders could steadily withdraw their support from landing. If only Farley could understand, Jackson thought, searching his own mind for any clues that he or Ruth might be able to give her. Ruth had perceived the difference, but he was much smarter than Farley. He understood so much as I do, Jackson thought with great pride. "As you understand, so do I." Ruth's tone was almost accusatory. It's not really a very long way between, but it is up far. Although Jackson leaped to his feet, shouting, "No, Ruth, no," he was too late, for Ruth had already gone between. "Jackson," Lessa exclaimed, her face white. "You didn't send him." "I most certainly did not. He just went." Jackson was aghast, and Farley began shrieking protest, her wings extended, her eyes whirling with startled, angry red. Outside, Ramoth and Nementh bugled their own warnings. "Don't, Ramoth! Nementh!" Lessa cried. "We'll rouse everyone in landing, and they'll know something's gone wrong." Then she turned into Flar, clutching at him in her fear for Ruth and for Jackson. "Jackson!" Flar bellowed, seeing the shock on Jackson's face. Miriam, her tan cheeks bleached white, had leaped to Jackson's side, as had the other green riders, their expressions anxious, ready to support him. Robinson and Fnor were too stunned to react, so there was only Jancis to watch the screen and count. "He's all right," Jackson managed to say, though his mouth had gone terribly dry. The strong link with Ruth had attenuated to just a faint touch. "He's still with me." "Did you tell him to go?" Flar demanded, his expression so fierce that even Lessa recoiled. Jackson gave the Bend and Weir leader an inscrutable glare. "He bloody just went and did it. Ruth's got a mind of his own." Then Jancis leaped to her feet, gesticulating at the screen. "There! There! He's there! On the count of 10. There, undeniably on the bridge, wings tucked tight, his whole body flattened, was Ruth. Before their eyes, he drifted upward, peering about with an expression of astonishment, until his head touched the ceiling. "Ah, well done, Ruth! Jackson!" Ivas's bellow of triumph cut across the racket of astonishment and surprise that reverberated around the room. "Jackson, tell Ruth not to be surprised to float. He's in free fall, with no gravity for up and down. Warn him not to make any energetic movements. Does he understand, Jackson?" I did. He understands," Jackson said, staring in fascination at the screen. "See, Farley?" Pimer pointed excitedly. "Ruth's led the way for you." But Farley was so confused by the sudden cheering and shouting in the room that Pimer had to grab her by the cheeks and turn her head toward the screen and Ruth. "Go to Ruth!" The little queen gave a squawk and, launching herself from Pimer's arm, disappeared. "Jackson, you tell Ruth to get back here right now," Lessa shouted, recovering from her shock. "Mind of his own, indeed. I would give him a mind to obey." "Restore yourselves to calm observation." Ivas's voice once again cut through the furor. "Ruth is unharmed, and Farley has found her way." Pimer let out a yelp of surprise, plainly audible in a room suddenly gone very quiet, for Farley had indeed found her way to the bridge of the Yokohama, and, with one talon firmly hooked on the edge of the console, was diligently pulling toggles and pressing buttons. Lights appeared on the board. "Mission accomplished," Ivas said. "They may return." "Farley came and has done her job," Ruth said, not realizing that Jackson could see him. "I'm floating. Let go, Farley. It's not at all like being between, a most unusual sensation, not like swimming either." It was also a most unusual sight for those observing Ruth as he drifted gently across the bridge, a handspan above the arc of consoles, ducking his head to keep from scraping the ceiling. As Farley released her grip, she too began to float. Startled, she extended her wings and gently revolved end over end, colliding with Ruth. He reached out to steady her, and both were propelled farther away from their original locations, toward the great glass window on the bow of the bridge complex. Suddenly, Jancis began to giggle, and the tension in the room evaporated. "I think that's quite enough clowning now, Ruth," Jackson said, trying to sound stern. But he couldn't help grinning along with everyone else over the antics of the two creatures. "You scared the life out of me. Now get back down here." "I knew exactly where to go. I showed Farley. I had no problem at all doing it, and this is fun." With a negligent shove of one wing, Ruth executed a complete turn in the air and began floating back toward the lift. "Will we get to come back again?" "Only if you and Farley get your bodies back on Pern this instant." "Oh, all right, if you say so." Laughing with a mixture of amusement, sheer relief, and fury, Jackson dashed down the corridor and outside. The others were close on his heels, full of triumph and the laughter of relief. End of side 7. Lessa, however, was raging at the risk Ruth had taken, and she knew from the set expression on Flar's face that he felt the same. Halfway down the corridor, Flar caught Lessa by the arm. "You may be furious, Lessa, but we can't intervene in this, and I probably lost as many seconds of my life as you did over Ruth's leap." "Ruth cannot be allowed to be so irresponsible," she said, fuming. "Jackson isn't... I don't understand how Ruth gets away with such disobedience. Ramoth wouldn't." Ruth and Jackson were not Weir-trained, but don't think Ruth's going to get off easily for this escapade. He managed a droll grin. Judging by the look on Jackson's face, he's had a fright he won't forget. That will inhibit Ruth far more surely than threats from you and me. He gave her one of his little shakes. "More important, the less furor there is right now, the fewer rumors will abound." Lessa let out a heavy sigh, glared at him, and then gave herself a shake, releasing herself from his grasp. "Yes, we don't want this bruited about, at least not quite yet. But I tell you, and I'll tell Jackson too, I don't want to live through another few seconds like that again." All I could think about was how under the heavens we would explain to Lytol. Flar grinned wryly. As it turned out, Lytol can print this up as a turning point in the modern history of Pern. And just won't he? Discretion muted the congratulations for the brave venturers, but everyone patted Ruth and scrubbed at his eye ridges until his eyes were whirling with delight. When Farley finally settled down again on Pimer's shoulder, she also received extravagant caresses. False dawn was just lightening the eastern horizon, so there was a good chance that few were awake to wonder at the fuss being made of Ruth. "I think," Robinson began when the elation abated, "that we'd better return to AIVAS. I, for one, would like to know what's next." "Well, that depends on what AIVAS learns from the instrumentation that Farley just turned on," Jackson replied. "If the bridge is intact, warms up, and there's enough oxygen left in the tanks that supply that area, Ruth and I go up together." He grinned. "That's when we initiate the telescopic sequences that will reaffirm the position of the system's planets, most particularly our old enemy, the Red Star." That was, however, not quite all that AIVAS had in mind when late the next day the bridge's atmospheric conditions were found to be satisfactory. "Pimer, I would like you to accompany Jackson," AIVAS said when the group reassembled. "I'm not supposed to go with him on this trip," Pimer exclaimed. "Originally, no. 2 men will be needed for what should now be the first project. To demonstrate proper respect for Salatelgar, it is fitting that her mortal remains be brought back to Pern and properly interred. No doubt Lord Larad would like to attend to whatever burial rituals are currently practiced." A profound silence prevailed until Robinson cleared his throat. "Yes, that would be not only respectful and appropriate, but a long-overdue honor for such a valiant lady. I'll inform Lord Larad immediately." "Would her spacesuit be usable after all this time?" Pimer asked, curious. When he saw the shocked expression on Jancis's face, he belatedly realized how callous that sounded, and, groaning, hid his face against his arm. Farley curled her tail consolingly around his throat. "With some minor repairs, it is hoped that the spacesuit is usable," AIVAS replied, so calmly that Robinson was certain that the recovery of both body and suit had been planned from the start. "You are both to dress as warmly as possible, as the bridge temperature currently reads 10 degrees below zero." Jackson was unmoved by that information, since he was used to the absolute cold of between, but Pimer gave a dramatic shudder and hunched his shoulders as if already warding off the chill. "Can Farley come too?" he asked. "That would be advisable," AIVAS said. "If Jancis's Trig will accompany Farley, there would be then 2 fire lizards who understand this sort of between transfer." Despite an obvious reluctance, Jancis instructed her young bronze Trig to settle himself on Pimer's right shoulder. Jackson and Pimer left the buildings by themselves, so as not to suggest to anyone outside their small group that this journey was anything unusual. The bulky tanks of oxygen, which AIVAS had insisted they bring in case of emergency, had already been secured to Ruth's back, but Jackson checked the ropes before he and Peimer mounted. "You ready, Peimer?" Jackson asked over his shoulder. "As ready as I'll ever be," the harper replied, resettling his grip on Jackson's wide belt. "But I'm awfully glad Ruth's already been there." "Tell Peimer not to worry. It's fun to float," Ruth remarked as he launched himself. As Jackson passed on that encouraging message, he felt Peimer's spasmodic tug on his belt and knew that the harper was also nervous. Not that he didn't trust Ruth to get them there. It was just such a long way. Between never seemed so cold, nor the transfer so long, yet Jackson, counting silently, reached 10 seconds just as they emerged onto the bridge deck of the Yokohama. "Are we there yet?" Peimer asked. His hands were rigid on Jackson's belt. As Jackson looked over his shoulder to reassure the harper, he realized that Peimer had his eyes squeezed shut. Rather than laugh at his friend, he cleared his throat and turned his head forward and began to slide sideways off Ruth's neck. "Shards, what's happening?" Peimer exclaimed, opening his eyes as he and Jackson continued to slide to their right until they came up against the cold wall. "Don't make sudden moves," Ruth warned them both. I heard you, Peimer replied. The freezing wall seemed to burn through the leather of his helmet and his jacket. "It is cold up here." Jackson only nodded. "I'm going to pull us back up on Ruth, Peimer," he said. Carefully grabbing a neck ridge, he slowly righted them. Farley unwrapped her tail and peered up at Jackson, chirping encouragingly. "That's all I need," Peimer said wryly. "My fire lizard telling me how to handle free fall." Farley pushed off from his shoulder and floated upward. Trigg squeaked. When Farley answered him in an encouraging tone, he let go off his perch and, following her example, also drifted away. The two came to rest on the ceiling, chittering animatedly. "That's enough, the pair of you," Peimer said, disgusted. "They're not coming to any harm," Jackson said, "and Ruth says if we move slowly enough, we'll be all right. We've got a lot to do. Look, Peimer, I'll dismount carefully, and then you can untie the oxygen tanks. Ruth says the tanks are bulky, and he doesn't move until we've untied them. He wants to look out the window." "He would." Jackson heard the note of self-disparagement in Peimer's voice and grinned. "They did have some practice, you know." The air here smells peculiar, sort of dead." "It'll probably improve with the fresh tanks," Peimer said cheerfully. Cautiously, Jackson dismounted on the right-hand side of the White Dragon. Keeping between Ruth and the wall might prevent him from floating about. "Your placement is perfect, Ruth," he told his weir-mate approvingly, hanging on to a neck ridge as he judiciously lowered himself. "It's the only place I'd fit," Ruth remarked, slowly turning his head to the right to observe the margin. "I'll hook my tail so I won't drift when you unload me." "Now I know why dragons have tails," Jackson replied, giving a nervous chuckle. "Don't laugh," Peimer warned. He had just swung his leg over and had to clutch at Ruth's wing joint to keep from floating upward. "I wasn't laughing at you, Peimer. Ruth just found out how to anchor himself. Watch his tail. And dismount to the right, not to the left. Don't grab the wing joint so hard. Wings are fragile." I know. Sorry, Ruth." But as Jackson watched anxiously, he could see that Peimer had to make considerable effort to relax his grip. "I've done some crazy things in my life, stealing fire lizard eggs, crawling into carry sacks, scrambling along shorelines, but this is undoubtedly the craziest," Peimer muttered to himself as he eased off Ruth's back, following Jackson's example. At last his feet touched the deck. "Made it!" he exclaimed. Wedged between the wall and his dragon, Jackson began to untie the ropes that secured the oxygen tanks to Ruth's back. Jackson exclaimed in surprise as the tiniest push sent the first tank drifting toward the deck. "Well, easier off than on, as AIVAS said." He grinned at the young harper who was gaping in surprise. "No weight at all." With one finger he pushed the second tank after the first. "Hey, I could get to like a place where work is play," Peimer said with a grin as he began to relax. "Here, let's stack them against the wall, by the first egg." Jackson inadvertently used more force than necessary to lift the tank and nearly launched it over Ruth. "Wow!" Peimer stretched out to restrain the tank and found himself rising, but he was quick enough to grab Ruth's wing and correct the reaction. Yeah, this free-fall stuff has distinct advantages. I'll tend to the others. While Jackson watched in surprise, Palmer took a firm hold of Ruth's shoulder's neck ridge and executed an effortless flip over the white dragon's back. Whee! The exclamation was part laugh and part surprise that his unorthodox maneuver succeeded in guiding him neatly into the narrow space between the dragon and the railing around the upper level of the bridge. This is fun! Watch it, Palmer. We don't want those tanks crashing into anything. I'll just tie these down. It is safest to secure any loose object on board a space-going vessel. AIVAS agreed, as calm as ever. You're doing well. Bridge temperature is still rising, and all proximity alarms are quiescent. Proximity alarms? Palmer asked, his voice rising in surprise. Yes, this facility is now receiving function reports and damage analysis, AIVAS went on. Considering its length of time and space, the fabric of the Yokohama has not had significant breach. The solar-powered deflector shields display no operational damage. As you will remember from your studies, these panels provide power to the small thrusters. They keep the ship in its geosynchronous orbit. There has been minor penetration of some of the outermost sectors of the main sphere, but these were automatically sealed off. None of those sections are now required. The doors on the cargo bay are still open, and a malfunction light is on. However, your assigned tasks take precedence. Please, proceed. Oxygen remains at a normal level, but you will shortly feel the effects of the low temperature, decreasing manual dexterity. Gymnastic displays should be curtailed. Jackson smothered a laugh and hoped that only he heard Palmer's insolent mutter about all work and no play. Moving carefully, Jackson ducked under Ruth's neck and took a firm hold on the railing. To his surprise, he saw Palmer was hovering motionless on the wide steps down the command level of the bridge. Looking up from his circumspect movements, Jackson, too, was transfixed by what had stunned the Harper. Below them lay Pern, its blue seas glistening to port, while to starboard was visible the coastline and vivid greens, browns, and beiges of the southern continent. By egg, it's just like the pictures AIVAS showed us, Palmer murmured reverently. Magnificent! Unexpected tears pricked his eyes, and Jackson swallowed hard as he viewed his world as his ancestors had once seen it at journey's end. That must have been a triumphant moment, he thought. It's big, Palmer added, daunted by the prospect. It is a whole world, Jackson replied softly, trying to reorient himself to the incredible size of it. With great majesty, the scene was imperceptibly altering as the planet swung toward the dusk line. Jackson, Palmer, AIVAS recalled them to their duties. Just admiring the view from the bridge, Palmer said briskly. Seeing's believing. His eyes still on the wide window, he floated over to the flight of stairs and pulled himself hand over hand along the railing down to the flight deck. From there he used every available handhold to make his way to the console he was scheduled to program. At last he wrenched his gaze from the spectacular view and studied the job at hand. I got more red lights than I like, he told AIVAS as he strapped himself in his seat. Jackson, making his way around the upper level to the science positions, could see the red lights on those boards as well. He pulled himself into a seat and strapped in. I've got them too, he said, but not on the telescope settings. Jackson, Palmer, key in the override commands, and then go to manual. Jackson's board was immediately cleared of over half of the red dysfunction lights. 3 remained, along with 2 orange lights, but none of those would interfere with the program he was to initiate. A quick glance told him that Palmer was already tapping away at his assigned keyboard. Jackson set to work, stopping now and then to flex his fingers and gaze wonderingly at the fantastic view of Pern. Nothing could detract from that spectacle, not even the comical antics of 2 fire lizards cavorting in the weightlessness. Oddly enough, their excited squeakings and chitterings as Farley dared Trigg to more and more outrageous maneuvers helped dispel the unreality of this bizarre environment. Once Jackson began to concentrate on setting the program for the telescopes, Ruth released his tail anchor and drifted with great dignity toward the wide bridge windows, where he could indulge his fascination in Pern and the starlit blackness. The fire lizards continued their chittering conversation. "I don't know what they are either," Ruth said, "but they're pretty." "What's pretty?" Jackson asked, looking up. "Can you see the other two ships?" "No. There are things flowing past us." "Things?" Jackson craned his neck across his console to see what Ruth was seeing. However, his view was blocked by the bodies of the dragon and fire lizards, who had their faces pressed against the far right of the bridge viewport. Suddenly, all three creatures flung themselves back away from the window, the motion sending them careening toward Pimer and Jackson. "Hey, watch out!" Jackson ducked as Ruth zoomed overhead. At the same moment, there was a distinct rattling sound. "Something's hitting us!" Pimer cried. Unstrapping quickly, he pushed himself off to the view screen. "What is hitting you?" IVAS demanded. Pimer bumped against the view screen, looking left and right. "Jackson, ask Ruth what he saw. I can't see anything." Pressing his left cheek to the plasglass, he tried to see beyond the thick curve of the window. "Things like fire lizard eggs coming straight at us," Ruth said. "Well, there's nothing out there now," Pimer said. He headed back to his station, grabbing the back of his chair just as he was about to overshoot it. "IVAS?" Jackson asked. The pinging indicated the screens deflecting a small shower of objects, IVAS replied calmly. "No damage is reported. As you will have learned from your studies, space is not a barren void. Minute particles are in constant motion through space. Doubtless a shower of some sort startled Ruth and the fire lizards. You would be wise to continue your tasks before you become incapacitated by the severe temperatures." Jackson noticed that Pimer, too, was not completely reassured by that explanation, but it was true that the icy cold was seeping through their layers of clothing, and so, as Ruth and the fire lizards cautiously, with much chirping and twittering, returned to their positions at the window, the men returned their attention to their consoles. Jackson worked as fast as he could, but still the cold increasingly penetrated the down-lying gloves that had always kept him warm through hours of threadfall. Maybe space was colder than between, he thought, flexing frozen fingers. "IVAS, didn't you say there'd be heat on the bridge?" he complained. "My hands are getting numb with cold." "Readings indicate that the bridge heating is not working as efficiently as possible. It is probable that the resistive ceramic of the units has crystallized. This can be repaired later." "That's good news," Jackson said as he double-checked his entries. Then he straightened up. "Mine's done. Program ready." "Activate," IVAS ordered. Jackson punched the key with some trepidation. Though the egg knew how he could have gotten it wrong with the endless drills IVAS had put him through in learning the sequences of attitude, exposure, and sectors, with considerable personal satisfaction he watched the fast-forward scroll of the display as it confirmed his plotting. "This bore's much faster than the ones we've been using," he remarked. "The equipment on Yokohama was state-of-the-art when the ship was commissioned by the Pern Charter Group," IVAS said. "High-speed computations would have been essential in astronavigation." "I told you we were using baby stuff," Pimer murmured. "Before the infant walks, it must learn to crawl," IVAS said. "Is everyone hearing this?" the harbor demanded with some indignation. "No." "I thank your mercy for that. And my program's up and running too, by the way." "That is correct. You must now begin Phase 2 of the schedule. You will find the auxiliary oxygen storage behind Bulwark B8802A, B, and C," IVAS instructed. Pimer was shaking his fingers of his gloved hands. "My fingers have never been so cold. I'll give you Beatron odds this bridge is colder than between." "In point of fact," IVAS remarked, "it is not. But you have been in that very cold temperature far longer than you ever remained between." "A point," Jackson reminded Pimer as they pulled themselves up a long stair rail. "Remarkable feeling, this weightlessness," he said with a comradely grin at the harbor. Pimer gave him a happy grimace of agreement. Just then Farley and Trigg came tumbling end over end above their heads, making them duck, which sent them bouncing off the steps. "Careful!" Jackson cried, reaching for the railing as smoothly as he could. "Oh!" Pimer continued to float up onto the ceiling. By the time Jackson, securely holding on to the rail with one hand, had grabbed the floating Pimer by the ankle and hauled him down, neither was sure whether to laugh or swear at their clumsiness. However, the slight mishap made them all the more circumspect in their motions. They located, opened, and examined the auxiliary oxygen compartment, then carefully removed the one empty tank, maneuvered the 4 they had brought with them into the space available, and made the necessary connections to bring the replacements into the system. Phase 3 may now be initiated, AIVAS told them once the connections had been checked. Jackson caught Pimer's gaze, and the young Harper gave him a wry grin, shrugged, and turned back to the spacesuited figure they had both been avoiding. "Ruth, we need you to get back on the landing, please," Jackson said as he and Pimer solemnly converged on Sala's body. He swallowed. As they lifted it from the chair it had occupied for 2,500 turns, the rigid space-suited body retained the position in which it had originally collapsed across the console. Jackson tried to feel reverence for the personality that had once inhabited the frozen shell they were handling. Sala Telgar had given her life to prevent the defector, Avril Bitra, from draining the Yokohama's fuel tanks in her bid to escape the Rookbot system. Sala had even managed to repair the console Bitra had wrecked in her fury at being thwarted. Odd that a hold had been named after such a woman, but then Bitrons had always been an odd lot. Jackson chided himself for such thoughts. There were some very honest, worthy Bitrons, a few anyway, who were not given to gambling and other forms of gaming that fascinated so many of that hold. Lord Sigomal kept to himself, but that was far preferable to the late Lord Cypher's well-known unsavory appetites. With the ropes that had held the tanks in place, Jackson and Pimer strapped the bent body between Ruth's wings. Sensing their mood alteration, Farley and Trigg had ceased their cavorting, and when Pimer again mounted the white dragon, they quietly settled to his shoulders. When Jackson slid astride Ruth, he could no longer control his jaw, and his teeth began to chatter. Had Sala felt this creeping cold as she died? Was that what had killed her, abandoned so far above the planet? His chilled fingers could barely feel Ruth's neck ridge. "Let's get back to landing before we freeze solid too, Ruth," he said. "Can we go before we freeze solid?" Pimer asked wistfully, unaware that he was echoing Jackson's silent request to Ruth. "Now!" Jackson longingly projected a vivid scene of warm, balmy landing to his dragon. As they entered the chill blackness of between, he was still not sure which was colder. Much later in the evening of that momentous day, when Lessa had a chance to sit down and think about it, she wondered just how AIVAS, quite likely with Lytle's connivance, had contrived such an extraordinary and timely event as the return of Sala's body. This would have considerable impact on the entire population, both north and south, both doubters and believers. Sala Telgar's heroism and self-sacrifice had, in the past 2 years, become a favorite Harper ballad, repeatedly requested at all gathers and evening entertainments of any consequence. To be able to bring her back from her lonely crypt should be considered a significant vindication of the landing effort. Lord Larad was absolutely dumbfounded when Robinson, conveyed by Nementh and Flar to Telgar Hold, apprised him of the retrieval of his ancestress's remains. Yes, indeed. Sala must be honored. There must, of course, be some ceremony fitting such an occasion. Larad looked helplessly at Robinson. Burial services were usually brief, even for the most honored being. The deeds and goodness of unusual persons were perpetuated in song and Harper tales, which were considered the most fitting of memorials. A performance of the Ballad of Sala Telgar would certainly be appropriate, Robinson said. Full instrumental accompaniment to chorus and solo voices. I'll speak to Sebel. I never thought to have the chance to honor our brave ancestress, Larad said, and floundered once again. Fortunately, Lady Gissemi, Larad's astute and capable wife, stepped to his side. There is that small cave just to the north of the main court, the one which that recent rock slide revealed. It's just large enough. She faltered and then recovered, and certainly accessible, easy to reseal. Larad patted her hand gratefully. Yes, the very place. When? He added tentatively. The day after tomorrow, Robinson suggested.
resisting an urge to grin in triumph. The day after the next would be just the day before the Lord Holders convened about the matter of the late Otterel's successor. Lorad shot him a quick glance. "You couldn't possibly have planned it this way, could you, Master Harper?" "Me?" Years of practice made it possible for Robinson to affect genuine surprise. He waggled his hand in denial. Flower came to his assistance with a disgusted snort. "Hardly the rat. We knew she was there. So did you. Ivas included her sacrifice in his historical narrative. Today was the first chance to actually get her, and it just doesn't seem proper to, well, just leave her remains there." "To give her rest after all that long time in cold space," Jessamy said with a delicate shudder. "It's time and past it. Should we make it an open ceremony?" "I think that only proper. Telgar, of course, should have the honor, but many will wish to be respectful," Robinson said with a properly grave mien, hoping that the occasion would spark considerable interest through hall and hold. Even those who were not curious about Sala could be expected to come, even if only to see who else attended. When Jackson, Pimer, and Ruth arrived back at landing, they had gratefully turned their burden over to Master Here Oldive and 2 of his masters. Now the mortal remains of Sala Telgar rested in a finely joined coffin of Master Bendaric's best wooden panels. Shown the cleansed spacesuit, Ivas assured all that the heel of the suit and the other small tears could be mended. Ivas remarked to Lytol that since someone could be expected to wear that suit, it was fortunate indeed that superstition was not a facet of Pernese culture. Lytol disagreed. He and Ivas immediately became involved in a discussion of primitive religions and arcane beliefs, so that Robinson was just as glad that he was free to leave for Telgar Weir with Flower. The Harper wondered fleetingly if he would have done better to have stayed to listen to what was certain to be a fascinating debate, but he was deriving too much satisfaction in being the bearer of such remarkable tidings. One of the older Telgar sons brought in a tray with wine glasses and a fine crystal decanter, which Robinson decided must be one of the new designs Glassmaster Merilton had produced. The next son arrived with a tray of piping hot little pastries and some good Telgar mountain cheeses. With a glass of white Bendon in his hand, Robinson was definitely pleased that he had come. "You said, did you not," Larid began, "that someone had actually been on the old ship? Was that judicious?" "Necessary," Flower said. "No danger involved. Pimer's little fire lizard did exactly as Ivas taught her, so there's air on the bridge, and it's warmed up. Ruth will take Jackson back again tomorrow to find out why the cargo bay doors have remained open. Probably a trivial malfunction, according to Ivas. All in all," Flower paused to sip his wine, "a most auspicious beginning, most auspicious." "I'm glad to hear that, Flower," Lorad said, nodding, his expression solemn. "I'm very glad to hear that." "Not half as glad as I am to be able to report it," the Bendon Weir leader replied. "Keep a grip on me, will you, Ruth?" Jackson said as he carefully swung his right leg over the white dragon's neck ridge. Maneuvering in free fall had been easier the previous day, when he and Pimer had had each other to hold on to. He had gotten the hang of slow, controlled movements then, but today the bulky suit impeded him, and he felt ungainly. The heavy magnetic-soled boots made his feet especially clumsy. He clutched at Ruth's neck suddenly as he felt his body moving in a direction other than down. Ruth caught him by the ankle, and suddenly he was right side up, the boots anchoring him safely to the deck. Knowing that his fellow students were observing him made him hope devoutly that he didn't look as ridiculous as he felt. Shara had told him repeatedly that he had not looked at all foolish coping with weightlessness the day before. He should relax in satisfaction that both he and Pimer had handled themselves most creditably. She only wished that she could somehow have seen the view of Pern which had so transfixed them. "I've never seen that particular look on Pimer's face before," Jancis was impressed. "So, how did I look?" "Dumbstruck, just like Pimer," she replied, giving him a mischievous grin. "About the same way you looked when you saw Gerald for the first time." At least today, Jackson knew he had some control over his movements as long as he kept his feet on the deck. He took the first step forward, wrenching the heavy boot's grip off the floor and stamping it down in front of him. Ruth had landed in the same spot as before, right by the lift door. Jackson had only to duck under the dragon's neck to reach the control panel, which Ivas had assured him was in working order.
"I'll move out of your way," Ruth said obligingly. Picking up his hind legs, he flipped over and over backward, coasting toward the window. "It's better than the view from the Starstones on Bendon or the fire heights at Ruatha." By the time Jackson had pressed one thick gloved finger on the pressure panel, Ruth had his nose against the plasglass and was staring out into space. Jackson could still not dispel the sense of being an intruder, which he had keenly felt the day before, walking where his ancestors had, manipulating switches, toggles, and keyboards just as they had once done. He had told himself that was partly because of the gruesome errand he and Pimer had been on, retrieving Zelatelgar. He had hoped the feeling would have altered now that he was here on another errand, but it had not. Though he and Pimer had miraculously been able to log it into their respective consoles and complete their tasks, AIVAS had not been able to discover why the cargo bay doors remained open. Today, after a brisk tutorial session from AIVAS, Jackson's assignment was to descend to the cargo level and attempt to use the control console or the manual override there. "It is hoped that one of those two systems is operational," AIVAS said. "Why?" "Otherwise, you would have to venture outside the ship to discover what was keeping the doors from closing." "Oh!" Jackson had seen enough footage of AIVAS's training tapes to wonder if he would have the nerve to spacewalk. The lift opened and he stepped in, the door shut, once again consulting the diagram in his hand. Though he had memorized it, he punched the button marked CB for cargo bay before he noticed how many levels the lift served. Although AIVAS had assured him that the solar panels of the Yokohama contained sufficient power to operate the bridge lift, he had a nervous moment before the long, unused mechanism rumbled into action. "The lift is operational," Jackson told AIVAS in what he hoped was a casual tone. "I'm descending." He had also been instructed to keep up a running commentary. Jackson was not by nature garrulous. It seemed inane to keep reporting simple actions. AIVAS had merely repeated that this was normal procedure for a single operative in what was to be considered a hostile environment. "Proceed," AIVAS said. The descent seemed to take both a long time and no time at all. A warning note sounded, and a red sign, "Danger, Vacuum," appeared on the door of the lift. "What do I do now, AIVAS?" "Press the pump down button on the right of the sign and wait for the danger lights to go out." Jackson did as he was instructed. He noticed that his suit puffed out and seemed slightly less wieldy. He was just growing accustomed to that alteration when there was a melodious ding and the door slid silently aside, and Jackson looked out at a vast blackness that framed an even blacker area that was punctuated by starlights. There was no reassuring sight of sunlit Pern below him. He didn't move a muscle. "Don't be nervous. I'd come after you if you fell out," Ruth said encouragingly. "I've reached the cargo bay," Jackson said belatedly. "There's insufficient light." And that, Jackson said to himself, must be the single most stupid understatement he had ever made. "Feel to the left of the door. There will be a panel." AIVAS's voice in Jackson's ear was steady and reassuring, and he let out his breath, only just realizing that he had been holding it in. "Wave your hand across the panel, and emergency lights will come on." "We hope," Jackson said to himself. Moving with extreme care, he obeyed, and was unutterably relieved to see a line of lights come up all around the immense cargo bay. The effect did heighten the blackness of space, but he felt better with the partial illumination. "Yes, I now have light." "It's bigger even than Fort's hatching ground," he told Ruth, looking about in awe. "There is a handrail all around the inside of the cargo bay," AIVAS went on conversationally. "To your left, you will see a bank of lights, and the console should be visible under them." "It is." "It will be faster to go hand over hand, Jackson," AIVAS went on, "and quite safe. Otherwise, you would exhaust yourself needlessly." Jackson wondered if AIVAS knew just how scared he was, but how could he? So Jackson took a deep breath, and lifting his left foot, reached out and caught hold of the handrail. It was round and firm in his grip, and amazingly reassuring for a mere thin rail of metal. "I've got it. I'm proceeding as directed." Holding very tightly with both hands, he kicked off his right foot, balanced the reaction against the solid rail, and began to move hand over hand, hauling his weightless body after him. "How did my ancestors manage to load ships working like this?"
he asked, unable to think of anything else to say.
Your ancestors worked in half-gravity in this area during loading, but the rest of the ship was on normal gravity.
They could do that? Amazing, Jackson replied dutifully. He was nearly halfway to the console. The curve of the bay now hid the unnerving sight of star-studded space. He wanted to increase his pace, but sternly held himself to a rhythm that would prevent sudden, unexpected reactions. He could feel the sweat on his forehead, and then the little suction fan in his helmet turned on, and the moisture was evacuated. That phenomenon occupied his mind until he was actually at the lighted console. He activated it, and a range of red and orange lights flicked into being. Jackson experienced a slight shock, and then he began reading the dials. Some of the red lights were perfectly in order, indicating, as they were meant to, that the cargo bay doors were open. He sighed in relief and applied his lessons to deciphering the rest. When he was sure of what sequence to use, he entered the appropriate code. The orange light began to flicker. The legend above it said, RTC. He reported that to AIVAS.
That explains why the cargo bay doors remained open. They were on a remote time control, which must have malfunctioned. The simplest method now is to use the manual release, Jackson, AIVAS told him. It is found under the terminal. Open the glass lid and pull.
Grabbing the handle of the manual release, Jackson gave a yank. When nothing happened, he gave a second, a more forceful yank. Fortunately, he was still holding on to the handle, for the force of the yank sent him dangling above the deck, hanging on by one outstretched arm. A strange, gargling noise echoed in his ears.
What has happened, Jackson? AIVAS asked, his voice as calm as ever.
Jackson's momentary panic subsided. In chagrin, he explained.
Pull yourself toward the deck by exerting downward pressure on the handle, and very slowly tuck your feet forward, AIVAS instructed.
Jackson obeyed, and was relieved to feel his soles restored to a firm contact with the deck. Engrossed in recovering from his hasty action, he did not at first notice the alteration in the light on the deck. The motion caught his peripheral vision to the right. He turned his head, remembering to move slowly, and saw the great cargo bay doors folding slowly inward, wrapping him in more complete safety.
The door lights on the panel turned from red to green, and suddenly the aggravating orange light winked out.
Operation completed, Jackson said, wanting to shout in relief.
That is enough for today. Retrace your steps and return to base.
Later that afternoon, when Robinson and Lytall and Dram arrived for a private meeting,
AIVAS had further interesting disclosures to make. Your wandering planet is flagrantly erratic, he told them. There has been time to study most of the records presented to this facility. Even the most illegible ones have been deciphered using available restoration techniques. The red star, as it is inaccurately called, has an aberrant course and does not cross Pern's path every 250 years. The orbit varies by almost 10 years in 4 passes. 3 were 258, 1 was 240. Thread passes alter from 46 years in the 2nd pass to 52 in the 5th and 48 in the 7th. The 2 intervals of 400 years each appear to suggest that the planet did not, in fact, orbit as far as the Oort cloud, or was, in some inexplicable fashion, diverted from its usual orbit. The former theory is more acceptable than the latter. Another possibility, and the resonant tone indicated that this was most unlikely, is that it passed through attenuated portions of this cometary reservoir. Of more importance, and based on calculations from Yokohama's bridge, this pass will be short by 3 years.
Now that is very good news indeed, Dram said, but I don't understand how such inaccuracies could have slipped into the records.
That is not an issue, AIVAS replied, though the method of dating on this planet promotes error.
Then that would account for the need to position the eye rocks, wouldn't it? Lytall asked. Because no matter if dating was faulty, the Weyrs would always know exactly when a pass was imminent.
An ingenious method of ascertaining the correct position of a planet, though by no means original, AIVAS replied.
Yes, Lytall said hastily. You told me about Stonehenge and the triangles of Eridani. Do the inaccuracies have any other importance?
That information is still being correlated and updated. Optimistically, it augurs well for the success of the plan.
And we can reassure holds and halls on that account, Robinson asked, his voice buoyant with hope.
Yes, you can indeed.
This briefing, then, is to decide what information can be made public?
Yes.
What else can we tell them?
As much as you know.
Robinson chuckled, which is very little.
But significant, IVAS replied. The 2 expeditions to the Yokohama have been extremely successful. You may also report that the next exercise will extend to the 4 Green Riders. It is vital for them to make bridge transfers and continue the research that Jackson and Peimer initiated. Each will have an objective during his time on board.
Why did Jackson have to close the cargo bay doors today, especially when you said that area will not be used for some time? Dram asked, curious.
It is necessary for someone to get practice in working in freefall and to become accustomed to using the spacesuit. Jackson is the most adept computer operator, and Ruth is the most courageous of the dragons.
Robinson noticed that Lytle perceptibly preened himself on hearing such praise of his ward. Does the fact that he is also Lord Holder and can report on his expedition come into consideration? Robinson asked, amused.
That did figure in the choice, but competence and being a dragon rider were more important.
Robinson chuckled. So, who goes next?
Now that Ruth has led the way, the green dragons will feel compelled to follow where the littlest one of them has gone before. They will be sent in pairs, Miram and Path, Granat and Sulath. They have complementary temperaments and skills.
Robinson chuckled. You are indeed well versed in manipulating people.
It is not manipulation, Master Robinson. It is understanding the basic personalities of those who are being trained.
The cargo area is large enough for bronze dragons to transfer, Dram suggested.
Not until there is also sufficient air for them to breathe. They will play a major role in future steps, Dram, IVAS said. But the next step will be to re-establish oxygen-producing algae in the hydroponics area to purify the air of the few usable areas on the Yokohama. The telescope will have to be adjusted periodically. There is one probe left that may or may not be operational. It could be useful. Failing that, it would be helpful if perhaps a bronze dragon and his rider could venture to obtain samples from the Oort debris.
What? The exclamation came in a chorus from all 3 startled men.
A sample of pre-fall thread was never obtained by the colonists, though several attempts were made. An analysis, IVAS insisted, raising its voice over renewed protest from the 3 custodians, would be carried out in the one remaining operational laboratory in the Yokohama in the cold sleep facility. The rewards of a proper scientific analysis of the thread material far outweigh any risk. From what I've seen of the abilities and intelligence of the bronze dragons and their riders, the risk would be minimal, once, of course, they have the exact directions for such a flight, and when protective gear is available for the rider. The 3 regarded the screen with varying degrees of stunned amazement. Thread, in its nodular form, is not dangerous, IVAS continued, as if oblivious to the effect of that statement on the custodians. It is only when it finds a hospitable environment that it alters. For the purpose of analysis, it can be kept safely contained in one of the sleep capsules. 7 of the most promising biology students are already sufficiently trained to handle such investigations, Lady Shara being the best of them. Much equipment for the investigation of frozen human and animal tissue is still up there. Even an electron microscope is in place in the cryogenic laboratory, making it an ideal site for our purpose. IVAS sounded perfectly reasonable, his suggestions as logical and forthright as always, but Robinson instinctively balked at the mere notion of such an undertaking. He didn't dare glance at Dram or Lytle. To destroy a menace, one must perceive it as a whole in its separate manifestations, IVAS continued.
How can we possibly destroy Thread if what you have told us about this Oort cloud that surrounds our system is true? The Harper asked.
What you've been told is fact.
Fact is not the only truth, Lytle reminded them all. Now, let's not deviate from the subject at hand, Robinson said, eyeing Lytle sternly.
The former dragon rider and IVAS could indulge in semantics and philosophy on their own time. One alters the facts, IVAS went on, as if Lytle had not interrupted. That is the plan.
"I wish," Robinson said, leaning forward earnestly, "that you would tell us the whole of this plan of yours."
Master Robinson, to use an analogy, you would not expect a new student to read a score of music perfectly on his first try, would you? When Robinson agreed, IVAS continued, nor would you expect that same student, no matter how talented, to be able to perform a high level of competence playing intricate passages on an unfamiliar instrument, would you?
"I take the analogy," Robinson said, raising both hands in surrender.
Then be reassured by the success already achieved, the lessons learned and understood. Progress toward the high level that must be achieved is being made, but it would be harmful to overwhelm your valiant people before they are properly prepared by education and experience.
"You are right, completely right, IVAS," Robinson agreed, shaking his head at the folly of his impetuous demand.
How critical to Pern and to this project is this Lord Holder's convocation, Master Robinson? IVAS asked.
Robinson gave a wry smile. "That's the debatable point. But when all the Lord Holders assemble, minor irritations have a habit of flaring up into roaring debates. We, Sybil, Lytle, Dram, and I have good reason to believe that landing and this project may be called to question by some of the dissatisfied and conservative elements. We'll be able to gauge reactions after Sala Telgar's internment tomorrow."
Will many attend that ceremony?
Robinson's grin turned broad and slightly malicious. "Anybody who is anybody on Pern will be there. Master Shonagar has been relentlessly rehearsing apprentices and journeymen. Domik has been killing himself to produce suitable music, including a splendid fanfare of trumpets. Dragons will fill the sky to do her honor." Robinson felt an unexpected closure of his throat at the thought of the tributes arranged for this fabled ancestress. "Bershar, among others, will be on hand to illustrate."
Such scenes would be an unusual addition to the archives of present-day Pern, IVAS remarked.
"You shall have them, of course," Robinson promised earnestly.
"As well as your individual verbal accounts of the proceedings?"
"All of us?" Dram asked in surprise.
Different perspectives often supply the full dimensions of an event. By the next evening, Robinson was not certain if the full dimensions of Sala Telgar's internment would ever be properly recorded. It had been quite a day, and for once he admitted that he was very, very tired. End of side 8.
Larad and his lady had organized a splendid occasion with master instrumentalists under the direction of Domik himself,
and singers from all over the continent to sing the Ballad of Sala Telgar.
The large Telgar gather pits had been utilized to feed those who had begun arriving the day before. Most had thoughtfully brought their own rations, but Telgar stinted no one, and anyone of consequence was accommodated in the portions of the great hold that had not been tenanted since the last plague. Robinson rather thought that every holder in Telgar had been drafted to clean. Lady Jissamy was by no means lax in her duties, even the farthest corner of her domain enduring inspection once every turn, but the place sparkled and shone as never before. The internment had been set for mid-afternoon. Every dragon came laden with as many passengers as it was safe to carry. Torek himself arrived on Gvan's Heth. His seldom-seen wife, Ramallah, accompanied him. He immediately began to solicit the other Lord Holders for guards to help him with his rebels. From the expression on the big Southerner's face, Robinson surmised that he was meeting with little success. When the harper had a chance to compare notes with Sybil, it appeared that the Lord Holders, without exception, felt that this was an inappropriate time to recruit a punitive force, which meant that Torek would air that problem at the conference. That was another debate sure to be heated. Robinson was of two minds about attending. He was no longer obliged to, but the invitation had been made to him, and though he trusted Sybil to report accurately, he preferred to make his own observations whenever possible. However, all minor rifts and major controversies faded into insignificance as the internment ceremonies commenced. The ballad was magnificently performed. Then, cued by Ruth and Jackson, the masked Weyrs appeared in the skies above Telgar. Robinson felt tears well up in his eyes, tears not only in reaction to the honor the masked Weyrs did Sala Telgar, but in remembrance for the previous occasion, nearly 20
turns before, when the 5 lost Weyrs had reappeared in the Telgar skies to meet Threadfall with Bendon's valiant wings. Today, Les's Ramoth and Telgar's senior queen dragon, Solth, carried between them the hammock containing Sala's coffin. The sun glinted off the gold plate trim and handles, giving the impression that Rookbat itself was honoring the gallant woman and causing the throng to gasp in awe. Ranged above the 2 queens, the Weyrs formed 7 sections in a close formation, wingtip to wingtip. That was a feat of wingmanship in itself. The entire mass followed the 2 queens down. Hovering as Ramoth and Solth delicately placed their burden on the bier, the hammock falling gracefully to either side. An honor escort of holders stepped forward to bear the coffin the last few lengths to its final resting place. The massed Dragonriders swirled, each keeping its Weyr formation, and came to rest either on Telgar's fire heights or as a border to the assembled. Then Larad stepped forward, his sons behind him, as AIVAS had confirmed that they were indeed the direct descendants of Sala Telgar and Tarvi Andiar. Let this be a day of rejoicing, that this valiant lady is returned to the world she gave her life to protect. Let her rest now with others of the blood in the hold that bears her name, and honors her above all its ancestors. With those simple words, Larad stepped aside, and the coffin was lifted to the shoulders of the escort and carried in measured step toward the tomb. As the coffin was placed inside, the dragons, one and all, lifted their heads to keen. A heart-tearing sound on any occasion, but to Robinson, tears streaming down his face, the notes had an oddly triumphant ring. As if in response to that, an immense flurry of wings was heard, and what must have been every fire lizard in the north and south, wild and tame, swooped down in a deep, wide aerial veil just above the heads of the escort, across the still open tomb, adding their high voices in counterpoint to the dragon's deeper tones. Then they swept up, and at the top of Telgar's precipice, abruptly disappeared. Robinson had wondered where Zaire had gone to, and only now realized that those around him who were usually adorned by fire lizard had had empty shoulders from the moment the masked dragon wings appeared in the sky. The escort, somewhat stunned by that final flourish to the solemn event, stepped back, and the Telgar masons, their gather-best clothes protected by new aprons, moved forward to seal the opening. In respectful silence, for even the youngest had been awed by the dragon and fire lizard displays, the assembled waited until the tomb was completely closed and the masons stood aside. Larad and Jismi moved forward to face the tomb and bowed deeply, as did the escort. The obeisance was repeated by everyone present. Then Larad, his lady, and the escort stepped back and proceeded toward the broad court of Telgar Hold. Domic's musicians began to play a solemn and majestic piece to signal the end of the ceremonies. They followed behind the last of the crowd dispersing to enjoy the hospitality of Telgar Hold. Robinson was looking forward with great anticipation to tasting one of the roast beasts turning on the great spits, not to mention a fine vintage of Bendon wine that he was certain Larad would provide him, when he felt a touch on his elbow. "Robinson," Jackson said in a low voice, his eyes sparkling with fury. "They tried to attack AIVAS. Come." "Tried?" Robinson repeated, shocked. He simply couldn't comprehend what Jackson had just said. "Tried," Jackson repeated grimly, guiding Robinson by the elbow toward the edge of those sauntering along toward the court. "Farley just brought a scribble, so I know no more than that, but I, for one, can't stand about here." "Nor I." Nothing would settle Robinson's pounding heart until he saw with his own eyes that AIVAS had suffered no damage. The very thought of being deprived of the knowledge that they were daily gaining from the facility was enough to give him another heart attack. He also decided not to spread the information until he had reassured himself. Shards! He was getting old. Why had he not realized that today would be the perfect time to make a direct attack when landing was nearly deserted? Everyone who could come was up here in Telgar. "Edge over further, Master Robinson. We're almost to Ruth now. We'll just get to landing and see for ourselves. I don't think anyone should ruin this," Jackson said, gesturing to indicate the festivities. "Properly said, Lord Holder." Robinson moved with more alacrity to where Ruth had been edging toward them as inconspicuously as possible. No one would think it odd that Jackson and the White Dragon would offer to save Robinson the walk back to Telgar Hold Court. So they mounted Ruth, swinging upward and over Telgar Cliff, abruptly went between. The White Dragon came out right above a clearing in front of the AIVAS building. As Robinson and Jackson made their way to the door, those crowding the entrance parted to let them through. Noting their expressions, the harper was puzzled. Anger would have been understandable. Amusement was not. Lytle was on duty that day. Someone had to see that the students appeared for their scheduled courses, permitting Dram and Robinson to attend the Telgar ceremony. He was sitting in his customary seat, but he wore a bandage on his head and his clothing was torn. Jancis and the landing healer were in attendance, but she grinned reassuringly at the new arrivals. "Don't worry. His skull's too hard to crack," she said gaily. With an expansive wave, she directed her attention down the corridor to AIVAS. "And he's got a few tricks he never bothered to mention." "Go look," Lytle said with a most uncharacteristic grin of pleased malice. Robinson was the first down the corridor. He stepped 2 strides in and stopped, causing Jackson to bump into him. Standing guard were Pimer and 6 of the sturdiest students, hefty clubs held at the ready. 2 of them wore head bandages. On the floor were the unconscious bodies of the attackers. The heavy axes or metal bars with which they had intended to wreak havoc on AIVAS piled beyond reach. "AIVAS protects himself," Pimer said with a grin, swinging his club in a circle on its thong. "What happened?" Robinson demanded. "We were taking a meal break," Pimer said as Jancis joined him, "when we heard the most awful noise. We rushed back and found Lytle, Kerr, and Miskin knocked down, and then this lot acting as if their brains were on fire, which, from the residual sound we heard, is a fair description. But what—" "This facility was provided with resources to prevent tampering," AIVAS said, his voice reaching down the corridor. As matter-of-fact as the tone was, Robinson also sensed a faint note of satisfaction, certainly permissible, he thought, given the circumstances. "There are sounds that, emitted at volume, can render humans unconscious. When the intruders attacked, Lytle, Kerr, and Miskin, it seemed advisable to initiate this defensive measure. Regrettably, some permanent oral damage may result, but most should regain consciousness within a few hours. They took more sonics than was normally required in dissuasion." We had no idea you had defenses," Robinson said, struggling with both relief and surprise. "A built-in feature of any AIVAS, Master Robinson, though seldom required. These units are programmed with industrially and politically valuable information, which dissidents would find useful. Unauthorized access and or destructive actions must therefore be actively discouraged, and this has always been a minor function of an AIVAS facility." "Well, I must say, I do feel better knowing that, but why didn't you tell us?" "The question didn't arise." "But you knew there's been that attempt to ruin your battery power," Jackson began. "The facility was not in any danger from such crude vandalism. You were quick to provide effective measures against a repeat of such sabotage." "But why didn't you do whatever you did today, then?" Jackson asked. "Such measures are best invoked during a direct assault, when they are most effective." "What exactly did you do?" Jackson gestured to the limp bodies. "Sonic barrage," Pimer said, grinning. "Pure and penetrating sound. Must have hurt." He gestured to one man who lay face up, wearing a contorted expression that suggested the pain he'd endured before unconsciousness had relieved it. Pimer gave the body a contemptuous push with his toe. "I don't know where Norris got them." "Norris?" Robinson exclaimed. Pimer shrugged. "Has to be Norris. He's the one who's the most vocal about destroying the abomination. And look!" He bent and lifted the limp hand of one of the attackers. "Those look like glass pipe calluses, and he's certainly got old burn scars on his arms. He's the only one who has them. But once they wake up, we can ask a few questions and get answers." Pimer's voice took on a harsh edge. "Who knows about this?" the Master Harper asked.
Everyone presently in landing, Peimer said with a shrug, and then grinned impishly, which isn't many since everyone who could grabbed a dragon ride to Telgar. How'd that go? Impressively, Robinson said almost absently as he moved to check the other would-be vandals. The dragons and the fire lizards accorded her their own tribute. Ruth didn't even warn me, Jackson added with a wry grin. It was fitting. The dragons were in agreement. The fire lizards imitated them, but that was fitting too, Ruth told Jackson, who told the others. Robinson didn't recognize a single face among the attackers. Gloomily, he wondered if Norris had indeed planned and organized the assault. "Lytol's truly all right?" he asked in a low voice, glancing back toward the front entrance. "He's got a terrible bump," Jancis said, "and the healer says he cracked a rib falling on the edge of the desk, but his pride's more injured than his skull. You should have heard him complaining that Kerr and Miskin were too slow on their feet to be of any assistance." "Against 8 men armed with axes and bars," Robinson said, appalled at the possible harm such implements could have done to his friend, much less to AIVAS. He found himself swaying a bit on his feet. Immediately Peimer grabbed him, roaring at Jackson to take the other side and ordering Jancis to get the healers and some wine, and they helped him into the nearest room and into a chair. Protestingly, he flailed at their hands, but even to his own ears his voice held a quaver of weakness that appalled him. "It's time to bespeak Lessa and Flar," Jackson said, "and I don't bloody care what excuse they give Lorad. Ruth?" As Robinson lifted a hand to object, Jackson's expression told him that he had already given Ruth the message to forward. Jancis arrived with a huge mug of wine, which Robinson sipped gratefully, while the healer fussed at him. "The Master Harper has taken no harm. His vital signs are restored to acceptable levels," AIVAS said. "Do not distress yourself, Master Robinson, for there has been no lasting harm done to humans, and none to this facility." "That is not the point, AIVAS," Jackson said, whirling around. "No harm should have been considered, much less attempted." "The winds of change create a climate of resistance. That is to be expected." "By you?" Jackson asked, irritated by AIVAS's imperturbability. Why hadn't they realized how ideal this day was to dissidents like Norris, who would have known that Robinson and Dram would attend the honors done Salatelgar, that anyone who could grab a ride a dragonback would be gone from landing? "And me, ease up, lad," Lytol said, entering the room just then. "I figured an attempt might be made. That's why I made Kerr and Miskin stay back, but I didn't think there'd be so many of 'em. Rushed us, and we'd no chance." He looked keenly at Robinson. "Humph! You look much the way I feel, Robinson." He lowered himself carefully into the nearest chair. "Master Eslin was with me at the time, but he fainted when that gang barged in. I hadn't thought to arm the students. They were nearby, and 15 of them should have been sufficient deterrent." Just then 2 of Eslin's young apprentice archivists came running down the corridor, shouting for Peimer. "Quietly!" Peimer bellowed, then grimaced in apology. "Harper, we found their runners tied up in a copse just off the old sea road," the older lad reported. "Silfar and I rode a pair back after we'd moved 'em from where they was, in case someone escaped. Treston and Rona stayed, 'cause Rona has a fire lizard." His eyes were big in his flushed young face, and he was panting from excitement as well as exertion. The eyes of the bronze fire lizard clinging to his shoulder were whirling in violent patterns of red and orange. "Well done, Deegan," Peimer said. "Have you winded your runners?" "No, sir, Harper." Deegan's expression became indignant at the thought of injuring a valuable beast. "They're sweet movers. Cost a pouch or 2 for that sort of runner, sir." "Send your bronze to reassure Rona and go back and bring in the others. We might find something interesting in their gear." "All they had in their saddle packs was food, sir," Deegan added apologetically. "I looked, 'cause I thought there might be some clues." Again Peimer nodded approval. "Off you go, then." He turned grimly to the others. "There's more in on this than Norris and his cranks. How do expensive runners get south? Who put up the marks to buy 8 and send 'em here?" "Meaning a dissident master fisher is also involved?" Jackson asked. "That's the one craft that has not benefited very much from AIVAS's stored information," Peimer said, frowning.
Robinson shook his head, but it was Lytle who spoke. "Not at all, Pimer. Master Ida Roland was exceedingly grateful to AIVAS for the detailed charts of depths and currents that Captain Tillich compiled. The overviews from space are truly astounding." Lytle paused in a respectful awe, then shrugged. "Of course, there have been alterations in the coastline since then, but the accuracy of the charts makes it all that much easier to update them. Every master has been given copies, and specific area charts are being supplied to every fisherman. What Master Ida Roland approves is accepted by every master of his craft." "True enough," Pimer replied, but added in a sardonic tone, "though I can think of one or two extremely conservative and hidebound master fishers, without naming any names, who might sympathize with Norris' discontent. Look at how many people made it to Southern who weren't supposed to." "A full purse can close many a mouth," Lytle added cynically. "Let's not make rash assumptions," Robinson said. "Nessa says it's impossible for either herself or Flar to come," Jackson reported at that point. "But Fnor can. The Weir leaders are both livid and want to know how such an attack could occur." One of the assault group stirred, moaning. "We'll find out," Jackson and Pimer said simultaneously, and exchanged grimly determined glances. "Might I suggest we tie these fellows up before they regain their wits?" Robinson asked, eyeing the sizes and comparing them to the slighter frames of the student guards. "Yes, and we've just the thing to hand." Pimer reached for a coil of thick flex, a savage grin on his face. "Come on, you lot," he said, turning to the students. "Let's truss these sharding dimwits up properly." Once restraints were in place, each man's clothing was searched, but the exercise proved fruitless. Old scars, thick ears, and broken noses suggested that 5 of the 8 had fought often. Only the one bore marks of the glassmith craft, but the remaining 2 were equally rough livers. "Swacky might know some of them," Pimer suggested. "He's been a sergeant-at-arms in enough holds over the turns to know a lot of the regulars." "They'd hardly pick men we'd recognize now, would they?" Robinson said. "But if Swacky could identify any one of them, that might give us a direction for inquiry. AIVAS, how long will they remain unconscious?" AIVAS said that the period was variable. "The duller the subject, the more sonic barrage is required. As you see, they survive to the very threshold." "I don't like that at all," Robinson said explosively. "However, they would not have passed the threshold," AIVAS reassured him. Robinson shuddered and drank down the rest of his wine. "Let's get them out of the hall. Surely we have some secure building to hold them in. It's almost obscene leaving them sprawled in the hallway like this." "Assistance just arrived," Jackson said. They heard the bugling challenge of many dragons, Fnor, Tigella, and Miram, and nearly a full wing of Eastern Weir riders. "From now on there will be full dragon surveillance for AIVAS," Fnor said when he heard Lytle's concise report. "Eastern insists on the honor," Tigella said. "I just wish it hadn't come to this," Robinson said, shaking his head wearily. "My dear friend," Lytle said, placing a consoling hand on the harper's shoulder, "it was bound to happen. You should have taken time to read the histories as I did. You would then have been better prepared for the cultural upheaval which is occurring in every hold hall in Weir." "I had hoped that AIVAS would ensure a bright future for us all," Robinson began, raising his arms in an expansive gesture before letting them fall limply to his knees. "That's because you're the eternal optimist," Lytle said with a sad smile. "That's no bad way to be," Pimer said firmly, shooting Lytle a quelling glare. It pained the young journeyman to see his master so depressed and listless. The warder shrugged and turned away to hide his cynicism. Tigella dispatched a rider to bring Swacky from Paradise River Hold in the hope that he might recognize one of the intruders. Jake, reckoning that he too might be of some help, since he had seen so much of the Eastern Hold during his trading days, arrived with Swacky. "Yeah, I recognize this pair," Swacky said, reaching out to turn one lolling head from side to side. "Bitrons. If I remember rightly, Bitrons do anything if you give 'em enough marks." "Any name come to mind, Swacky?" Fnor asked, frowning. Swacky gave a shrug of his thick shoulders. "No, Bitrons aren't friendly, and I don't think you're going to get much out of this lot.
They're too stubborn to give in and too stupid to give up. They do stay bought," he added with grudging respect.
Jake, kneeling by another man, shook his head.
"I know him. I don't know where I know him from. I'll tell you one thing, though. He's worked fish nets. Look at these 3-corner tears on his fingers and palms. That's net damage."
Robinson heaved a long sigh, and Lytle looked grimmer than ever. When the first of them finally regained consciousness late that evening, he stared around with bleak panic in his face. It soon became obvious that he had lost his hearing. To written questions, he merely shook his head. Consultations between AIVAS and the healer about a return of hearing produced no helpful results. As a consequence to the extreme deterrent required to prevent their entry, regrettably, permanent damage may have been inflicted, AIVAS said. When the Vandals' animals were brought in, none of the gear identified its source. The saddles were new, but bore no Leatherman's stamp. The runners were not ear-notched or branded, and betrayed the nervousness of very green animals.
"Probably stolen from Karoon or Telgar herds before spring culls," was the opinion of Master Herder Biarret, who came the next day to assist the inquiry. "Whoever chose them knew his runners and picked those who don't show any particular characteristics from sire or dam. They was rough-broke," he added, looking into the mouth of one and pointing out biting scars. "Never been shod, came by sea." He indicated the marks on hips, rumps, and shoulders that had been caused by rubbing against the sides of the narrow stalls used to transport animals by ship. "Don't think we'll find out where they were stolen from, but I'll put the word out in my halls."
The tack, he said, was all apprentice-made, pointing out the flaws that would have made them unsaleable by any reputable tanner hall.
"These could have been picked up from various halls over a course of a turn or two, from apprentices needing gather marks. I'd say that whoever planned this has planned long and well," the master herder stated.
The sturdy but worn clothing was of a style and fabric available all across the continent, and the camping equipment had seen considerable use.
"Could have staked out here for a spell, just waiting for a good opportunity," Briarett guessed. "Like the ceremony at Telgar."
In one saddlebag the searchers found a small collapsible telescope of the sort used by fishermen, but it bore no other mark than the usual Telgar Smith stamp on the metal rim of the eyepiece. When Master Ryder Roland was asked his opinion, he was outraged that any of his craft could have been involved. He promised to investigate, admitting that there were some who were unfortunately no credit to their calling and were not above making a clandestine voyage for a full purse of marks after a bad season. He would name no one as yet, but he knew whom to watch, he assured everyone. Swacky volunteered to stay at Landing as warder of the invaders, hoping he might yet get one of them to confide in him. Jake lingered too, finally admitting to Pimer and Jancis that he would very much like an interview with AIVAS if that was at all possible.
"No problem, Jake," Pimer reassured him. He grinned broadly. "Beginning to think that all this new technology has some use?"
Jake gave a wry chuckle.
"I need to know if Redis and Alemi are both losing their wits. They swear they've had more conversations with shipfish, dolphins. The dolphins say they came with the original settlers."
Jake set his jaw as if waiting for derision.
"Dolphins did come with the settlers, Jake," Pimer reassured him.
Jancis nodded as well. Then the young harper's expression turned rueful.
"We've been so busy with space that we really still haven't caught up with our other important details. Come on, everyone else is busy with the intruders right now, so AIVAS is free."
"The dolphins are indeed capable of communicating with humans," AIVAS told Jake when he asked. "Mentasynth enhancement is genetically transmitted, so that the ability would have survived through any number of generations. They were the most successful of the Mentasynth experiments. It is good to know that the species has survived. Are they numerous? It would appear from the question, Holder Jake, that contact has not been maintained. Is that so?"
"No, it has not," Jake admitted apologetically, "though my wife and myself, as well as my son and master fisherman, Alemi, owe our lives to them."
"The species has always been considerate of humankind."
"And they do speak a language we humans could learn?"
"Since humans taught them the language, yes. but it would be the language of your ancestors, not that which is in current usage. This facility was able to make linguistic adjustments that would not be available to dolphins despite their great intelligence.
The shipfish have great intelligence? Peimer asked in surprise.
They possess an intelligence measurably equal to, if not surpassing, most human intellects.
I find that hard to believe, Peimer muttered.
Believe it, IVAS replied. Holder Jake, if you are interested in reviving the communications link with dolphins, this facility would be glad to assist you.
Jake grimaced. It's not me, IVAS. I was just here and wanted to know. It's my son, Redis, and our master fisherman, Alemi, who thought the dolphins were speaking.
The resumption of that link could be of great value to fishermen and all who use the seaways. Time can be allotted to that study.
I'll tell Alemi. He'll be delighted to hear it.
Your son?
Oh, Redis is a child.
A child has fewer inhibitions in learning new languages, Holder Jake. Jake's eyes bulged in surprise.
But he's only 5.
A most receptive age. This facility would take great pleasure in instructing young Redis.
I'd really thought that all of you were embellishing your accounts of that IVAS of yours, Jake said in a low voice to the grinning pair who escorted him out of the room.
But you were Harper true this time.
IVAS doesn't need embellishments, Peimer assured him smugly.
You will bring Redis, won't you? Chances asked. Tell Ara that I'd take very good care of him while he's here, she giggled. I think it's the best thing I've heard yet. Shipfish are smarter than us humans.
I think we better keep quiet on that score, Peimer said, his expression solemn. We've got enough trouble as it is. That opinion really started a snake hunt, even with folks who've got a lot of common sense.
I think it's marvelous, Jancis repeated, grinning in a broad malice. It's perfect. Alemi'll be over the moons.
Jake looked chagrined. Ara'll beat him there. She swore blind that the dolphins talked to her when they saved us from drowning.
Then bring Ara too, Peimer suggested. There ought to be more than just 2 to learn dolphin talk. Say, it might be smart to teach more kids than just Redis. Not meaning to detract from him, Jake, but if, say, we put it about that IVAS was teaching mainly kids, no adults would get suspicious because... I'm serious, people. I don't think we ought to spread this intelligence thing about.
I agree, Jancis said. Jake shrugged. I'll accept that judgment, and I'll bring Redis, Alemi, and whoever else he thinks we should include. Talking to shipfish. Wow, that's a real stunner. And he shook his head slowly as his friends escorted him back to where Villain and the bronze clarinet waited to convey him back to Paradise River Hold. The day before the Lord Holder's conference, the Bend and Weir leaders held a short meeting at Cove Hold to decide whether to bring up the matter of the attempt to disable IVAS. By then, all 8 men had recovered from the sonic coma. 2 would never be of use to anyone. None had recovered their hearing. 3 wrote messages asking for relief from unbearable head pains, which finally abated after considerable dosing with Fellis juice. Since none of them were willing to divulge any information about those who had hired them to attack IVAS, his guardians had no recourse but to have them all transported to the mines of Crom to work underground with other incorrigibles.
Why do we have to bring the subject up at all? Let's just let rumor work for us, Robinson suggested with a devious smile. Let them ask us for explanations. That is, if any are required.
Seeing it my way for a change, Lytle asked sardonically. The rumors are alive and exploding with inventiveness, Jackson said, grinning at Peimer.
I'm not sure that's altogether the wisest course, Lessa said, scowling. Who has ever controlled rumor? Robinson demanded.
You, Lessa retorted promptly, her scowl disappearing into a wide smile for the person who had so often deliberately spread rumors.
Not really, Robinson replied smugly. Not after I sent off the original version.
Well, then, what's being bruited about right now? Flor asked.
That IVAS perceives the motives of anyone approaching him, and he has withered the unworthy, Peimer answered eagerly, ticking off the variations of his fingers. That he horribly maimed some innocent petitioners who had the audacity to approach him early one morning because they overheard him plotting with Lord Jackson. Jackson had apparently heard that variation and only snorted.
that we installed a squadron of gathered champions to defend the place, and they'll beat up anyone they didn't like the look of, that there's a full wing of dragons constantly on guard, and that they are somehow under AIVAS' complete control, that fire lizards are afraid of their lives to come near landing anymore, that the AIVAS has deadly and powerful weapons that can paralyze anyone not totally committed to his intentions for Pern's future, that AIVAS has control of all weir leaders and lord holders. Pimer had to wait until the indignation of the attending weir leaders subsided, and was going to take over the running of the planet, and that all too soon the 3 Dawn Sisters were going to come crashing down on Pern, causing irreparable damage to any hold or hall that won't support AIVAS. And if the Dawn Sisters lose their position in the sky, all the other stars will go out of control. So that's how AIVAS will prevent any further threadfall, because Pern will be totally destroyed, and not even Thread will find it hospitable. Pimer took a deep breath, and his eyes glinting with amusement asked, "Heard enough?" "All I care to, certainly," Lessa said with considerable asperity. "Absolute twaddle." "Is anyone taking any of it seriously?" Flar asked, leaning forward. Lytle sucked in his breath. Some of that foolishness would account for the extreme tenseness of that delegation from Nerat, that group who applied for advice on how to counteract a blight. Master Farmer Losacott had to chivvy them to enter the room. I mentioned the fact in my day report. "Did AIVAS notice their reluctance?" Lessa asked. "I certainly wouldn't ask AIVAS a question like that. Totally irrelevant," Lytle said, somewhat surprised and indignant. He gave Lessa a sharp look. "The important point is that they apparently received a positive answer, for they were discussing the ways to implement his advice when they left. Master Losacott stopped to thank me for slotting them in so promptly. I thought the matter quite urgent." "I still maintain that the more people who encounter AIVAS," Robinson said, "the more support any plan of his will receive." "Not always," Lytle disagreed in a low voice. Then he smiled at the harper. "But you and I have agreed to differ on that score, haven't we?" "We have," the harper replied affably, but there was a sad shadow in his eyes as he gazed on the old warder. "So what attitude do we take at the conference tomorrow?" Lessa demanded, "presuming, of course, the weir leaders will be allowed into the meeting." "Oh, you will be," Jackson said. "Lerad, Grog, Asignar, Toronis, and Dector wouldn't permit exclusion of Bendon and High Reach's weir leaders." He grinned. "I think we ought to wait until they bring up the subject." "Tomorrow's a solemn occasion, Jackson," Lytle said, favoring his former charge with a stern look. "Not all of it, and I really can keep countenance when I need to, old friend." Jackson grinned engagingly at Lytle and ignored Pimer's snort. "Since so many of us should be in attendance, Tajellan and Kavan have doubled the Dragon Guard here." "Dram's in charge," Robinson added. "Insisted, since both Lytle and myself ought to attend the conference." "As if you'd miss it," Lessa replied, her eyebrows raised. "This one, least of all," Robinson remarked affably. In the spring of the year, Tillock Hold was at its most attractive, for the vivid blue skies seemed to brighten the Hold's granite cliffs, and the sun often glinted off surfaces that were momentarily silver-gilt. From its position on the heights, the uppermost level of the Hold provided north and south views. On clear days, as today, one could see across the promontory to the southern coastline where the terrain fell away from the Hold height. Today, banners flew from every window, brilliant panels in audacious colors bright against the gray stone. Below the Hold, the natural deep harbor, and the small holds and cots on the terraces that made up the large Tillock settlement were also decorated with banners, streamers, and even garlands of the various yellow blooms of spring. Ranrell's recent labors to improve docking facilities were being put to the test. Many people had elected to sail up the western coast to attend the conference and the festivities following the confirmation of a new Lord Holder, but so spacious was the anchorage that not even the mass of craft, small and large, strained its capacity. To Jackson's surprise, Ruth came out of between over the harbor waters, giving him and Shara an excellent view of the activity below them. It would appear that every small craft that could be paddled or rowed had been drafted to do light duty between the visitor ships and the new wharf.
There was even a line of crafts bobbing at each landing stair, waiting to discharge passengers, gay in their festival attire. Then Jackson appreciated why Ruth had elected to bring them out over the water, for the congestion of dragons above the hold itself would have taxed even the white dragon's vaunted ability to avoid collision. "We really should have brought Gerald and Shawan to this, Jax," Shara yelled in his ear. "They would have adored all the color and excitement." Jackson shrugged. Actually, he was glad that Shara had been dissuaded from that notion. The day was going to be full enough without his having to worry about the antics of two active and inventive little boys, and he wanted Shara at his side without an encumbrance. "There'll be other investitures, love. When they're old enough to appreciate it more," he shouted over his shoulder. Ruth descended, moving with more decorum than usual in order to prevent Shara's heavy formal skirts from billowing out. "The unexpected perils of dragon riding," Shara muttered, gathering the fabric in as much as she could, while Ruth circled slowly to find a place to land in the crowded forecourt. Then, continuing the conversation that they had broken off to go between, she added, "Am I really to go up in the Yokohama with you the day after tomorrow?" "Yes, indeed." Jackson was pleased by the excitement in her voice. "AIVAS says we've got to have the oxygen recycling to spend our own time aboard efficiently, even in the few areas we'll be using. Putting breathable atmosphere in the cargo bay and the engine room is going to take a lot of oxygen, and we can't keep lugging tanks up and down. You and Miriam will do just fine setting it up. You know the programs and the instructions for starting the algae by heart. I heard you muttering the steps in your sleep." He grinned back at her, thrilled that he would have a chance to share with her the incredible experience of viewing Pern from space, and happy for her to have a part of the project that absorbed him almost, he admitted with private candor, to the exclusion of everything else. "Besides, AIVAS says the whole program is foolproof, but we need the computer-controlled porous technology CO2O2 to supply sufficient oxygen. The system just wants starting and then regular checks. Once you and Miriam understand the system, you'll teach other Green Riders, and with Path and Miriam, and you and Ruth, there'll be proper control of the system. Meanwhile, the Greens will be hauling oxygen in tanks to tide us over until the system's fully operational again." Ruth would take anyone you asked him to, she reminded him. She wanted more than anything to be the one to join her mate on the Yokohama, but she was also very much aware that the mission could be dangerous. After all, she had 2 children to think of now, not just herself. "But I like taking you better, Shara," Ruth put in. "Maynuth says it's my turn in the forecourt, but you're to dismount as quickly as you can," he added. "Maynuth's rider is terrified of having a collision while he's on duty." Ruth added a contemptuous snort for that possibility. Jackson helped Shara unclip the riding straps and dismount, careful to keep the full skirts of her brand-new gown from becoming entangled in the harness or getting excessively rumpled. The color was an amazingly vibrant blend of green and blue, and the fabric was cut to a pattern that had been found by Master Weaver Zurg in AIVAS's files. Jackson, stunned anew by her subtle beauty, was torn between pride in his beloved and anxiety that others might monopolize her when the dancing began. With a smile, he helped her shrug out of the equally fetching jacket. Its leather dyed a slightly darker shade than her dress, its fur lining too warm to wear in Tillich's sun. Then he offered his lady his arm, leaving Ruth free to find himself a spot on the sun-warmed heights, and the tall, handsome couple made their way across the crowded forecourt to the hold entrance, smiling and nodding at friends and acquaintances. Shara chuckled softly. "I see that everyone who could afford it has been spilling some marks in the Weavercraft coffers. I thought Master Zurg looked excessively smug when we passed him." "He should be. Everyone, including that wretched dandy Blesserel, is wearing new clothes, either tailored by or made from fabrics bought from good Master Zurg. Except you." Shara said that with a sniff of disapproval. "It wouldn't have taken much time to have a new outfit for today." "Why? I'm not exactly threadbare or colorless," Jackson replied. He was fond of the deep brown and russet he wore. He thought those colors went well with Shara's azure. "And these clothes aren't at all old. They were new for our last gather day." Shara sniffed again. "Half a turn ago. You don't care what you wear so long as it's comfortable. Just look at the variety of style and hue others are wearing." Jackson closed his right hand over hers. on his arm and gave it a squeeze. "You look grand enough for both of us." Shara gave him a droll sideways glance. "If you'd ever taken the time to be fitted for what I wanted you to wear, we'd outshine everyone else, love." She gave a resigned sigh. "As it is, it's just too bad the craft masters can't vote on the secession." "They should, you know," Jackson replied. "They're as vital to the smooth management of Pern as any lord holder." "Shh," Shara said, though her eyes twinkled at his heresy. "You upset the sufficient lord holders without suggesting that innovation." It'll come, Jackson said, "once the conservative element among the holders are replaced." "What if Ranrell doesn't make it?" Bran did say that there would be protest over his use of the abomination's materials. Jackson snorted. "With bloody near everyone else wearing them? Besides, Ranrell's the only one of Otterell's issue who's ever worked, and he's improved the hold's facilities. That has to count heavily in his favor." "Yes, but he's also a journeyman, which men like Nestle and Corman take as an admission that he himself knows he's not holder material." "And Blesserell and Terenterell, with their soft hands and steep debts, are—" "A journeyman's not in the fisherman's craft at least says a man has skill, strength, and endurance, and he's had more of managing men than either of that useless pair," Jackson said. Brand mentioned that Blesserell's been actively striving to get support from Corman of Karoon, Sangel, and Begamon, and even went to see Torek. "Well, if he's promised to help Torek with Denol's Island rebels, he'll be working against himself," Jackson said scornfully. "I don't know about that, Jax. I really don't," Shara said, frowning slightly. "My brother's devious as well as plain contrary at times." Then she smiled as she saw Toronis and his wife heading in their direction. 4 votes wouldn't be enough anyway, Jackson murmured with reassurance that he didn't really believe before the young Bendon holders joined them. Robinson had wanted to arrive early at Tillich to have a stroll around and get the feel of the assemblage. Somehow or other, Lytol had managed to delay their departure so that Tigellan deposited them only just before the actual conference was due to start. Lytol secured him an oversized goblet of Bendon White and insisted that he be seated on one of the few wall benches on the forecourt for an overall view. Granted, he had that, but he would have preferred to mingle with the crowd and sense the general mood. "You're fussing over me, Lytol," Robinson said carelessly. "You'll have enough excitement. There are people I wish to speak with down there. You can't alter the outcome of today's proceedings a half an hour before they start," Robinson, Lytol replied. "But you can." Robinson knew that he was being testy with his old friend and jealous. "I will do as common sense dictates, Harper, and when that will be most effective." Lytol caught sight of Blesserell, Otterell's firstborn son, clad in uncharacteristically sober dark colors in a conservatively cut outfit. "As if that garb is going to counteract his years as a gaudy guy," Lytol muttered contemptuously. "I don't see Ranrell," Robinson complained. "To your left, on the third riser, speaking to Sigomar," Lytol said, pointing. "Well, good for him. He's not afraid to parade his accomplishments," Robinson said after a moment's regard. The youngest of Otterell's eligible sons had dressed in fishcraft colors and wore his journeyman's knot fastened to his Tillich rank cord. "Ista and High Reaches will appreciate that compliment. And Master Rider Roland, for all the good it does. Now, if only the craft masters were allowed in on the voting," Robinson said, half to tease Lytol and half in wishful thinking. Lytol merely grunted, a surprising reaction since in previous times he had been dead set against such an innovation. Was Jackson having some effect on his former guardian after all? Robinson wondered. "Ida Roland's a sound man and manages to keep most of a very wayward lot in line most of the time," Lytol said, "but inlanders would not be swayed by his opinions." "Zangel of Bol is scarcely an inlander," Robinson protested. "That doesn't mean he thinks with his wits," Lytol replied, "and it's the undecided holders that must be swayed one way or another. Sigurmal, Nessel, and Dector." "Dector will appreciate Ranrell's harbor reconstruction. He's got a merchant's mind on such matters. Blesserell and Terenterell have done nothing to improve Tillicold." "Sigurmal will side with Blesserell, if only to recoup the boy's gambling losses. You know the way Bitra always turns. Markward." The Hold bugler appeared at the massive entrance and blew the 10-minute warning. The babble of the crowd briefly abated, then increased with excitement as the 15 Lord Holders began to make their way toward the steps. Lytle watched for Jackson, Shara on his arm, to emerge from the throng and unobtrusively beckoned him over. Jackson's face lit with a big smile as he saw the harper beside his former warder. "My dear Lady Holder, you outshine the day," Robinson said, rising to take Shara's hand warmly in his. "Has everyone here made Zurg markedly richer for today?" Shara laughed at his outrageous compliment. Though she was a tall girl, she had to stand on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Even Master Norrist," she whispered in his ear, giggling as she indicated with a nod of her head where the glass master could be seen in the crowd, resplendent in red and yellow. "Did anyone have the nerve to tell him how much Zurg's craft has been enhanced by the abomination's data?" Robinson let out a bellow of laughter, beginning to let go of his annoyance with Lytol. End of side 9. Shara took an admiring pinch of his gracefully belled deep blue sleeve. "I see you endured the fittings and pinnings, too." "I was excused them," Robinson said loftily. "Master Zurg has had my measurements all these years, and presented me these glad rags as a token of his hall's appreciation for time well spent with AIVAS." Shara affected a shocked expression. "And here I thought you were Pern's most honest man." "Not even Lytol is." Robinson gestured at the former Ruathan warder's back, for Lytol was just entering Tillich's great hall with Jackson. But then Lytol, as a former weaver, has always been particular in matters of dress. "I'd wish he'd managed to install that particularity in Jackson," Shara sniffed. "I've chosen such a beautiful fabric, one of the new brocades in marvelous dark blue-green, and he never managed a single fitting." "I fear he fit in other things," Robinson replied, unable to forego the wordplay. "Oh, you!" Shara rolled her eyes dramatically, laughing. A singularly lovely ripple of laughter, Robinson thought, grinning back at her. Zare, perched on the harper's shoulder, chirped agreement. Just then the Tillich steward pulled shut the great hold doors with a finality that echoed across the forecourt. The harper and Shara were close enough to hear the clang as the lock was spun shut. Conversation was momentarily stilled, and the kitchen doors opened. Drudges streamed out, carrying trays of chilled fruit juices and finger foods to ease the tedium of awaiting the decision. The clang signaled the Lord Holders within the great hall to take their places at the round table. Before them, their places were set with fine glassware and small pitchers of claw, wine beakers, and bowls of succulent fruits. The night before, Jackson had been present at a special meeting, the subjects of which had been himself. That included Bendon Weir leaders, Lytol, Master Robinson, Dram, and Sebel. He was the youngest Lord Holder, and while he was as capable as any of the much older men, perhaps more so than some, many had not yet forgiven his age. "Especially," Sebel continued, holding Jackson's eyes with an apologetic glance, "as you're working so closely with AIVAS." "That figures," Jackson said with deep content. "And just how many of the oldsters refer to AIVAS as the abomination?" Grinning at the epithet, Sebel winked at him. "The ones you'd expect. Corman, Sangal, Nessel, Sigamal, Begamon. 5, huh?" Jackson replied. "That means no clear mandate for Ranrel, and I'll be stuck all day in council." "With little to say," Lytol added grimly. Jackson threw up his hands and, jumping from his chair, began to pace the room. "And how much longer do I have to play the idiot before my opinions," he jabbed a thumb into his chest, "bear any weight?" "It's what you don't say that will bear weight on this occasion," Lytol replied crisply. "Lytol," Robinson said warningly, raising an eyebrow at the old warder. "His actions speak louder than words." "Even if they do get me deeper into trouble with those hidebound relics," Jackson said bitterly. All right, all right." He spread his hands to pacify the others before he received another lecture. "I appreciate the circumstances. I'll content myself with voting as I see fit. I'll be polite when they cast aspersions on AIVAS and all we're doing, but by the first egg, I know more about hold precedents and procedures than they've forgotten." Although he had not mentioned that meeting to Shara, it still rankled, all the more because the climate against AIVAS and himself was so changeable. With suitable dignified reserve, Jackson seated himself between Lord Grog of Fort and Asignar of Lemos. He was not of a temperament to hold a grudge or keep a sulk, so he was amused that the known pro-Ranril group had ranged themselves together in one quadrant of the table. Predictably, the supporters of Blesserel and Terentarel had also seated themselves in blocks, though he wasn't sure how many supported which older son. He nodded pleasantly to those opposite him, Sangal of Bol, Nestle of Crom, Laudley of Aigan, Sigamal of Bitra, and Warbred of Ista, the ones reputed to favor Blesserel, the eldest son of Otterel. Begamon of Nerat, Corman of Karun, and surprisingly Torek of Southern were said to prefer Terentel. Torek was probably being perverse, since he didn't know any of Otterel's sons well enough to have made an educated choice. It was enough for Torek that his sister's husband, along with Bendon, Nerat, Telgar, and Lemos, was for Ranrel. Jackson took a deep breath, determined to be on his best behavior no matter how sorely he was tempted to explain matters to some of the old idiots. He picked up the claw pitcher, glancing courteously at Grog with an offer to pour, which Grog declined with a brief shake of his head. The portly lord-holder was pulling at his pursed lips as he looked about the table, though his glance, Jackson noticed, seemed again and again to veer back to Torek. Skin bronzed and hair bleached almost blonde by the southern sun, Torek was quite a contrast to the older lords on either side of him. By comparison, Sangel looked more wizened than ever, and Nestle downright desiccated. On Nestle's other side, Lordy of Aigan, his face as tanned as Torek's, looked the healthiest of the older group. "Do you think Torek will support Ranrel?" Grog asked, shielding his mouth as he bent toward Jackson. Jackson gave a slight shake of his head and replied with equal discretion. "Torek's been in a perverse state of mind ever since Denal went to the Big Island 2 turns back. Then, too, Ranrel used Hermione's material, and Torek's annoyed with his brother and furious with the Dragonriders for not assisting him in ousting Denal from the Big Island. So, since I've made no bones about preferring Ranrel and I'm a Dragonrider, Torek is making his protest public." Grog gave a snort. "He's making too much of this Denal affair." "You tell him then, Lord Grog. As I understand the tradition of holding, he doesn't lose the island no matter who's improving it. It remains incontrovertibly his as part of his hold grant. No one can usurp his title to it, especially not someone like Denal." Grog swiveled around in his chair to gaze with some astonishment at Jackson. "Are you sure of that? I mean, about the holding? That no one can supersede his claim?" "Of course I am," Jackson grinned slyly. "That sort of irrevocable grant is mentioned in the Settlers' Charter, and remarkably enough, Pern still operates and enforces the rules and restrictions of that charter, even if half the world doesn't know it. So, once given, a grant can't be rescinded. It can't even be ceded out of the bloodline of the original grantee. When the last of the bloodline dies, challenge decides the new holder." Grog smiled grimly at that reminder of how Flora and Fax had duelled to make Jackson the heir to Ruatha Hold. "Torek was awarded for those Pacific Southern Islands in compensation for holding during the old-timers' incumbency of Southern Weir," Jackson went on. "If you'll remember, the Big Island is within the borders of that grant. No act of Denal's can alter Torek's title to the island." "Even if Torek's not put his own holders there?" Jackson grinned. "When Denal first came south, he agreed to hold for Torek. He can't disavow that. I'm sure he thought that because others have been granted the right to hold in their own names, he could simply cross the water and claim the Big Island. It doesn't work that way." Jackson was rather pleased to note the respect in Grog's eyes as he explained the ramifications. He had always been lucky to have the fort holder's good opinion, but he felt that he had to reinforce that today. He valued Grog's approval over that of any of the others, so this conversation was doing much to restore his pride. Meantime, Denal's been improving the place with every cot and shed he's built, every crop he's planted. In fact, Jackson said with a slightly wicked grin, if Torek gave Ida Roland the word, Denal's marketable goods could be collected and sold north and the profit credited to Torek. Well, that would solve that problem, surely. Yes, but Torik's not listening, and certainly not reading any messages from landing, Jackson said ruefully.
Yes. Grog pensively fingered his full lower lip. Well, he'll listen to me by the first egg. Best thing about getting old is that you've got the authority to make people listen to you. He nodded sharply, emphasizing his remark. Jackson did not grin, nor did he add that getting older did not always give him a person something worth listening to, but Grog was more open-minded than some of his contemporaries, for which Jackson was thankful. "Heard you went upstairs again yesterday," Grog commented, changing the subject. "What'd you do this time?" "Close some doors," Jackson said with a diffident shrug. He had also spent a long time, Ruth beside him, looking down at the splendor of Pern as seen from space. Not even Pimer, Harper trained as he was, had been able to describe the scene adequately or convey how deeply it had affected him, nor had Jackson, though he tried to tell Shara something of the grandeur he had seen and the awe he had felt. He kept the vision solidly in one bedazzled corner of his mind. If only more of the Lord Holders would see, he thought, they would stop their petty bickering. "Closed doors, was that all?" Grog asked in surprise. "There's a lot to be done to set the Yokohama to rights. It's dangerous up there," Jackson replied. There was a slight exaggeration, but AIVAS had steadily repeated the fact that space was a hostile environment, and humans must learn the necessary cautions to prevent accidents. "When the safety measures do check out, it would be our pleasure, Ruth's and mine, to take you up there." Grog, clearly astonished, hemmed and hawed nervously. "We'll see, lad, we'll see," he said finally. Jackson merely nodded and asked amiably, "Do you think this will take all morning?" "Likely to." Grog gave a snort, then covered his mouth so that only Jackson could hear his next comment. "Sigamal needs Blesserell to be confirmed or he'll never get his money. That young fellow is gambling on succeeding in having the Hold's Markov at his disposal." Jackson had already suspected that Otterell's oldest son was heavily in debt to the Bitron holder. "Does Terrantel have any support?" Jackson found it hard to imagine who would back Otterell's middle son. Some people seemed to be born losers. Terrantel was such a one. "Actually," Grog said, his eyebrows going up in surprise, "I believe Begamon will. Corman too, but probably only because he dislikes Blesserell and is feeling testy about the amount of interest in the landing projects. He's still not convinced. No one from Karun Hold itself is involved, but there are enough from the minor holds so that no one at Landing's worried over much about his opposition," Jackson replied. "Karun's more agriculturally oriented anyway. And Corman's a stubborn old fool," Grog added, eyeing Jackson critically. Jackson contented himself with a grin. Then Asignar touched his arm, and he turned to his right. "Laurad says that we have Dector of Nabal, who of us all appreciates Ranrell's harbor repairs, ourselves, you, and Toronis," the Lemos holder said. "Which way will Lytol go?" Jackson shrugged. "Where his conscience leads him." "Then he'll be for Ranrell," Asignar said smoothly. "We think Bargen of High Reaches is with us too." "Really? I'd have thought he'd go with the other, older Lord Holders." "He was impressed with AIVAS, remember. He's got an odd twist of mind and wouldn't hold with Blesserell's profligacy or Terrantel's apathy." "That gives Ranrell 8 votes on the first ballot. Not bad. Maybe it won't take long after all." "How did yesterday go for you?" "Easy enough," Jackson replied diffidently. "Just had to close the cargo bay doors." "Doors, huh?" Then Asignar leaned closer and spoke for Jackson's ears alone. "What was it like, Jackson, bringing Sala Telgar back?" Jackson felt himself go rigid in surprise. He hadn't thought Asignar had a penchant for the macabre. "I've been sent on some odd errands now and then, Asignar," he replied, "but that was the most unusual." "AIVAS said she'd been frozen as she died. Could you see her face? What did she look like?" "We could see nothing," Jackson lied. Even from Larad, Sala's descendant, such morbid curiosity would have been unacceptable to him. The faceplate of the helmet was clouded. Asignar seemed disappointed. "I just wondered if she looked anything like we do." Jackson gave a snort.
Of course she did. All the settlers were humans, just like us. What were you expecting her to be? I don't know, but Asignar faltered. Jackson was exceedingly glad that Lytol took that moment to call the meeting to order. In his position as the retired Lord Warder of Roatha, Lytol had been chosen as the meeting's arbiter. He was also still entitled to vote as a mark of respect for his probity and integrity in raising Roatha's heir to his majority. "We know why we're here, and that the accession to this hold has been challenged by the legitimate sons of the late Otterel. Proposing themselves, as is their right, are Blesserel the eldest, Tarantel, and Ranrel." "Get on with it, Lytol," Grog said, testily flapping his fingers at the man. "Put it to a vote, and let's see where we stand." Lytol regarded Grog a moment. "There are procedures, and we will adhere to them." "Thought you'd plunge headlong into all the new ways," Sangel said sarcastically. Lytol regarded the bowl holder with narrowed eyes and expressionless face until Sangel stirred restlessly and glanced at Nessel for support. With a slight smile, Nessel turned to his right-handed neighbor, Laudy, and murmured something. Imperturbably, Lytol continued. "You might be interested to note that the manner in which this council conducts the business at hand has not changed since it was first instituted 2,500 turns ago. The charter was carefully promulgated, and every contingency addressed. We will go on as usual." Warbred of Ista looked surprised and leaned to Laudy to make a comment. Laudy's disapproving expression did not alter. "If there are no further comments," Lytol said, having scanned the faces around the table, "let us cast the first vote. I do not need to remind anyone at this table that a majority of 12 is required to confirm a candidate. Signify your choice by number. 1 for Blesserel, 2 for Tarantel, and 3 for Ranrel." When he resumed his seat, he picked up the ink pen and, shielding the pad with one hand, made a brief inscription. Folding the sheet, he tore it from its glued backing. Jackson noted that everyone at the table was similarly employed and wondered if any of them realized that they were using new products to exercise their traditional franchise. The votes were passed around to Lytol, who shuffled them as he received them so that the order in which he finally opened them would not indicate the origin. As he read them, he sorted them in 3 neat piles, one much thicker than the others. Meticulously, he counted each pile before announcing the result. For Blesserel, 5 votes. For Tarantel, 3. For Ranrel, 7. No clear majority. Jackson inhaled a long breath. The voting had gone as he had expected, but even so, 7 on the first ballot was a minor triumph for Ranrel. Lytol made a wad of the voting papers and, putting them in the brazier, watched them burn before he again rose to his feet. "Who will speak for Blesserel the eldest?" Lytol asked as required. Jackson slumped down into the heavy chair, glad of the cushions that gave him a small measure of comfort. He hated this tedious part of the proceedings. The older lords would go on, given an opportunity. Then he remembered his covert role. "Ruth, please tell Master Robinson that the vote went 7 to Ranrel, 5 to Blesserel, and 3 to Tarantel. And I'm reasonably sure Torek voted for Tarantel. He can't be serious, but he can be a nuisance," Jackson told his weirmate. "I told the Harper he expected this outcome. We both did, but it's going to be a long day. Are you comfortable in the sun?" "I am. It's a fine day. For you. There will be time for feasting and dancing later. Now you must be a lord holder." Hastily Jackson turned his inadvertent chuckle into a cough and reached for his cup, displaying an innocent expression when frowns were directed at him. He nodded apologetically at Sangel for interrupting his measured remarks supporting Blesserel's claim. Then Begamon rose, and with a series of rather disjointed comments tried to sway votes in favor of Tarantel. Privately, Jackson thought anyone else would have done better for Tarantel than the Narat holder. With the second vote, Tarantel lost 2 supporters to Blesserel. The eldest son acquired 7 votes, while Ranrel received 8. As before, Lytol burned the papers. Too close, and Jackson tried to control the nervous jiggling of his leg. Grog signaled that he wished to speak, and Lytol consented.
I am not the oldest of you, but I have held fort for longer than any of you others, bar Sangel." Grog accorded the bull-holder a bow and a smile. "Tillich was the third hold to be established." "Word of the abomination?" Sangel asked slyly. "AIVAS has now seen and restored the records of every hold, which can scarcely be called an abominable duty, boring, probably, if your ancestors inscribed as much trivia as mine did." "What's your point, Grog?" Lodi asked testily. "My point is that James Tillich, who founded this hold, was a forward-looking man who charted the coastline and started the first Fisher Craft Hall. Tillich has always been the safest harbor on the western coast, with the biggest fleet and more masters sailing him. Its lord holders have always encouraged and assisted our fishermen. Ranrell thought enough of his heritage to take a master's knot from the Fisher Craft Hall. He did that because Otterell threw him out of the hold," Sangel retaliated. "Order!" Lytle's voice boomed out with unaccustomed force, and Sangel subsided. "Be that as it may," Lord Grog continued, "he's certainly the only one of Otterell's sons who's ever done a day's hard work. I think he deserves to hold now. Fort'll support him as Tillich's holder in every way it can, so we will." Murmurs of "well said" caused Grog to flush with pleasure as he seated himself. Lerad then asked to speak, and did so concisely, adding that in his last months Otterell had been too ill to attend many matters, and that the only one of his sons to take any interest in hold management had been Ranrell. If Blesserell, however, or Tarantel had done anything to take hold in their father's name, he would like to hear of it. "Clever point," Jackson murmured to Asignar. Singamal asked to be recognized. "Blesserell had the onerous task of caring for his ailing father," he said, "and was scrupulous in all duties to ease Otterell in his last illness. He is a man of integrity." "He paid his gambling debts," Asignar whispered to Jackson, "when he could squeeze the marks out of Otterell's purse. With 4 fine, strong sons and a fine woman to be his lady-holder. Ranrell's wife is not only a master weaver, but considerably easier to get on with than Lady Esrella," Asignar added quietly. "Put in your Marksworth, Asignar," Jackson said. "Why don't you speak? And ruin Ranrell's chances altogether?" Jackson tried to sound as if he didn't mind. Asignar inclined his head, accepting what Jackson had implied, that as the youngest of the lord-holders his opinion was not much sought by others. Meanwhile, Singamal wound up his peroration and sat down, glaring at Jackson, who turned his head to regard Asignar as the Lemos lord stood to speak for Ranrell. "When a man does not wait for honors to be given him, but works with his hands and achieves a mastery in a hall, he has learned many of the skills needed to make a prudent and resourceful holder under whose guidance Tillich will prosper. We can ask for no better qualified man than Ranrell on all counts." "I'd heard," Torek began, standing without Lytol's permission, "that Ranrell had quarreled with Otterell and was told never to show himself in Tillich Hold again. Can a father's express wishes be so totally disregarded by this council?" Bargen jumped to his feet, glancing belatedly at Lytol for permission. "In my presence, Otterell retracted that statement 7 days before he expired," he announced after Lytol nodded to him. "Ranrell is the only one of the legitimate male heirs who has achieved merit on his own cognizance. At the last, Otterell was proud of the boy, which is why Ranrell has my complete support." "But he did not name him successor," Torek continued, an enigmatic half-smile on his face. "Do you doubt my word?" Bargen demanded, scowling at the southern holder. "Doubt doesn't enter into it, Bargen. The incident is recorded fact." "Which is why the succession has been challenged," Lytol said. "And the right of any male descendant to challenge the succession, no matter what bad feeling existed between father and son, has been upheld on numerous occasions." Grog leaned across the table toward Torek and spoke in the blandest tone possible. "I'm sure Lord Torek appreciates that fathers and sons may agree to disagree." Torek stared at the fort holder hard enough, Jackson thought, for his gaze to burn holes through the man. Grog shrugged.
How had Grog known that Torek had stormed out of his family's fish-hole in Ista? That wasn't generally known, nor would Shara have been so disloyal to her brother as to mention it. "But it is as Lord Torek has said," Sigamal said, rubbing his hands together nervously, his expression one of specious regret. "Otteril disavowed Ranrel, and that should be noted. His challenge should be nullified." "Blesserel must owe Sigamal a great deal," Asignar murmured to Jackson, his expression bland. "Does anyone support Tarantel's claim?" Lytle asked into the pause. When Begamon did not respond, he added, "Then let us vote between the two remaining candidates, Blesserel and Ranrel." This ballot raised Ranrel's support to 10, but with Blesserel still polling 5, the requisite majority had still not been attained. "I am calling a brief adjournment, my lord holders, for private discussions," Lytle said, and rising moved away from the table. The others followed his example. "We need 2 more votes," Grog murmured to Jackson, Asignar, and Larad, as they made their way to the tables where food was available. "Torek has to have been the 3rd vote for Tarantel. I know Corman and Begamon espouse him," Larad said. "Is Torek hoping that Loon Tarantel will give him guards for that armed assault he wants to make on the Big Island?" "Something like that, but I've a word for his ear alone," Grog said, winking at Jackson and grinning broadly. "Come on, Asignar." Larad hauled the Lemos holder after him. "We'll bear you out, Grog." Jackson made a plateful of the spice cakes he knew Lytle liked and served his old guardian, all the while surreptitiously watching the 3 in close conversation with Torek. He looked quickly away when Torek suddenly swiveled in his direction, an indecipherable stare on his broad, tanned face. Jackson wondered if Grog could identify the source of his information. Torek then asked Larad a sharp question. Grog responded, and Larad added a few words while Asignar nodded, one corner of his mouth slightly upraised. "I think we just obtained 1 more vote for Ranrel," Jackson murmured to Lytle, being careful to keep his face blank. Larad and Asignar stayed talking to Torek while Grog made his way back to the Roathans. "That seemed to go down with no trouble, Jackson. Clever of you, though I don't think Denol should attempt to have a meeting with Torek when he finds out he can't make any profit for himself. Who else can we approach?" "I'm not approaching anyone, remember. I'm deeply involved with the abomination," Jackson said with a disgusted snort. "I'm not about to ruin Ranrel's chances by speaking up." "You do yourself a disservice, lad," Grog said kindly. "I'd rather not do Ranrel one, Lord Grog." As Grog turned away, Jackson took the opportunity to inform Ruth of what was happening, asking him to tell Shara. "Master Robinson thought it would go that way," Ruth replied. "He asked, 'Have you told Torek?' He didn't say what." "Grog did, with Larad and Asignar backing him up," Jackson replied. "Certainly it's giving Torek something to think about, more than I could get him to do. There's a recess on right now. The West Coast contingent needs more claw to wake up enough to listen. I'll keep you informed." Shortly thereafter, Lytle called the Lord Holders to order again, and asked if anyone wished to add anything or supply new information to the council. "Another vote, Lytle," Dector said. "There is other business to be discussed." Jackson had noticed Dector in deep discussion with Warbred and hoped for success in that area. 2 votes were all that was needed, unless Torek decided to be more difficult than usual. This time everyone appeared to be counting as Lytle sorted, so all knew before the formal announcement that Ranrel had won. Sigamal looked ready to spit nails, glowering at Torek and Warbred, who abandoned his cause. "Ranrel has polled the requisite majority of 12 votes and is duly elected to succeed his father's honor as Lord Holder of Tillich." Lytle gave Jackson a warning sideways glance that the young Ruathan had no trouble understanding. He was not to make any premature announcement through Ruth. "There are 2 other important reports to discuss in this council. I now call upon Lord Jackson of Ruatha Hole to inform us of any progress made toward the end of destroying Thread." Lytle inclined his head courteously to his former ward and sat down. Jackson stood abruptly, catching the attention of the entire table.
The phrases he had rehearsed so often piled out of his mouth, and continued even when he heard someone mumbling imprecations about the abomination's corruptions. Having received extensive training from AIVAS, Journeyman Harper Peimer and myself rowed Ruth safely between and landed on the bridge of the Yokohama. We completed the programming of the telescope for use by AIVAS from the landing facility and initiated a damage report on the space vessel. We retrieved the remains of Sala Telgar, which have since been suitably interred at Telgar Hold. He bowed deeply to the rod. The next day, Ruth transported me back to the bridge. I then proceeded to the cargo bay area to close the outer doors, which had not shut due to a malfunction in the remote closure program. Once the doors closed, I returned to the bridge and from there to landing. Additional journeys to the Yokohama will be necessitated to improve the basic life support systems, namely to replant the algae tanks. Additional personnel must become acclimated to free-fall conditions, and there will be several missions composed of different teams using green dragons in order to alter the telescope to maximize its use. And just what does all that mean when translated into normal speech? Corman demanded. That the Yokohama can be used as a base from which to attack Thread in space, Lord Corman. So all the dragons are going up to the spaceship and attack Thread at a distance from the planet? His sarcastic remark must have seemed as silly to himself as it did to the others, for he flushed and looked away from Jackson. No, that is not the plan, Lord Corman. The plan is to divert Thread from ever falling to the surface. And how far are you toward that desired end? Lottie asked, not quite as contemptuous as Corman had been. There are still 2 turns, 5 months, and 7 days before that end is achieved, Lord Lottie. And I suppose that you're here to ask our permission to draft more journeymen from our halls, more drudges from our holds? No, sir, we don't draft anyone, Jackson replied. He couldn't help grinning. The problem was turning unsuitable people away from landing without giving offense. And I suppose you're unhappy that those lower caverns of yours are pretty much empty of beggars and layabouts, Grog asked pointedly. And will they all stay useful employed 2 turns, 5 months, and however many days from now? Lottie demanded. Do you or do you not wish to be rid of Thread, Lord Lottie? Lord Corman, Jackson demanded. Admittedly, in 250 turns you won't have to care whether or not we succeed, but your descendants will. Are you speaking as a lord holder or a dragon rider, Jackson? Nestle said snidely. Both, Lord Nestle. Then we won't need dragon riders any more? Sigamal roared. What are you dragon riders going to do then? Jackson grinned back. I think you will find, Lord Sigamal, that you will always want to have dragon riders on Pern. And how do you arrive at that? Sigamal demanded. They do a lot more for you and everyone here than rid the skies of Thread. Think on it, Lord Sigamal. Jackson smiled enigmatically. Let them cudgel their brains over that one. Lord Torek knows what I mean, I'm sure. Startled, Torek swung his piercing gaze to his sister's husband and began to frown. I don't get what you mean, young man, Sangle said in some agitation. My Lord Sangle, I would have thought that was too obvious to require explanation. May I continue, Lord Lytle? When he had received the nod, Jackson went on. I will also tell you that Harper Peimer and I have seen this lovely world of ours turning in space from day toward night. It is the most incredible sight. He knew his voice trembled slightly, but he was not ashamed. Once we are certain that the life support systems, oxygen and heat are stable, I will take it upon Ruth and myself to bring any lord holder who wishes to the bridge of the Yokohama to see for himself what a splendid world we live on, and how essential it is for us to rid ourselves of Thread forever. Jackson looked around, inviting someone to take up his offer. When his first round of the startled faces produced no other responses than nervous throat clearings and foot shiftings, he fixed his audience with a look that dared them to volunteer. I'd like to go, Larrad said quietly, and Asignar held up his hand as well. And I, Lytol added. One doesn't see too much of the north from Yokohama's bridge, Jackson admitted, but AIVAS is hoping to repair the damaged portside viewers. That should make some of the east coast visible from space. He looked pointedly at Tyrannus, who, after visible hesitation, raised his hand. "How much of the southern continent is visible?" Torek asked in a hoarse bark. "More, if we can repair the stern viewers," Jackson replied, delighted that Torek had responded. "I don't see what good'll come from all this," Begamon began querulously, "risking lives on foolish sun-dreams of destroying thread. It's been with us for hundreds of turns, and I say again, if the ancients knew so much, why didn't they get rid of the stuff in their time, huh? Why didn't they?" "AIVAS has answered that to my satisfaction," Lytle said firmly, "and don't forget that every task we have undertaken since his discovery has benefited everyone on this planet." "How? Tell me how," Begamon demanded. Lytle held up the pad, the ink pen, and a sheet of the weather reports that AIVAS had been producing for the past 2 turns, to the delight and relief of holders, major and minor. Then he pointed to the ornate clock on the wall, ticking away the minutes of the meeting, and to the new clothing in which Begamon was dressed, made from one of Master Zurg's latest fine fabrics. "I've also heard that you've new power to irrigate your fields and portable stoves to heat your orchards during frost," Lytle replied. "Not to mention the fact that your youngest granddaughter owes her life to Master Oldive's new surgical techniques." "They're things we can use, see, touch, Lytle." Begamon waved his hand over his head. "Not something beyond our reach and our ken." "Then let the things you can use, see, and touch reassure you that there is more to be learned, more to be explored, more to be understood, to improve our lives, to ensure our lives," Jackson said, speaking so earnestly that even the oldest, most hidebound holders listened with something akin to respect for his sudden authority. "Thank you for your report, Lord Jackson," Lytle said, smoothly breaking the long pause. "Let us now address the subject of—" At the murmur of disagreement, he held up his hand. "You will all have plenty of time to speak to Lord Jackson after the business of this council is over. The second matter to be brought up to your attention is notification from the Master Craftsman of Pern." "Not all the Master Craftsman," Corman said, jutting his chin out belligerently. Lytle neither glared nor stared, but his look succeeded in making Corman feel abashed at having interrupted so rudely. "The Master Craftsman of Pern, with one exception, that of Master Norris of the glassmith craft, notified this council of their intention to form 2 new halls. Printer Hall to be loosely allied with the Harper Hall, but independent and autonomous, with 3 main craft halls. The main hall to be at Landing, with additional installations at Ruatha, which currently harbors no craft hall, and at Lemos in conjunction with the paper industry of Master Woodsmith Benderick. The second new hall is to be Technicians' Hall, loosely allied with Smithcraft Hall, to deal with problems arising from the new equipment. "I'll say no to that one immediately," Sigamal said, jumping up to his feet. "That's catering to the abomination, and—" "There will be no vulgar epithets at this table, Lord Sigamal," Lytle said in his most censorious. "Nor should I have to repeat that the Master Craftsmen have no need of your permission. You have only to abstain from the purchase of any materials produced by a craft hall which distresses you. Since it comes to my notice that certain projects of yours have benefited from new gadgetry of which only AIVAS could be the source, you would be wiser to refrain from uttering such errant hypocrisies in the council." Gaping, Sigamal sank back. Jackson managed not to smile at the Bitran Lord Holder's discomfiture. One of the men who had tried to attack AIVAS had been a Bitran, but that was scarcely proof that the Lord Holder had been connected with the attack. Bitrans hired out to anyone who would pay them enough to make the job worth their while. Still, this was the first time Sigamal had publicly labeled AIVAS an abomination. "We will be duly informed when the new Master Craftsmen are chosen and the parameters of their professional spheres decided. Let me further remind the Lord Holders that such additions to the craft halls require no ratification by this council, since the halls have by long custom been autonomous. This is a formal notification of intent." "Is that in the original charter too?" Lytle Sangle asked nastily. "No," Lytle replied, not the least bit perturbed. "The craft hall scheme was originated shortly before the end of the first pass by Fort, Ruatha, and Bendon Holds to preserve skills and educate young men and women in the various urgently needed crafts." Originally, Lytol added, smiling slightly as he glanced toward Corman, Ruathahold played host to the Master Beastman and Master Farmer until the wide plains of Karun were explored and found more suitable to animal husbandry. The Rat rose to address the council. It is also worth noting that both Master Smith Vanderell and Master Harper Sebel are completely within their rights to propose additional separate halls without even consulting other Master Craftsmen, but they have done so and received full support. "It isn't full if one Master Craftsman abstains," Nestle took up the complaint in his peevish whine of a voice. "Master Norris did not attend the meeting, though he was duly notified," Larad said. "Both the printer and technicians' halls will supply the special training now required and unavailable elsewhere. We have all benefited by the new machineries, especially clearly printed instruction books and records. For more people to enjoy these benefits, additional craftsmen must be trained in the skills." "Why can't the printers work under Master Sebel and the repairers under Master Vanderell?" Corman demanded. "Why all this fuss to create new craft halls?" "Master Vanderell is working all the hours of the day already, filling orders for new equipment," Larad said.